Welcome into the Arcane. We're thrilled to announce the competitive circuit for the TFT America's esports umbrella, uniting the top TFT players from Brazil, Latin America, and North America. There are some big changes to this circuit from Magic and Mayhem. There will only be 2 Tacticians Cups as a result of the holidays and TFT Macau Open. For the first time ever, we'll be allowing players from BR and LATAM to qualify through the NA server. There will be adjusted ladder slots and cup slots to reflect this change. We're also putting a lot more emphasis on tournament performance, expanding invites to America's Golden Spatula through qualifier points, while reducing leaderboard invites across all regions. More information and specifics can be found in the regional articles on the Americas website. For the ladder snapshots, they'll start on January 7th and end on February 11th, for a total of 6 ladder snapshots. There will be 2 cup snapshots, and players can sign up for the cups on the TFT America's esports website. These cup snapshots, along with the sub-regional tournaments, are your gateway to participating in the 2 Tacticians Trials and Tacticians Cups. Make sure to give it your very best in every event, as qualifier points are crucial for securing a direct spot to the Golden Spatula at the end of Into the Arcane. These points will be awarded based on placement. Finally, the America's Golden Spatula will be held on February 28th to March 2nd. This event will be the penultimate event for America's best players. 3 will come from ladder snapshots, 2 from Brazilian sub-regionals, 2 from LATAM sub-regionals, 4 from Tacticians Cup 2, 1 from Tacticians Cup 1, and 20 qualifier points. With the new changes to our competitive format, we hope to continue to improve the quality of the competitive scene. We invite you to step into the world of Arcane, to duke it out and rightfully crown our next America's champion. Don't forget that ladder snapshots and cup snapshots start early January. For more information, visit our website, americastftesports.teamfighttactics.leagueoflegends.com.
Promised to help, but you stole everything from us.
I could always take more. You still needlessly suffer.
I think you've done enough!
Welcome into the Arcane. We're thrilled to announce the competitive circuit for the TFT Americas esports umbrella, uniting the top TFT players from Brazil, Latin America, and North America. There are some big changes to this circuit from Magic and Mayhem. There will only be 2 Tacticians Cups as a result of the holidays and TFT Macau Open. For the first time ever, we'll be allowing players from BR and LATAM to qualify through the NA server. There will be adjusted ladder slots and cup slots to reflect this change. We're also putting a lot more emphasis on tournament performance, expanding invites to America's Golden Spatula through qualifier points, while reducing leaderboard invites across all regions. More information and specifics can be found in the regional articles on the Americas website. For the ladder snapshots, they'll start on January 7th and end on February 11th, for a total of 6 ladder snapshots. There will be 2 cup snapshots, and players can sign up for the cups on the TFT Americas esports website. These cup snapshots, along with the sub-regional tournaments, are your gateway to participating in the 2 Tacticians Trials and Tacticians Cups. Make sure to give it your very best in every event, as qualifier points are crucial for securing a direct spot to the Golden Spatula at the end of Into the Arcane. These points will be awarded based on placement. Finally, the America's Golden Spatula will be held on February 28th to March 2nd. This event will be the penultimate event for America's best players. 3 will come from ladder snapshots, 2 from Brazilian sub-regionals, 2 from LATAM sub-regionals, 4 from Tacticians Cup 2, 1 from Tacticians Cup 1, and 20 qualifier points. With the new changes to our competitive format, we hope to continue to improve the quality of the competitive scene. We invite you to step into the world of Arcane, to duke it out and rightfully crown our next America's champion. Don't forget that ladder snapshots and cup snapshots start early January. For more information, visit our website, americastftesports.teamfighttactics.leagueoflegends.com.
I'm gonna show 'em.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the official TFT channels for the America's Golden Spatula into the Arcane Edition. My name is Nekkra, and I'm your host this weekend, joined by Casanova and Gangly to kick things off, and it's so good to be back with you both. How are you?
Look, I'm good. I'm happy to be back. Who doesn't love Arcane bat chest? Let's get into it. I can't wait to send some new America's players off to that Tactician's Crown, try and bring one home once again.
Yeah, it's been a minute since the Macau Open, the first major event of this set, and now we've kind of nearly completed the threshold. I will say this has got to be my favorite set of the entirety of TFT, and so I'm really excited to see this whole weekend play out.
Yeah, I mean, if this is how set 13 went, I can't wait to see where we're going to be when set 16 rolls back around. But we've got to finish out the competition for Into the Arcane. And so stoked to be able to talk about what's in store for this weekend. We've got 3 days of competition, and this is only day number 1, where we're going to start things out with 32 players who will play 6 games. And by the end of the weekend, on day number 3, we're only going to have the 8 best tacticians remaining, who will play 6 games, not only to determine the top 4 that will make it to the Tactician's Crown, but also the player that's going to have the best average placement that will be able to join them as well. But how did our 32 players get here? Well, they had 3 different qualification methods, and the first that we'd like to talk about is the one that rewarded not just the 3 best players in the North American region based on their latter performances, but also our players that were able to make it through the sub-regional tournaments for Brazil and Latin America respectively. And so what a stacked field that we have coming through from just this qualification method.
Yeah, so many good players, and this is just one way players got in, right? On top of that, we also had the cups, right? We were able to have one player who was the winner from TC1 alongside a couple players from TC2 that were able to make it through. And Spencer, of course, the one who won Pack Cup 1. Cup 2, we were able to get Me First Wraith, Malala, Cookies OP, and Kevi Zhao from that tournament. And it was going to be some of them getting in, even though they didn't quite make that top 4, because Dish Soap, Spencer, and Setsuko were already qualified. So it passed down to Cookies and Kevi, who were in 6th and 7th respectively in that event. Just so many incredible players throughout this season.
Yeah, and then the third qualification method is going to be the qualifier points. These are the players who collectively, over the entirety of the set, competed in the different cups and were able to get the most number of qualifier points. The top 20 are listed here. You have, some fan favorites. You look at Raimplosion, set 7, third place at the World Championship, going all the way down the list. Even someone like Vicious, Sakura, some players who are maybe lesser known to some parts of the Americas fandom, but to others, these are players that people are really rooting for. This is my favorite category personally, because you get to see kind of those players who are proving themselves. It doesn't matter what their reputation is over the course of the set, ending up and showing why they deserve to be here.
It doesn't really matter which way you qualified to be here either, because every single player deserves to be here in their own right. And I cannot wait to see how the rest of this competition is going to go, because it does come down to how you do this weekend. It's going to determine whether you make it to that tech crown or not.
Yeah, 100%, right? We had the full set, but none of it matters anymore, right? It is just now pedal to the metal, one final tournament. Yes, there's some little things that are going to cause help in qualifying, but end of the day, best way to get in, top 4 this tournament.
That's right. And we do have 9 of those slots total. Some of them have actually already been given out. We can kind of talk through that throughout the weekend, but all of the players who have made it here, like you said, Cass, they all have their eyes on the same prize. It's great to make it here. You're proud of yourself. But listen, at this point, you throw it all out, right? Because everybody here has their eyes on being able to represent the Americas to be able to bring home the Tactician's Crown Championship at the end of the set.
That tech crown has only been awarded to a select number of elite players. And so to see yourselves not just among those names, those stars, I think just being able to have that glory is going to be amazing. On top of the fact that we've got a $50,000 US prize pool that we get a chance to dish out throughout the course of the weekend. You get $350 US just for showing up today, and that increases exponentially as you look towards improving your placement across the weekend. That final lobby is not only great to be able to have a opportunity to vie for a spot at the Tactician's Crown representing the Americas region, but you're also going to be in the thousands when it comes to that prize pool. And so it will be so exciting to see who can walk home with a lion's share as well as those Tac Crown spots. But before we get into our festivities this weekend, we are so excited to welcome a special guest to our broadcast. We've got Riot Moore joining us on the desk. And Moore, first of all, it's so great to have you back. And how are you doing just ahead of the weekend?
You know, things are busy. You know, we're prepping for a new set coming out soon, and you know, obviously watching the regionals this weekend. So, but overall, not too bad. So,
I know there's a lot going on, but I'd love to get your reflections a little bit on how the competition for this set has felt in comparison to some of the TFT sets that we've had in the past.
yeah, I think this set in particular, it's been like, I want to say like good old wholesome TFT. There haven't been a lot of like really crazy out of line stuff at any particular patch, like at least during the events. We usually have them resolved before the events happen. And then generally it's also been pretty like kind of late game focused. So we see a lot of like these level 8 boards, things like that. And so I don't know, it's felt like about as good classic TFT as you can see in these events.
Yeah, and I mean, you just started to touch on it, but I think in general, the overall sentiment for this set has been that the balance has been very like positive. It's been a positive reception, and I think that's been very rare in TFT and just in video games in general. Players tend to like to complain. So I was wondering if you felt like where that sentiment was coming from, or if you felt like there were specific things that have contributed to this set feeling more balanced than maybe TFT has like ever been.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not perfect, right? We've certainly seen some complaints around the 6 costs or some of the encounters, like the Warwick encounter. So, you know, we're not really batting 1,000 per se. That being said, I think, you know, this set in particular, the team got pretty far ahead and we were able to like really hone in on what makes the champions really, really good. And then combine that with once it got out the door, solved a couple minor things here or there, but overall have been able to just keep it in a good spot. And I think the fact that we were so ahead on the set really kind of helped us a lot there. And plus, I mean, it's a 5-year-old game at this point. We're hopefully starting to get pretty good at this. So, you know.
All right, Mort, let's talk meta and predictions for this weekend. So right now we're playing 13.6B. There was a B patch. Prior to the B patch, it was looking like it was going to be really reroll heavy, and everyone was prepping to have a different reroll line prepared for each game. B patch comes out, and you guys have kind of elevated some of those fast 8 comps as well. Now it feels like players are still figuring out the balance of whether it's going to be reroll or fast 8 heavy. Where do you fall on this spectrum?
The short answer is it's really augment dependent. I think a lot of the reroll lines really get elevated with certain augments, right? Like family becomes a lot more playable if you have something like Superstars or Starry Night. But otherwise, like by the default lines, like let's say you're getting a bunch of silver augments, I think that's where we'll start to see stuff like the Emissary, you know, around with the Corky, things like that. The other surprise one I think has been like 3-cost reroll has finally started to have some life into it. We've seen some of the TF reroll that's actually been doing pretty well. And then I'll just call out, I think Chem Baron's actually in like the perfect spot for a tournament, a tournament high risk trait. And so maybe we'll even see a Chem Baron winner too. So
I think that makes me so excited to see the versatility of compositions that we might see. But something else that's provided a lot of variety has been anomalies. So before we let you go, I was wondering if you could give us one underrated anomaly that you hope sees some play this weekend.
I think one that you don't see talked about much on ladder, and its pick rate is really, really low, is Voracious Appetite. But I think if we see that get picked today, you should be scared, because usually that only gets picked from a position where you're like pretty far ahead. Let's say you have 80 or more health. And when it starts to snowball, it gets pretty out of control and has an insanely high win rate. So if you see a Voracious Appetite pick, watch out. That would be my shot call.
All right, eyes wide open for that pick. Mort, thank you so much for taking the time to join us on the broadcast and to provide those insights. We hope you enjoy the competition this weekend and also the co-streams.
Thank you. Take it easy.
It's always so nice to have Mort on the broadcast because I think he set up perfectly what we get a chance to look forward to for the weekend. And it becomes even more exciting when you think about the players that can execute those kinds of game plans, or maybe even find those unique strategies to be able to pick those incredible anomalies. So let's talk about those players just a little bit. First and foremost, we have to highlight some of the biggest heavy hitters we've ever seen in a tournament like this. Not only do we have all three North American Tacticians Crown winners, but take a look at how they've performed this set.
How good does it feel as an America's esports fan to be able to come into a tournament and be like, yeah, we've got 3 world champions. We have 3 Tacticians Crown winners in a single event, and they're still all playing at a very high level. Dish Soap with this most insane AVP. I mean, every single set, it feels like we've got someone in the top 4 knocking on the door of record-breaking AVP across an entire set, Gangly. I feel like we talk about it every time.
Yeah, and on the flip side, I feel like all eyes need to be drawn to Malala, because while Dish Soap and Replay have continued their success since winning their world championship crown, Malala has this record-breaking, career-defining, probably never to be broken record-breaking set in set 10, where he wins basically everything, and all of a sudden he struggles. In set 11, set 12, he doesn't even qualify to the Golden Spatula. But here's the thing, Cass. The hills only exist because of the valleys, and we can only celebrate Malala's wins because of the struggles that he experiences leading up to them. And that's what made his set 10 run so magical to begin with. When nobody saw it coming, he was able to come out of the woodwork and have this legendary run. And now, when it feels like his back is up against the wall, has this amazing run at TC2, qualifies in to the Golden Spatula, and because of that, we have this tournament of champions in front of us. It is a beautiful thing to watch, and I think everybody needs to be watching these 3 players this weekend.
Yeah, I can't wait to see if any of them can actually get the run back to be at Tactician's Crown. And then from there, I think all 3 of them have a great shot to see kind of an impossible feat. Tidal was the first player that is going to be able to get 2 Tactician's Crown wins, but I don't think that the North American players are that far behind from accomplishing that same goal. On the flip side of things, I think we get a chance to look at a region now that is going to have an incredible breakout performance from this set. We look at Latin America, and while we only have a couple of Latin American representatives, I think that there is such a fantastic story to follow here. Vicious, maybe a more known quantity from Latin America, but then you look at Metzau and France B, who showed up during the Latin American Open circuit, found themselves here, and now get a chance to prove themselves to a greater global scale.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of people should have eyes on Vicious in particular, because this is a player who is one of the best in LATAM to never make it to the Tactician's Crown. This is kind of his big breakout shot to actually do it, because players have known how good he is for such a long time, and yet he hasn't been able to push it over the finish line and make it to a Tac Crown. Now he's got to come in hungry, make it happen.
On the flip side, Nekkra, you're talking about the underdogs here, right? And I think it's important to recognize on a macro level what responsibility they have this weekend, because yes, everybody wants to make it to Tactician's Crown, everybody wants to be able to win the Golden Spatula. I would argue, however, with the place that LATAM has been, which has primarily truthfully been struggling the last set or two to keep up with Brazil and North America, Metzau and France B both have an opportunity to make a deep run, play for a top 16, put LATAM back on the map and say, hey, listen, we may not be the LATAM stars like Altanawe and Tech Summers and Michael that you expect, but we beat them to get here. And you have to give us credit. And because of that, we are contenders. I don't think that they need to win the event to make a statement, but I want to see the two of these players seize the moment and show up in the same form that they used to win the LATAM Open sub-regionals and make a deep run and contend for a final lobby placement this weekend.
They absolutely can. And when you take a look at these players as well, it also doesn't tell the full story. You talk about Michael Altanawe, they've narrowly missed out on those qualifier points to actually compete this weekend. And Latin America had the most representatives in Tacticians Cup 2 that they had ever seen historically. So amazing to see that Latin America, while maybe they are slightly on the outside looking in, I think that this is showing overall tremendous growth for the region. But in juxtaposition to that, we have to talk about Brazil, because while Vicious, Metzau, France B, they're looking at being able to come up big this weekend. Ego, Sobayo, Yuso Lucas are all players from Brazil that you will recognize, whether it's been their time on the global stage from the Tacticians Crowns and sets past, or from their performances at the TFT Opens we've had in Vegas and Macau. All three of these players have shown up big every single time and can contend with some of the world's best TFT players.
Look, when I think of Brazilian TFT, I think of these exact three players. And it extends from that. I mean, you think about just America's TFT, and Ego is one of the biggest names I think that we got. I think he is an incredible player. He's contending with who we've put as the big four of North America in the past, the Dish Soaps, the Setsukos, right? The top of the top. And Ego is definitely a part of that. I would put him easily in my top 8, top 10 of players on the Americas server just in general. And I think he's somebody that every single tournament you see his name in, you have to think of him as a tournament favorite.
Ego is one of only 2 players in the entire world to have qualified for every single regional final since the dawn of TFT. And a player that's very close, Lucas. This is a player who in his 9 regional finals has made a final lobby in 7 of them. And so often he does it off the back of a mediocre regular season. You look at his stats right now, throw it out. Don't worry about it, because it's regionals time. It's Golden Spatula, and you know that Lucas is going to show up.
We underrate him every time.
Every time. We're done with it.
Yeah, this time I think Brazil is one of those regions you have to look out for on a whole. We've also seen just how well Brazil's been able to keep up when it comes to study groups, how they are able to prep together to make sure that that region is put on the map. And I think Brazil, absolutely, some of these players can make it to the TAC Crown after a performance this weekend. But this is just a couple of the players that we have. We still have 32 incredible players that are going to be competing this weekend for the America's Golden Spatula. And we got to look at where our first 2 lobbies of the day have actually ended up. To give viewers some context, we seeded all of the players, and then we took seeds 1 through 4 and split them up into their own individual lobbies so they wouldn't play against each other. And then we did snake drafting from there. So someone please explain to me what happened when I take a look at lobby 1, which is going to be the column on the left-hand side of your screen, because that just looks like a lobby of death.
Yeah, I mean, we said Metzau needs to prove himself this weekend. This is a really great way to start. And I mean, Gangly, I think you've got a little more insight into exactly how we got here.
Yeah, let me break this down real quick, right? So Spencer drafts Metzau and says, you know, I think this is probably one of the weaker players in the field. I feel good about this. Metzau says, I'm going to make a statement right now. I'm drafting replay. You know, we're going full force. But here's where things change, because replay didn't show up to the draft. And so he automatically drafted the player with the lowest number of qualifier points, which happened to be the player who did not check in for the Tactician's Trials #1, one of the greatest players in North American history, Setsuko. But this is where it gets even better, because Setsuko looks at the draft and says, if I'm going down, Weijin Iverson is going down with me, and immediately drafts Weijin Iverson. On top of that, Ego Illusions and Ripple end up in this lobby, meaning that 6 different tournament favorites have all ended up in the same lobby for games 1 and 2.
Well, I'm really glad that we're going to reseed these lobbies after the first 2 games. I think all of our
They
players
are
will
too.
also agree. That's going to end up being a really good shout. But this sets the stage beautifully. Casanova, Gangly, thank you both so much for joining me at the top of the show today. I cannot wait to get this party started. So for that, we're going to send everything over to our 2 great friends joining us today as well, Jupeson and Dobz. Welcome, and I hope you guys are doing great and are ready for this one.
Thank you so much, Nekkra. I'm Jupeson, and I'm accompanied by my good friend, top-level TFT pro and content creator, Dobz. How are you, man?
I mean, I'm really good. I'm really excited to be here once again with you, Jupe. Thank you guys for watching it. I'm really excited to watch this lobby #1. If we couldn't actually start better. I mean, 6 out of the favorites of the tournament playing alongside together in the first lobby. It's amazing. I mean, I'm really excited to watch.
Yeah, we have amazing players, as you just said. Replay, Monsters Attack champion, Spencer, that's been doing amazing. Also a set championship representative for the Americas. And finally, Weijin Iverson, 3rd place in Runeterra Reforged. So this is a cup lobby. Metsao made it happen with that crazy ramp up that Gangly just explained. So it will be interesting to see. I wanted your opinion, Dobz, about the meta. Mordog already put us the planescape, the main landing of what we're about to see. What have you seen so far? I saw you testing some comps earlier yesterday on your stream, so I wanted to get your sense.
I mean, the meta was pretty reroll oriented before the B patch, but after that it started to appear much more for cost lines doing pretty well. So I'm really excited to see the best players in America, what they have for us today. So this first lobby can give us a look on what we can expect for this weekend.
Totally. A great first lobby to start, and it will be interesting because Setsuko maybe normally a player that likes to go for that fast 9. I think you have a lot of knowledge about his gameplay. Maybe you can go deep into it. And also Ego, that maybe he's more of a fast 8 player and then roll deep into there. How you will see the playstyle converge maybe? Will everyone play tempo? Maybe someone in a spot, as Mordog was saying, going for an augment that maybe allows a loose streak?
I mean, speaking about Setsuko, I really like the way he plays. He's the player that wants sometimes play risky. He's pretty good at like going to that late game boards with the level 9. Sometimes even level 10. He's pretty able to do that. But sometimes it's really difficult to do this kind of strategies when you have good players that can actually play the tempo of the lobby. And this lobby as and specifically that you have so many good players, I really want to see if he's going to pop off that kind of strategy.
Yeah, and great to see that right now we have also the cameras of the players, Metsao with him stretching a little, dancing even. So good mental for him, and also replay standing up a little. And now we're starting with a victor, so more chances of appearances for the 6 cost.
I mean, this lobby can be pretty wild, as we can see, because the 6 costs can actually change the game completely. And as it can appear like at 4-1, maybe you can even pick your 6 costs to get an anomaly. So the game is going to be really unpredictable.
We're starting here with Ego from Brazil. Can you talk to us a little bit more? Gangly was already saying he's the only one who has gotten into regional championships, regional finals like this. In every set he competed. So can you talk a little bit more about him?
Yes, I mean, I played alongside Ego since the beginning of the competitive scene of TFT. He's actually a friend of mine as well. And he's the kind of player that doesn't want to be good at the Americas level only. He really wants to seize that World Championship. I mean, to get that Tactician's crown. So we actually saw him performing really well recently on America's level. So I'm really excited to watch here if he's going to make words. So I expect him to be good at this tournament.
Yeah, we're going now with Metzao. So once again, Liquid Ego, the only one from Brazil in this lobby, and Metzao, the only one from Latam. The rest of the representatives, these high names, are all from NA. So it will be a mixed lobby this time. And remember, we have co-streams with the rest of the lobbies also present. So the idea is that we can make sure that we cover all of them and try to enjoy the fat. Metzao still with a ramp up here, getting the possibility of Rebels with the Irelia and the Akali, and finally that Rel that can enable also for a possibility of Sentinels. He decides not to go for the Lux, so the Academy as a possibility on the early game drops out.
Yes, we can actually see that the game turned into a prismatic lobby as this first augment is prismatic. I'm really excited to see what he's going to pick here. The game is going to be with a lot of resources as the augments are prismatic, and the Easy is a Victor Vision lobby, so it's starting to get wild just in the first game.
Okay, so dual purpose, obviously very, very good to go for that fast 8 and have a little possibility of gaining. Maybe Buried Treasure for the additional resources here for Metzao. And on the right, we already saw Replay going for the Pandoras. And Ego Illusion with a frying pan. So he will get the possibility to go into one of the verticals that are actually performing very well here, Dobz.
I mean, he got one of the best emblems that he could. I mean, this augment specifically is one of the best in the games because not just gives you an emblem, it also gives you a tactician's crown right before the carousel. So it gives you so much flexibility on what you can play, and the power level of this augment is one of the best. So he's in a pretty good spot right now.
On the other side, Kaspar Wu going for Artifact. He goes for the Marksman, so additional range and damage here for him. And on the other place, we have here's Setsuko. He's still running up. So first losing, he decides to go for this Seti. So early Seti for him with the Watcher. This is the normal Watcher line that we've seen so far for Seti. So far, when we saw the EMEA, also Golden Spatula, we saw Seti performing even in other places, even with Sentinels. So she was nerfed indirectly in the hotfix, but she's still in a great position. And I saw you playing it also, Dobz. So I think it's a great spot here for him. And also he's telling the rest of the lobby, hey, I'm going for this line.
I mean, he's actually playing excited at the adventure. So he probably got Zeri out of that alongside with Vendor. So he's probably having a pretty bad early game because this augment, it scales up when you cash out. So if he manages to get the Zeri 3, also the Vendor 3, he'll be really strong at the late game for sure.
Yeah, for now, he will propose this Lustrik and then go for the cash out that you just indicated. The one who's playing tempo here is Weishan, very, very strong. 4 bruisers very early into the game and has the bruiser emblem. Normally, this would be the line to go for going for the Twitch. No Twitch items yet here, Dobz, but a lot of front lane. And obviously, I think normally Twitch is the default possibility. Do you see something else? Maybe some tempo line that he can play and try to force out maybe capping with legendaries?
I mean, it's pretty hard to see a player taking Bruiser's path without playing Twitch. He can actually cook something like Ali's backline, but I'm pretty sure he'll try to aim for Twitch because it's pretty safe. And when you have like the Bruiser spat, the composition works really well alongside with Dr. Mundo with that spat. So he can actually use his early game to save a lot of HP and then try to get the Twitch items later on.
Okay, on the other hand, replay. Now we see what he used the Pandoras for. So he has a Knife Edge, the Radiant version. So again, some possibilities for him. Only for tempo. I believe maybe later he will try to use it in a great line, maybe something with Pit Fighter, maybe trying to go for the Ambessa, or maybe including Bai, or maybe he will even reforge it and try to go for something else that makes sense so far, playing the Sorcerer line.
Exactly. I mean, when I see replay playing, I really like the way he knows how to play the tempo of the game. So sometimes he can see some windows during the early mid game that leads him into a game that he has like a lot of HP, a lot of gold, to find a composition that is like not so contested. So he might can even play like Bessa with that item that's pretty good. Maybe on for emissary composition it will be really good for him.
Yeah, we're seeing the rest of the players here in the bottom, so we have an idea where we're going for. So far, top players in the lobby, Weishan and Ripple, still with the win streak. It will be very important for them to maintain, and then they will ramp out on the lobby. So we should focus on Weishan and Ripple in the moment. Here it is. So a very tempo-ish line here with a good Amumu in the front lane, and this Maddie popping off in the back lane, doing some damage. Not the best cap board. It's working out for him. Maybe he faces off against Weishan, he will get in trouble.
I mean, I'm kind of curious about the Ripple game as well as Casper is playing. They both are playing Living Forge, and they both got long items. Like, these items are really good with Nocturne, but I really want to see if they are trying to go for the same composition or if they have a plan B to work on.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if any of them plays it maybe a little more tempo-ish and trying to go not for the Nocturne but for something else. But as you say, it's ideal to go for that line, but you don't want to be contested. Very difficult to hit it uncontested. And as Mordog was saying in the interview, not only Nocturne, you can play Nocturne and then you can go for the full multi-striker reroll. So maybe Nocturne 3, Akali 3, you can dream of a Twisted Fate 3 with the Loris. So obviously it's very difficult to hit everything, but normally when we see that comp perform in the highest level, or at least to get good placements, normally you have more than 2 in the 3-star channel. So right now, Weishan still with the win streak, the only one. And now he gets a Cassiopeia, and she will be the soft carry, the holder carry for now.
Yeah, not a common backline that we see with Bruisers at the early game, using the Dominators. And he kind of is facing a pretty strong board from Eagle. So if he manages to 5-streaking here, he'll be really in a really good spot to play Twitch.
Eagle also here, first with the emblem, the Black Rose emblems, and also with this Tactician Crown that enables him to get a lot ramp up, and it will work out for him. He makes the slam, makes good tempo, and I think it should be enough here to clear Weishan. So no one with a win streak starting right now, and it will be a more even lobby from now on, Dobz.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, after the carousel, Eagle was able to get the Tactician Crown, and it made his bot really strong with another unit. So he was able to take down the victory from Weishan and stopping him to ramp out his streak.
Okay, so Spencer here. I love this guard breaker slam. Normally in the beginning of the set or in the beginning of a previous set, this was an item that no one liked to slam. Maybe in a shield heavy comps, everyone playing scrap, you see it more happen. But now it's a great item for ramping up damage, for amplification of damage, and it's a great early game habit. You get so many crude raw stats that is good to see perform. And even as a priority, if you don't have anything to slam, you always go for this and get a little tempo, right?
Yes, the thing about this item is really flexible, because as you can see, he was carrying Zyra and could lead him into a AP line, but as he found a Twitch, he was able to slam Gin's Ridgeblade as well, and now he's playing AD. So as this item can do both AD and AP, so it's a really flexible choice that you can have at early game, and it can actually lead you into a spot like this, having a 4 cost early on, and now he's really good at this time because he has like Twitch with 3 items, so he's in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, great spot here for Spencer, and it will be difficult for the rest of the lobby lobs because we also saw 2 other players with the possibility of going Twitch, so maybe one of them will have to perform. Obviously, the Bruiser emblem here for Weishan. Weishan should probably still maintain in the Twitch line, so we will see at least 2 Twitch players in this lobby.
Yes, that's not so common to see at this point of the game. 2 players going to Twitch. It's more like a composition that you want to go by yourself. But I really want to see how things going to work out for Weishan, as he doesn't have any Twitches as well at this point.
Yeah, we are seeing there Setsuko committing to the reroll line with the duplicators, and now Liquid Ego, 3 Black Rose, very tempo-ish board, and probably going for this Silco line together with Dominators, with Black Rose. You already have the scaling or the crit amplifier here with the Juke Gauntlet. Obviously, trying to get those mana generation items that are even more important than amplificator of damage for the Silco. So far, good tempo for him, 90 HP. And trying to get, like Spencer got that Twitch, he's trying to get a Silco maybe.
Yes, I mean, when I see Eagle's board, it's a really good board that you can both play Silco or Sorcerer. So he's in a really good spot because that Black Rose emblem can lead you into pretty well in these two lines. And he will probably pick the line that the units come like for free. So as well as he has like an augment that gives him extra gold. So he's looking really good at right now.
Yeah, Setsuko here now, 7 lose streak, trying to do some value rolling here to see if he commits. He's rolling and he's not hitting much here, Dobz. So a very difficult position for him. He goes for the Tristana, not going for the Seri, so actually maybe a pivot here. He saw that the Seri might be contested or the game is not giving him Seri, so maybe the Tristana will be the option for him. For now, Watchers in the front line, he's going for also the Bander reroll. So I believe not the greatest place here because, as you said, he needs the cash out from the first augment, and for that he will need to get to be 3-star as soon as possible. He rolled to 30, he didn't hit much.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder which two costs is in his adventure. I mean, I'm pretty sure that Vander is one of them, but I'm not sure if Tristana is one of them actually. Maybe he bought the Tristana just to save some HP. Okay. But his second augment selection was pretty good because it gives him extra Nikos, extra duplicators. So he'll bleed like a lot, but he can actually come back if he manages to get into the compositional line.
Okay, Setsuko decides to go for the Seri, one additional Seri for his comp, also gets the sword. Now Ripple with the possibility he can grief the Mundo if he wants. He's going for the Soy, and Spencer finally gets the Mundo. So that will be perfect for his Twitch line. He already has the front line with this, and it will be amazing. The thing about Twitch, without the emblem Dobz, I don't love it. We were talking about this maybe yesterday together.
Yes.
It performs better with the Bruiser emblem like Weishan has it, maybe with the Experiment emblem and the possibility to go 7 Experiment when you get the Warwick. So this tempo play maybe will diminish a little for Spencer in the late game, but of course he wants to maintain tempo and maybe ensure a top 4 with this.
I mean, I'm pretty sure he committed into the Twitch because he kind of had the best items for it. And this actually, as you said, is a composition that relies a lot on emblems, especially Bruiser and Experiment. So, but as he got most of the units for free in the early game, he can actually do pretty well as well. So I wonder if he kind of misses the emblems late game. But for now, it's doing just fine.
Yeah, this is the Twitch versus the Gunplank with cosplay of Twitch. That Gunplank will transform recently or promptly into that Twitch. And I think it's good for Weishan here. Yes, it is. So Weishan maintaining the leadership here in HP. And the one with a good ramping up here is Ego. Ego hasn't lost since the first stages, so he's the only one in win streak right now.
Yeah, 7 win streak for him. This is a really important round, because the next round can give him extra gold, and he's already pretty rich. So his spot will be even better if he manages to win this round. He maybe is pushing to level 7 to add an extra unit. So this round is really important for his game.
Yeah, and there's something he studied here, because, for example, I never use this Kokmao as a holder when I don't have a good, for example, like velocity, like attack speed item. He, just with a Juke Gauntlet, so far, he's been waiting for him. But the one who's also very strong here is Weishan, contesting now the possibility of maintaining the win streak here for Ego Illusion. Good front line for both. So they're both going full front to back, trying to maintain this. Meanwhile, Ego taking a time here to stretch, getting some water in.
It's actually funny that Ego took the streak away from Weishan, and now Weishan gives him back
takes it away, yeah.
and takes away his streak. So he got his revenge.
Yeah, there it is. There's a thumbs up there for Weishan. Ripple, right now, you were saying it, Dobz, the Nocturne here, great items for him, enable him to attack from very long distance, and now with the amplification of damage with the Infinity Edge, And on the left, once again, Setsuko. He decided not to roll more. He knows he needs to hit in the next roll down. Stage 4, the damage amplifies for all the players. You cannot lose additional rounds. And he will start facing fast 8 players that will be very strong. So this is the time for Setsuko to hit. This is the time to get the 3 stars online as quick as possible.
Yes, as I said before, he's trying to get Zeri and Vander. And he probably is going to zero in here because he cannot miss much HP. Let's see if he can manage to get it.
There's a roll down. Not so many. He gets the Garen, so better improving a little his Watcher line. But once again, not enough tank items to get a good tank. The Seti is not close to it. He's only close to the Bander, and we know he alone will not make the difference here. So a dire spot here for Setsuko.
It's hard. It's a really hard spot in here. Next round, he will get another duplicator, so he can actually save him. It's probably because of that he stopped rolling. So, but he will be like with pretty low HP.
Okay, Metsa on the other hand, decently strong right now, middle of the pack here in HP, losing. He hasn't rolled down, so probably we'll see a lot of players here, at least half of them, going for this fast 8 on 4-2 and doing deep rolling here, Dobz. Trying to get those 4-cost 2-star as soon as possible. Final augment here. See something interesting.
These augments for Setsuko were pretty bad. This one can be okay, but not great.
Yeah. Maybe Shroud.
He didn't have like any great option.
He decides for Banshee.
Okay, it's kind of coming.
Yeah. There's a Seti. One away from Bander. He did. Okay, 2 duplicators.
He kind of got it, yes.
Yeah, he has the duplicators. Nice.
2 items in a master work. Not bad. I mean, not bad, but not. I don't think it's enough for him to come back because he's like 14 HP.
Yeah, he hit it a little bit, but at least he hit it. So at least some preservation of HP here. But as you say, it's 14 HP. Maybe you can win against half of the lobby, but you get on against someone who. I rolled something interesting. For example, here, Metsa already has a Rumble. Maybe not the best board, but already a Rumble, crap line on plays. So maybe difficult place here for Setsuko. Let's see if it's enough. He slams everything, and Metsa is saying no. So something went down bad there in the positioning. So good win here for Setsuko. Or at least it should be. I shouldn't. I should be careful, Dobz. I shouldn't say the prediction of the round before it happens. I don't want to curse anyone. So every time I do it, you just tell me, Jupe, don't do it, man.
Take care, take care.
Yeah.
I mean, for Setsuko, I expect him to win like a lot of rounds right now because the Zeri, he got like a Rage Blade Radiant. It's pretty strong. But later in the game, he will have to cap out a little bit more his board. So let's see if he will survive until that.
Okay, remember, we're in the Victor encounter, and because of that, we have a Victor here. So additional possibilities for 6 cost, and replay gains this CC amplificator, or this unit that is so amazing to disable for a while the rest of the units. He decides to carry the Ambessa so far, so the 3 items are on her. So this is an emissary flex board for him. Let's see if he performs. Also with a good Mordekaiser, so he can go deep into the Conqueror line also.
Yeah, I mean, if you replays can manage it to get like the for emissary online like Ambassador 2 or Garen 2, he manages to get a level 9 and with a Mord, he will be really strong because that Mord is scary with the Radiant.
Yeah, 100%. Great. Let's see if he managed to get that additional item as you comment, and also the Mortu that will be so important. So some legendaries here appearing. Malzahar and Jinx, not the highest priority for anyone, unless you take into account the cost. So Casper, who is the one who gets the Malzahar, and finally Spencer goes for the Jinx, additional gold for him, and also maybe that tier could go for some front-like items. We see that the Mundo still is lacking one. So good performance for him, and once again, Setsuko the only one in a very difficult spot, 14 HP for him. And finally, we're seeing here Spencer line. He decides to go for the blue boss. He already had the Caitlyn, so now here's the ramp up that he needed, Dobz. Getting this Caitlyn early in level 8 means that he has this additional secondary carry that is perfect for the Twitch.
I mean, if you look at at his board, he still have 5 rerolls from his augment, which means he didn't even roll it a lot to get this to get this composition online. He recognizes the spot that he had, like an early Twitch, an early Dr. Mundo, and he's really strong in here, and he actually can go to that level 9 and getting the Caitlyn too will lead him into a really good late game for sure.
On the other hand, going up against Ripple, still with the Nocturne 2. He's 2 Nocturnes away from Nocturne 3, won't be enough for him, so he gets a good chunk of HP here and goes into danger zone also here with Setsuko that is fighting it out. See if it's enough, he wins against Weishan. So now a little more balanced the lobby, and finally we have Anomaly. So let's see what each player gets. What do you like here, Dobz, generally? Normally something that makes sense, or do you look for something very specific? I don't like to roll deep right now, but I feel that this is what Ripple is actually doing. Comeback story.
I mean, he got damage amplification on Nocturne is pretty good. Usually when I'm playing this composition, I like to aim for the carry that's more stacked. So if he has long Nocturne with the RFC, you have to get something for him because he's the main carry. But he had like TF carry or maybe a Kali, he could get another like Anomaly. But I guess he got a really good one.
Yeah, perfect for him. We see a couple of them going for comeback story. Remember, you need to be low on HP to get those additional stats for them. And 2 people also with Infectious Anomaly. This is an anomaly that was nerfed, but it's still very good. You get additional stat also for your team, but once a round, someone else gets it. So you need to stack it out for a few rounds to get the maximum value.
Yeah, so this is an anomaly that stacks it out. So you don't actually want to take that if you're low in HP because you have to last. So the anomaly gets more value. So as he is speaking, he's strong right now, he could take it. And if he's if he stays alive, he'll be really strong at the very late game.
Okay, Setsuko win here, Dobz, so he maintains alive, and we saw Ripple laughing because he was completely obliterated but by the board of replay. He hasn't hit, we're seeing it right now, he's still lacking 2 Nocturnes, low in gold. So actually, his only possibility is maybe to survive 1 round and Setsuko to 8th, but this is a Ripple, maybe a 7th is the best he can get.
Yeah, I mean, Ripple is in a bad spot, not because of his decisions, probably because the Nocturne just didn't want to show up. I mean, he's not contested, and Setsuko was actually taking out of the pool a lot of 2 costs, but he didn't manage to hit, so it's kind of fortunate, it kind of happens. Okay, he got it. Let's see if it's enough.
Okay, he gets the Akali too. Maybe some brink of light here to have a good possibility. Once again, only 1 HP for him, only 1 life. And let's see what he goes for. Maybe trying to go for an additional tank item, so he goes for Adaptive in the Loris.
Yes.
And now he wants to concentrate damage. He wants to be sure to have everything on one side. Let's see if it's enough. Only 4 HP for him.
I mean, his items is amazing. The Akali had pretty good items. The Nocturne is almost the best in his slot. But he's at level 6, so it's pretty tough in here, even if he has a perfect Nocturne. So let's see if he can manage to win this round.
On the other hand, Ego going for the full crit Silco. Normally not the one we see, but obviously one possibility of using him. He needs the stacks, so actually he's going for a long fight. 1-on-1, it isn't enough. Replay lives to count another day, and now Ego is the one with a little trouble. So Caspar Wu now also in a dire position. Him, Setsuko, and Ripple 1 life away. Now we're seeing Caspar Wu board. The infection anomaly is already in a lot of units. So every time passes, he will be stronger. And he gets the LeBlanc 2. LeBlanc 2 here for Caspar Wu. And this is exactly what he wants. And he has the Horizon focus on Victor. This is like...
I mean, he got the LeBlanc 2 at level 8. And he's actually with an infectious anomaly, I guess. It's not that great for the AP line, but still okay if you manages to survive. Okay, so let's see if it's enough.
Okay, we have the split screen. Remember, Ripple, Caspar will both, together with Setsuko. If any of them loses, there will be an 8th place for either of them. There goes the Victor CC on the right. Let's see if it's enough. Seri doing good damage. The Gins of Seri are already ramping up, so it goes away. Caspar Gu falls down. And on the left, Ripple wins. So Kaspar Wu should be 8th place here, and Ripple lives to tell the story another day. There it is. So now,
yeah, I mean, Setsuko looking pretty good as he didn't lose after he got this cash out. So as we said in the early game, a really risky augment, but when you get the reward is actually really strong. So if an imagine is to last, he'll start to add even more power to his board. So he's looking good right now. I mean, 6 wins in a row.
Let's see if this is enough. He decides to make a change here, going for the Shojin onto the Mel. So he knows he might lose here, but if the Mel is managed to cast maybe 2-3 more times, he will get the additional save, the life saving of Mel. So he's going for that. He knows he's only ramping up spots here. He knows he doesn't have like a perfect win-out position. So let's see if this play works out for him, Dobz.
I mean, the really good spot at the early game, but he actually... Oh, he was saved by Mao. Nice, pretty good for him.
Yeah, that's nice. He got it. I think he got it just in this round, so perfect that he actually managed to get that additional life. And there it is, Metzao, 7th place. Because of that play, Ego Illusions ensures he gets the 6 at least.
I mean, Ego got denied by the Black Rose emblem. He could get like 2-7 Black Rose. It would be a huge difference for him. And he actually was pretty strong with the Silco, but actually the best itemization for him is like when you have like 2 Shojins, a lot of items to cast. So he is in a 7 lose streak right now. Really scary.
There it is. And now that Mel did her job, now he's going to change items again. So he will go for items on the Silco too. Great play here for Ego, adapting to what the game is giving him, and obviously playing to the maximum to maximize anything that is possible to get additional points. Remember, this is only day 1. 24 of these 32 qualify to day 2, and then only 8 qualify to the final day on Sunday. And now once again, split screen. On the left, Ripple, on the right, Ego Illusions.
Yeah, Setsuko is playing against Kasparu, so this is on a round that's really key to the placements.
Okay, there's the CC, crowd control here. Silco is ramping up. Maybe it's not enough. Gunplank is already accessing the backline on the right, and on the left, also Ripple falls down. Ego's clapping. I think he lost, but he managed to get an additional spot, so Ripple should be the one in 6th place, and Ego should be the one. No, Ego is just clapping because of the performance, but the confirmation is Ripple gains 4 points at top 5, and Ego Illusions with the top 6, he gains 3 points.
I mean, impressed with Ripple. He was looking really bad without the knock turn 3, but when he got that, he actually saved a lot of placements in here. And we saw Ego was looking like chill for for a person that just lost, but he probably knows that he did everything he could. So let's see how Ripple and Ego keeps going after this game.
We're talking about that it was difficult to use this Bruiser emblem to cook something, but he puts on the chef hat here, Weishan, and he managed to play 6 Bruiser, 4 Foam Swapper, no reroll. And for now, it's working out for him. He's 32 HP, already ensuring the 4th place. I don't think this comp will manage to win out against this high cap board, but he's actually performing very well. Great to see this level of play from Weishan, Dobz.
Yeah, I mean, this is how it's so good to see a lobby like this. We replay not doing the what we could expect like an Ambessa with that Infinity Edge Radiant. He got the Mordekaiser trusted on it and went 9. Also with the Ripple going into the, I mean, Spencer going. Oh, I forgot the Weishan with the Bruisers. Did not found the Twitch, but actually went really well with the Form Swapper. So the highest level of TFT is being played here.
100%. Spencer now trying to find a Warwick. Maybe replacing the Zaira could be a possibility here. B2, additional there for him. There's a Warwick here for Weishan. Let's see if it's enough. He's rolling deep, trying to get an additional thing here. He gets the Jace, still lacks 1. And finally propping up items here. He decides to pop off, and now the Warwick will be the one with the items. Theta could be interesting to make him alive a little more, but I'm sure we'll see 3 items Warwick and mainly defensive. Dobz trying to get him
I
alive.
find it if Edge of
yeah.
Night is one of the best items for him for sure.
Okay.
Let's see if he's going to play it.
Okay, the
You know,
Sterak's.
he preferred Sterak's
I
as
think
he's a
Sterak's because of
bruiser.
The bruiser, right? Yeah.
Yes, I agree with you.
Cool. So going up against Spencer. Spencer is nodding. He knows he's not in a good spot. But he's damaging the Gangplank a lot. Gangplank very low in HP. So maybe a ramping and sniping here. He does. Falls down. The Gangplank falls down. The Twitch getting a good chunk out of HP from him. Weishan falls down. Spencer lives and Setsuko wins. So now the lobby is very balanced here, Dobz. Could be for anyone. For now, Setsuko is strong.
But as we can see, Setsuko didn't lose a single round as he got his cash out. He has a victor. Now he has like 4 snipers that's really strong with this Caitlyn. And I mean, I don't expect him to lose. I don't want to jinx, but he's looking great.
He is. And we were actually saying that his boss was not good. As you said, once he hit, he didn't lose. Matchmaking was good for him. And obviously, his comp is performing highly well. Going up in the right against Weishan. And on the left is Spencer. So let's see if it's enough. They're going up against. There goes the full bombard from the ship from Kaylin. CC going up here for Victor. And let's see if it's enough for any of them. Dobz. Oh, the Warwick doing
Warwick with the Radiant.
Oh my god, the good boy.
I mean, this Warwick just changed the game for replay. As he was playing the Mord 1, Warwick is so much better as he's a 6 cost. So he probably turned the game in his favor. At least he saved like 2 more placements in here.
Yeah, he did for sure. On the left now, replay, trying to go for an additional optimization. He's trying to see if he can sell something to buy the Mordecai. He has to. I don't know how. Okay, there it is.
Okay.
He
didn't need the Swain.
Cool.
Yes.
Okay, now once again, very strong. This Mordecai would make total difference. He decides to remain 3 items, Warwick, and only 2 items Mordecai. So let's see if it works for him.
Yeah, I mean, the Warwick's getting attacked like just in the early fight, so it's scary.
Okay, there's the Mordecai falls down. So Warwick, the only amount of damage here. Setsuko, very strong. He's now talking about the fight. Setsuko is ramping up.
Yeah.
Great win for him. Shouldn't be enough. It is. It's perfectly enough. Setsuko takes the win, Dobz. Amazing level of performance and amazing level also for replay and Weishan with the top 3 here in this game. Amazing gameplay, and we see the laugh, we see the joy here of Setsuko.
Setsuko did just what he does best. Sack the whole game, play risky, and goes for the first. He's really good at it, and he managed to do it perfectly. I mean, he was like 1 life away to lose, and he didn't lose a single round before after that. And also about replay. What a flex play from him, got Pandora items, and played so many different carries into the top 2. He almost won the game with even because Setsuko was really strong. So really well played by these 2 guys.
100%. This was game 1. We'll go to a short break, and after our analyst desk will analyze this amazing game. A lot of surprises, and I would like to see it in more detail. So don't go away. Game 2 incoming. Wow. Wow.
Hello everybody and welcome back. What an exciting game number 1 that we had, featuring the accidental lobby of death. Accidental or either on purpose. Half of that was on purpose and half of that was accidental. Either way, we ended up with a couple of player casualties in this one. Unfortunately for Casper there, I think, as we take a look at how the rest of this lobby shook out.
I mean, we said 6 of the tournament favorites in this lobby. You look at 1 through 6, that's the 6 names we were talking about. Metzau and Casper need to try and find a way to pull some upsets in this lobby so they can score some points, because it's going to be a tough road.
You're talking about the top 6, but like even the top 4 there, right? Setsuko, Replay, Wage and Iverson, and Spencer. I think largely considered the 4 favorites going into this tournament by many people are the 4 that are standing on top. And even Casper in 8th place went 8th with a Victor plus LeBlanc 2 with 3 items, right? The overall strength of this lobby was insane, largely off the back, I think, of the prismatic first augment.
Yeah, starting things out with that, it can certainly up the power level and the tempo of all of these games. But when you take a look at Setsuko's story in this lobby specifically, Cass, we were watching this game, we were like, what in the world? How is Setsuko gonna make it past the end of stage 3? This is not looking very good. Took Exalted Adventure and had a rough go of things actually trying to 3-star any of those units.
It looked bad, right? It was on the Exalted Adventure. He really needed to hit, and we knew that the stabilization was going to start to come through, but it still looked rocky, especially because of the fact that he didn't have a gun blade. So it was like, oh, he'll probably win a couple fights, but he's going to lose one eventually to some random AoE. But he had that open sword, so after he's able to use all those duplicators, get the Zeri, get the Vander online, the next carousel is all he had to live to find a rod from first pick, and then from there, he's able to actually stabilize the entire game from the power he gets from the Exalted Adventure.
Pretty interesting moment on stage 3 when we did see him holding the 2-star Tristana, right? He's just saying, hey, listen, I got to stabilize on something. He sacks a little bit of gold in order for a little bit to get a little bit more health. And while that 2 or 3 HP may not have been the exact difference, I feel like decisions like that are oftentimes the reasons why we do see these players able to survive and play on such narrow margins.
But even just taking a look at like 2nd and 3rd, I think I want to call out really quickly, just looking at Replay and Wajan Iverson's journeys through these games. Like, poor Wajan Iverson took the Bruiser emblem early on, wanted to go towards Twitch. Spencer beat him to it, and so you have to see Wajan Iverson play this incredibly flexible game where he ends up with like forum swappers and gangplank and some experiment units. And Replay, very similarly, just played very flexibly, and I think both of those variations were so rewarded being able to get 2nd and 3rd place.
Yeah, both of them playing super high tempo, right? We end up with Wajan in 3rd place in this lobby with so many powerful units, with a Gangplank 2 as the carry, which I think is quite ridiculous, right? That's pretty insane. Yeah.
I feel like it's such a great reflection on these 2 players in particular and what makes them so good. Those 2 players, I often think that the thing that makes them so strong is being able to recognize the overall power of the lobby and how strong you need to be in order to contend. Wajan is not playing a fixed board. He's not following a guide off on his 2nd monitor. He's just playing what he hits, and he understands the power level of any given comp that he's hitting on level 8. Really heads up play by Wajan Iverson, and again, like you called out, Cass, the high tempo play from Replay, being able to play around the brink of dawn. He knows he's playing around a various set of melee bruisers, and yeah, I mean, I love to see it.
I was looking at replay, and I think we all call that like, oh, he's playing Watchers. You know, at some
No,
point,
we didn't say that.
No,
You
okay, I'm
said
sorry.
that.
I'm trying to share the blame on this one, but I remember looking at his spot and I was like, he's playing Watchers, and then I guess whatever he ends up hitting, and one of those units ended up being Mordekaiser. So like, congratulations, you won the lottery at that point. Why not put the Brink of Dawn on the Mordekaiser? But as we take a look at our standings, we only had one game. Of course, we still have 5 more for our players to get through today to actually figure out our top 24, but that's where you want to be. And so that top 24 cutoff right now is going to start with Vicious, but as we head towards the rest of our standings, Rainplosion with a win, as well as Pizza and Cash, and the 3 other lobbies we did not get to follow for that first game.
I think a pretty surprising set. Yeah, a surprising set of victors for Pizza and Cash there. I think 2 players who we've seen them do well when they high roll, and I think the big concern for a lot of people is, well, these players can do well when they high roll. How will they do when they low roll? And I think starting off the day with a first place gives you that momentum and that confidence. The question is, can you maintain that even when the rolls don't go your way? These are 2 players in particular I personally am going to have my eyes on to see how they can deal with the pressure of day 1 and what they do when things are not going according to plan.
Well, I love that you call that out, because Pizza was one of the players that usually at this point in the lifespan of TFT, we kind of know a decent amount about anybody who makes it to this stage. We've got some good info. Pizza's pretty much as new of a newcomer as we can get. We really didn't have many notes for Pizza. So to see them come out and have a breakout first place to just start the tournament, I think that's fun to kind of watch and see if Pizza can continue that throughout the days.
Certainly a nice confidence booster, but we get a chance to follow our next lobby where Cash just took the win. So let's send it back over to Jupeson and Dobz to see where Game 2 takes us.
I was muted. I was Zephyr. I got like a Radiant Zephyr there, Dobz. So, big pressure here, friend. We have people that have gone bottom 8, and you as a pro player, can you tell us the mental that can happen? Because you start bad, and maybe you need to ramp it up. So maybe some changes need to be made. At least, I don't know, some stretching, something, right?
I mean, the best thing that you can do getting a bottom 2 at the first game is like get up a little bit, try to keep your mind focused, because if you get tilted, you're gonna be making so bad decisions throughout the day. And there are like 5 more games to play. There are plenty of games they can like actually come back. So there is nothing to worry right now. They can still perform really well. It's a long tournament, so I hope they can be better at the next games.
Perfect. Yeah, this is lobby 2. So once again, we have set champion Dishop here. Milala also a set champion. So 2 set champions in previous sets here. Soyu from Vitality going once again. Papacasa from Brazil. He got a bad performance in the latest game. And a great first place in this lobby for Cash. So Cash here coming up from Brazil, making a statement here, Dobz.
Yes, Cash is a player that is really confident on his game plan right now. Talked a little bit about with him, asking him what he can expect about the Golden Spatula. He knows that he's not the best players throughout the Americas, but he actually thinks he can perform well. And I'm really happy that he got that first game. Let's see if he can manage it to still going on the rest of the day.
100%. Now for Southman, we saw Dishop holding up to 2 Ken Barons units. The game is not giving in Ken Barons. 30 Knights a possibility. We know Renata is not in the meta right now, so maybe a good risk. He's talking about it, he's thinking of it. Maybe difficult. He could go for artifacts, maybe more tempo-ish if he managed to get a good early game here.
I mean, Portable Forge and Serenite are both great because it can open you a lot of reroll lines. Nocturne, maybe Family. This Serenite as well can do pretty good if you have like a Tristana or maybe even a Morgana reroll is something. So okay. I wonder what he's going to play in here. He's probably playing Morgana.
Okay, I've seen like the Morgana reroll without the Renata, and then you go fast 8 into Heimerdingen and things like that, right?
I'm really excited to see because this is a Morgana in the hands of the world champion. So let's see how this works.
We also saw in the right here, Cash going for the Fireflight augment. We saw some utility items here also. And France going for Raining Gold. So we have some good possibilities here. Bishop already with the Singe 2. And now Cash getting the Seri early, already with a Ginsu. Obviously telling the lobby, has a Scar also. So telling the lobby exactly what he wants to go with. And perfect, this is what you want to see, right? Perfect start and telling the lobby what you want to play so you don't get contested.
Yeah, he's probably really confident on that augment because he took an augment that gives you both a Zeri and a Scar, and he committed that without a single Zeri. So he has one of each. So he's probably really confident on that choice. So let's see how that works.
Okay, now France, the LATAM representatives he had here by some of the changes that we got now for the American competitive scene. In case of LATAM, people don't qualify directly to Golden Spatula via ladder. They can qualify to Tactician Trials, they can qualify to Tactician Cups, and in the sub-regional that we call Latin American Open, they can qualify if they get good spots for the Golden Spatula America. So France is one of them, and for sure in Brazil we have something similar with the Road to Pro, right?
Yes, the Road to Pro is the sub-regional that led Eagle and Lucas into the Golden Spatula. It's pretty much like Trials and Cup, but with the Brazilian players. So it's the same format, so it's easy to understand. And as we see Milala in here with a huge opener into the Academy line, the Ezreal with the Runes is great. Also with the Gold Collector, I mean, it's really good.
Yeah, very, very strong. Good raw stats and also additional crit there with the Collector and the Infinity. So very good for him. Also, he did a good rework here. He looks fresh. New haircut here for Milala. And working out for him. Looking good, looking focused. So I expect good results for him here in day one. Once again, here Soju with some mana generation and here on the looks, not enough. So for now, only Kepsu, Milala are the ones with the possibility of win streak here, Dobz.
Yeah, there are 2 players winning streaking, 2 players lose streaking. So this is really important for the rest of the early game. Let's see who can pop off the whole full streak or whole win streak. It gives you a lot of extra gold.
No one going for the Black Rose line. So no priority there for Cassiopeia. Milala got it only for the 3 cost. Defensive item here. So everything is still pending. Everyone looking for positions. France be with 2 Nocturnes within in the bottom. And now Soju. There's a thumbs up, trying to get some additional challenge here. Trying to go for something interesting. There's a Lux. And now this is a Smidge 2 Tempo. He already used the augment, Dobz. He got the duplicator.
Yes.
He decided not to wait for it. So this would be Tempo Smidge.
Exactly. This is it is a kind of common play that pro players do. It's like when you have like a strong 3 cost and you have some items for it, you can actually take the bag, use the duplicators to early game, and then you have like a huge 3 cost that is really strong on stage 2, and it also gives you extra gold. So it's really valuable because you have like, it works like economy augments, but you save a lot of HP. So it's kind of common when you have like a Smidge like this with good items. So let's see if you stay on Smidge or if it's going to aim something else.
Okay, so Keviso, the strongest here, and Milala loses the possibility of win streak in the previous round. So the only one there with a possibility of win streak is Keviso, and the one with lose streak is France. So either of them want to maintain the win streak or the streak they have and try to maintain. Hydrating, so recommendation here for the chat, remember to drink your water. There we see Keviso drinking, staying focused. And these are good good performances, or how do you say, good habits that we have to have if we want to be competitive players.
Yeah, it's important to get some sleep. It's really important as well. Maybe underrated, but it actually made a huge difference. And yeah, actually he got a extra Smidge in here. So having 4 Smidges at the stage 2, he might want to stay on that line, as ambushers are pretty strong in the game right now. So he's looking good, I guess. The items is perfect for Switch. He has an open glove that can be the item for Echo. So he probably will stay on Ambassadors. Let's see.
Yeah. Bishop, on the other hand, he's going for the Morgana, as you called it out previously. He already has a blue buff, he has a Morello. So it will be an utility Morgana with good expansive damage, AoE damage, if you may. And now Milala, very strong here with the Ezreal 2-star, already here on round 2-7. Very, very strong, good items, very great for tempo, and then he can decide to stay either in the Rebel line or go for the Academy, or maybe a mix of both.
Yes, Academy, it relies so much when you have like good Academy items. And as a Karki, is pretty good as well. He can actually fit really well on the board as well. And when you have like an open like this, you can both choose playing Rebels or Academy. And playing these two compositions from ahead is really good. So the early game for Milala is great.
Okay, France on the other hand, we're looking to an Akali here. Not much. He has a lot of gold thanks to the Raining Gold, but now he needs to commit. He needs to actually go for one line. He's going for the Nocturne plus Akali reroll, I believe. So it will be the Sentinel, and TF.
Yeah, he probably playing Quick Strikers reroll. Really strong in the meta right now, and this is one of the compositions that you can actually play from Open 14 or with a bad early game. So as he has like so much gold, he'll probably spend a lot on that on 3-5, or maybe in the next round. Let's see.
Okay, Vapacasa on the other hand, going for the Sorks, already with an Ami 2 also. So very tempo-ish lobby here. Many people hitting 2-star 3 costs, some with the duplicators and some naturally. So
yeah, I mean, Milala got naturally as well, and Dinami naturally as well. So really strong tempo in this lobby, as you said.
Okay, so the tempo will slower a little here, Dobz, with a silver augment. Let's see something interesting here. We'll be staying now with Kebisu, the one with the win streak. More tempo here with
more gold if possible.
Okay. See if something is enough. Still thinking about it. Cash goes for tempo with the Teeth Glove. Okay, and Keps. This has to stay here.
5 Smitchies.
Okay.
I mean, I wonder why he took the Titan with more HP. So he probably suck a lot. I mean, if he had Cam Baron, it would be an explanation. But besides that, I cannot think something else. He might got like bad augments and took this one.
Yeah, maybe he's thinking, okay, I'm strong. Maybe I will lose, but I don't want to keep rolling here. I want to maintain as much goal as possible, go fast 7, and then roll deep. So I don't want to... I think it's like a defensive play, right? Ensuring that even if the game treats you bad when you roll, you will have so many HP that you will still top 4.
Exactly. I mean, this is actually a good play if you're ahead. So as he got like thinking about the whole tournament, he went second in the first game. So not need to be risky right now. He can like actually play a little safe. He has like 5 Smitchies right now. So he probably wants to be like playing safe and see what he gets in this game.
Okay, that's nice. Getting the Urgot, he's not the priority here. So maybe he will not get him. He could sell the Irelia here. Very close to the Leona 3. Very important also in the comp. Especially with the vertical of Sentinels. Leon is doing a lot of work there in the front line. Good items also for here for Tristana. Remember, Tristana is still ramping up. She's gaining additional AD damage every time she kills a unit. So good spot here for Weir. Even though he has low in HP, when he hits, it should be a great comp. We haven't seen it that much, but Sentinel Tristana, for sure, a great comp to consider. On the other hand, Milala, still with the SR2.
I mean, the weird spot about Weird is that he has like no gold left. He's not making economy this round, so he might get like in trouble because of that. But if he manages to naturally his units, he can actually come back. But
yeah, you're right.
He'll be strong. Okay, he made 10, so it's not bad.
Okay. Yeah, with Starry Knights, he should have already maybe hit something more. And as you said, very low goal for him. So we have the rest of the comps here on the bottom. There's some Besa, interesting here for one of the players. Quickly, Echo for Dish Soap. So Dish Soap getting that echo, very important to also punish the rest of the lobby, trying not someone with ambusher not getting it. And let's see if it's enough for him. Disho still going for the reroll. He hasn't hit it, the low cost 3-star yet, but he should be close to it.
I wonder how is his bench, because he got like placebo that gives him like extra gold. With Starry Night, it's a lot of gold to roll down. So
yeah, hey, I saw Cash with short hair, Dobz, in the photo, and now the hair is very long. So he decided to use a very previous
probably
photo.
a long time. Yeah, I mean the old Hoopy. Your old
like
haircut.
At least 2 years to get the hair this long.
Yes, so his photo is actually really old.
Okay.
For sure. Oh, he actually got a lot of Zeris as well. 5 Zeris for his early game that he had like none.
Okay.
He had like 1 at least. So, pretty good spot in here for him.
Yeah, we see the contrast, right? We are getting Starry Nights, so he should be closer than Cash, but actually in brute strength he's not, and he's not very much closer. If you don't want to count the Leona maybe. So Cash in a better position, he's stronger, he has good economy, so it will be difficult for Weir to get out of this place.
I mean, this is TFT, right? Sometimes you have like a reroll augment, and a person that does not can actually find everything before you. So it happens. But speaking about Cash, he was in a really good spot, like 3 streak, perfect items for his area, good augments. So he's looking good. And Jupeson managed to get online the Morgana as well as the Rao. So he probably will start winning right now.
Yeah, looking good. Also, we had a glimpse of Soju already with the Silco with great mana generation items. So it will be a good ramp up. I know he loves that line. He loves to play Dominators, try to go for Black Rose if the game gives him. But he can play 3, he can play 4, 5, whatever the game gives him. So very flexible player. And I love seeing Soju in peak strength here. Smitch going to the backline, decides to go once again for the Renata. So it shouldn't be enough. Disho in great position here. He was losing so far 65 HP. The Renata, as you said, so strong. And if he wins time, the Morello and the Morgana should be enough to win again everyone. This is a good breathe here for Weir. He wins and gets into neutrals here, Dobz.
Yeah, I mean, for Tristana, Tristana is like a composition that you rely a lot on your mid game, because if you're not able to get the stacks by Tristana killing the units, you can actually be pretty far behind. But I wonder how the game is working for him. Like, he won 3 rounds at the stage 3, lost 2 for another players that were pretty strong. And if he manages to get the Tristana right now online, he can actually come back.
He got the Leona for free, so now very far for Tristana. He needs a Starry Night Tristana. He needs 3 Tristana in the shop. Getting that high roll, well, now I don't know if it's a right high roll in this moment of the game, but he's actually looking for it. He decides to trade items, go for the Renata, the Leona 3 with the defensive, and he decides to sit here at least one more time, but he will have to roll 100% on 4-2. He cannot be outside tempo for long.
Choice of items. He got the Shred, and also Redemption is pretty good on this composition. His Leona is pretty good with the 3 items already. So he gives the Tristana so many time to keep doing the damage.
Okay.
So it looks good on his augment side, but he needs to get the Tristana online really soon.
Yeah, on the other hand, Soju decides to roll deep on 4-1. He's 0 gold, level 8. He didn't manage to hit. He gets a Mordekaiser, doesn't have items for him, so it's difficult. He gets a LeBlanc, and he has as tank the Blitzcrank, which is amazing. If you don't have still the Garen, if you don't have at least 2, you have something interesting, the Blitzcrank can do a lot of work. So that will be his holder for now until he gets something better.
I want to highlight the game from Soju is that he is carrying 2 augments that is like an economy augment. His first augment was worth the wait. He probably didn't get a good unit, so he sold that into Silco. So it can work as a economy augment, but he can actually fall off later.
Oh my god, this is so difficult to see from Weir. He rolls to 0, doesn't hit, one away from most of his units. And now with the visual of Bapacasa, the Brazilian representative here, still with the Nami, going for the Nami 3. So we will see a Sorcerer reroll maybe here, Dobz. Super Nami. And if the game gives in Swain, could be also a chance to get the double 3-star.
I mean, when you play Sorcerer, Nami 3 is pretty strong, but you never want to hold on 7 because you need like Garen and maybe a Zoe, LeBlanc, Elise. A lot of units that are like units that you need to go away to find easily.
Okay.
And he probably is kind of missing a lot of units. He still have some good HP, so let's see. Because he didn't find like any good for a cause besides Zoe. The Gary is really important for this composition, and Besa as well, as you can get like 4 Emissary. That is a standard way to play Sorcerer.
Yes.
So let's see.
Okay, now
here comes the
finally he
Tristana.
hits. Finally here for Weir. Still not getting the Singe. Could be a replacement here. Not necessarily. Normally here you want to already be thinking about going to level 8. He's very low. He's far away from it. He had to roll here, Dobz. So he's in HP preservation mode. He simply needs to win as much as possible. He knows he won't be able to cap the board fully with 6 Sentinel, for example.
When you have Tristana with 6 Sentinel, 6 Sentinels kind of buys her a lot of time.
Yeah.
And he's quite strong right now, but as the other guys are going to go to level 8 and 9, he can like fall a lot later. So let's see if he manages to win and outplays the lobby.
Okay, going up again Bapacasa with the Nami, with the full Swain on the front. Should be enough. The Leon is holding up well. And there's the damage, so remember, the Tristana is still ramping up. Good win here for Weir. Bapacasa loses. So both of them now in difficult position. Disho with a 5-win streak, already with a reroll. And this is a comp that I think we will start to see more Dobz. In scrims and in player side check, they were not performing great using this variation of the visionary roll early and then go full tempo. But it's working out here for Disho, so good to see.
Yeah, as I said, I wanted to see that composition in the hands of the world champion. This is a composition that's getting popular in the China, so we can actually start to people look more for this composition after this game, because if this soap is playing, it's probably great. So people is going to figure it out. So let's see. It's nice to have a meta that can actually change during the Golden Spatula. So. Yeah. It's really good just to watch this.
100%. It's just as you mentioned, we've seen it in the CN server, we've seen it now here. So this tournament meta will shift a little, also will be played on the ladder in the next week. And now, once again, Cash make it a switch here for defensive items. And now going up against Franz. Franz finally hits. He gets the Akali 3 online. He's 1 away from Nocturne, and he's very far away from either Loris or Nocturne 3.
Yes, his Akali is with the best in slots, pretty strong. But when you are playing quick strikers, you kind of want 2 carries. So for now, the Akali is enough. But later on, you have to get the Twisted Fate online or maybe the Nocturne. So let's see.
Okay, good win here for France. Remember, Cash got a first place, and now he could go 8th. Finally, Anomaly here. So going for something interesting here for the Akali will be ideal. She's the only one 3-star, good items for her. France 44. So let's see what he decides to go with. Mage Armor for Bapacasa. For the Swain, decides to go for defensive. Stone Skin also for Cash. Giant Size for Milala. So more defense, more HP for the Ilaoi. Oh, Mordekaiser 2 for Soyu.
Okay, he'll be really strong right now after the Mordekaiser. Legacy of Shurima is pretty strong for the quick strikers. Barely miss. He almost missed it. Like he went straight to 0 to get his choice.
Okay, goes for Shurima, and there it is. Here's the more 2. No items. Well, there's double. A little here for the Baron's Teeth. So let's see if it's possible for him to get additional damage here. I think this is a great Mordekaiser. So even if you have only one of the Madam Tooth, you will be great. And now going up against Cash. So this is a good place off here because Cash is actually very strong. And this will be a good sense to see how the Soju comp is performing.
I mean, Mordekaiser is a unit that relies a lot on having Quicksilver, because if you shut him down, he will like lose his whole ultimate. He needs to keep going, and if he manages to get it, he will be really strong later. But if not, he can actually lose even if he has more true.
Yeah, 100%. If this is enough for him right now, Cash. Win again, gets the Singe a little late.
Yeah, Singe is pretty good because it gives extra attack speed for Tristana.
Yeah.
So it's a good unit for this composition.
Okay, Dish is the only one with a win streak. We're seeing him right now. Very, very strong. Also going for the Renata 3. So she's giving additional damage. Not the main carry, but the game gave it to him, and he got a Malzahar on 7. So
yeah, I mean, that's how you play as a world champion, right?
It's the way, exactly. Yeah, that's the world champion buff.
Malzahar on 7, and also he probably got the Renata for free. I mean, I don't think he was like rolling for it, but probably kept going. So
yeah, because he didn't hit the Vex. The Vex still won out, so maybe he was looking for.
This is the power. This is the power of the Starry Night, you know. Sometimes you want to aim like for Morgana and Rawat, and sometimes you're actually getting another units for free. So it's a really good augment.
Now on screen, Milala, very strong. For Academy, for Sentinel, very base comp, strong, balance. Going for the Ezreal 3, so finally he got the duplicators on the final augment, and this Ezreal 3 would give him so much strength in this mid-side of the game, maybe lower down in the rest, but now with the Corki 2 and everything else, it's just a matter of fact of going to level 9, getting that Jace, and he could contest for the first place in this lobby.
Yes, this big grab, the augment that gives you extra duplicators is one of the augments that you're gonna see a lot on the tournament, because it gives you so much tempo, and he was able to get the X03 really early, and it probably will lead him into a level 9 and a pretty solid mid game. So really well played by Milala until here.
Yeah, let's see how he performs. So on the left is Weir, 1 HP, so very important. This is the two players with the less HP now in the lobby, so both of them in difficult position here. Positioning very important. He decides to make a hold on the right and make sure that the Tristana is in good defense, but obviously alone and together. So let's see if it's enough. Going up against the Super Smitch. Smills is still 2-star. Hasn't ramped up. Remember, this was the Tempo Smitch that we saw. And also is ramping up Ken Baron. So there will be an additional cash out here in the left.
He probably going to stop at 200. That can be pretty good for Smitch already. And he had like so much HP at the early game, so he can actually suck a little bit here. Cash is still alive.
Okay, so good for Cash. 1 HP now, almost literally 2 HP for him. And nothing more here he can enable. Trying to look for the Twitch too. Normally that Twitch transforms into a Caitlyn, something like that. But now that you have the Gwinsus, it's better the Twitch. It's even better. On the left, Soju now also in danger zone. Finally, he gets the Silco 2. Frontline, he decides to maintain. This is something that we're talking about, Dobz. He has the Mundo 2, but he prefers to maintain the Blitzcrank 2 as the holder of the defensive item. We were talking about this together before.
We talked about this week. Dr. Mundo is a weird unit right now. Even sometimes the Blitzcrank, even if it's three costs, he actually does more. So that's why he kept his items on Blitz. And this is a fight that Mord is free, so he can actually secure it.
Okay, looks like good on the left for Soju and good on the right for Cash. So both of them with a good win here. Soju against France. France now in danger zone. France already have the Akali 3, already have the Nocturne 3, but is far away from the Twisted Fate.
There's something there. Caitlyn with Sniper. I mean, this is it's probably huge for Cash. I mean, I wonder if he can fit 6 sniper. That would have like a huge power spike for him for sure.
He has now 4, 5. He's using 6, I think. 6 Watcher. He can go down to 4, but then he has so many Gwinsus that
Yeah, he doesn't
right?
have like much front line, so
Yeah.
he probably will sit
He
on.
can drop the
on
Echo,
4.
maybe. Let's see what he decides. He knows better.
I mean, this lobby is so close. Look at the bottom. Everybody can go 8. I mean,
yeah, this will be a very important. So obviously, split screen now for this game 2 of day 1. Remember, this is the game 1 of day 1 of Golden Spatula Americas. We have 3 days. So now 32 players are going to battle it out to get the 24 for tomorrow and the final 8 for day 3 on Sunday.
this is a really important fight for Cash. I mean, he can actually make it, but I'm not sure.
Okay, let's see if it's enough. Set is ramping, so Cash only wants to ramp up. He's going up against
Wow.
France.
It's
France
over. Khalid
can't
made the
pass on
job.
him, man. Okay, so Cash will fall down. And on the right, Bapacasa fighting it out. Mitch versus Swain. No damage for Swain. The Tiger takes out Cash on the left. And now is the fight between the Ken Baron and the Demacia leader, the Swain, and falls down. So Bapacasa goes to casa? No, he still has a lot of life, or 12 for him.
Yes.
Just
I
to
mean,
keep the
spot
translation.
for Cash was like.
No, just for the translation, though. Papacasa means go to your home, right?
Yes.
Go home.
It's actually a joke. It's actually a
Okay.
joke because he's a backseater, and he likes to backseat like badly, and his friends like keep telling him Papacasa because he to him to stop saying like bad opinions about the game. So it's a joke with his friends. So nice to see the thing about his nickname.
Okay, that's nice. So Cash goes 8th. So a first in the first game. Soju regretfully goes with a 7 with that Mordekaiser 2. He managed to change item and give good for them, and Weir also is eliminated. So Bapacasa now in position of danger, going up against Milala. Milala better strong, accessing the backline. So Bapacasa goes home. Right now, good first place for him. We were saying at Dobz, everyone was very low in HP. So
Yes.
any points you can like get additional, great for any of them.
Yeah, sometimes when you have a game like this that you manage to go to Sorcerer and without a Garen, without like a huge spike, you can actually be happy with a 5th. So let's see how things gonna keep go for him, because it wasn't that bad getting a 5th with the Nami.
Yeah, for sure. This is your comp, Dobz. He's going for the ambusher double echo. So now trying to get that additional. He's has a pair, so 1 more echo, and probably we'll see double carry there. And even if you don't have the other echo with item, still is best. So let's see it ramp up. He's going to 9 here. So level 9.
I mean, he's really rich.
There's
Two
the double
echoes.
echo.
And he actually have some items to the second echo.
Ooh, Jinx
Jinx
2, no items. Okay. Could do something. She managed to make the 3rd cast. He decides to go full burst damage for the front line. No items on Jinx. I like it.
I mean, he could even play the Spark on the second echo, but he still thinks Garen is best. So let's see.
Okay. Okay. See how he does it. Milala going up against Bishop. Bishop with the super ramp up, the visionary early reroll into tempo. Already Malzahar with 3 items. Very, very strong. Holding up the front line. And
I mean, this anomaly selection for Bishop so strong.
Ooh,
It's so
the
good for this composition. I mean, you buy so extra time for the Malzahar and the Morgana. So really well played. Nice choice for him.
Yeah. We're seeing the Scuttle there in the middle, so amazing. We lose France, so top 4 for him. Together there with Papacasa on the front, so 5 points for France. He got 5th in the first game, so actually in the middle of the pack right now. Not bad being in the middle of the pack for first day. This is normally at least what you want to accomplish. Obviously, if you got best results, it would be good.
Okay, Rumble
2 for Milala.
Yeah, I mean, he's sitting on a Heimer 1 star without items, but
Okay.
he's Ezreal's really strong. His front line is also really good as well. So if he manages to get like extra items for the Rumble, he can actually win the lobby.
Yeah, but good access for the backline here for Kevi. Let's see if it's enough. Yeah, too much damage. Raw damage here.
Oh, okay.
So
Pretty
Milala
bad.
falls
I mean,
down.
this composition, when you play Academy against Smeech, it's really rough because Smeech just ignores the front line, goes to the back line. You have like no counterplay. So it's hard. You have like no CC at all at this composition. So it's a pretty bad matchup. So even though it was really well played by Milala, knowing that the early Azure could lead him into the Azure 3 as well. So I like it the way he played this game.
Yeah, 100%. Even though he got third, as Max Denik is saying in the chat, Milala went to casa, so Papa Casa there together. And now we're ramping up with the two highlighted players here. Disho, very strong. So I think he will challenge the meta. You said it, Dobz, in the start. Very, very strong for him. He managed to high roll a Malzahar level 7. We have to say it. That's not part of the idea of the comp.
I mean, he would be doing good anyways, I guess. Because he started winning when he got the Morgana and the Rao. So, okay, there is 2-6 costs in the carousel.
Yeah. Obviously, Warwick with the priority only because he has the redemption.
A good item as well. Yes,
Yeah,
a good item and a Warwick.
Okay, and now 7 echoes for Kep. So Disho knows this. Maybe he's trying to look for an echo, trying to avoid the 3-star. But Kevi is already winning. So the one who has to make a change here is Disho. Maybe some positioning changes. Using the Warwick to try to... Warwick, I like the Warwick here because you have a lot of damage, spread damage with the Morgana, with the Malzahar, and then you can clean up with the execution of the Warwick.
Yeah, I mean, your Warwick is a really good unit because even though sometimes he will not like do a lot of damage, he can actually secure the kills for you, and that is really strong. So let's see how this fight goes, because Smeech is really good against 1-star units.
Oh, Echo's in the backline. He destroyed the Malzahar. And this is bad placement here for Disho. 17 HP for him. And it should be a win for Kevin. He's happy. He laughed so much, he turned down the camera. So Kevin Su getting the first gear against Disho. Disho with a great performance also, Dobz, with the visionary reroll plus tempo comp.
Yes, exactly. Really well played by both of them. I mean, I want to toss something in here. He didn't even need that second augment. He was at like 26 HP. So he wouldn't need it anyway. So, but it's still really well played. He recognizes his spot of playing Smeech that early game tempo. And then he waited like to have more gold to go 9 and find the way into the second echo. I mean, playing 2 echoes and the Smeech 3, really well played by him. Ambusher's looking pretty strong right now.
Yeah, 100%. Remember, now we will have a shuffle of the lobbies. So we will do a short break right now, and we will go back with our analyst decks to break out this game. So don't go away. We will be right back with game 3. Wow!
Welcome back, everybody. We have now finished 2 games in our first day of competition at the America's Golden Spatula, and quite a bit to take away from that second game. I feel like there were some interesting compositional surprises, namely Malala playing Ezreal reroll. I know Mort was talking at the top of the show about certain 3-cost lines being opened up as of late, but I didn't personally see Ezreal coming.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tech that is pretty unique. It largely came off the back of getting the Shimmer Scale Essence, I think is what that augment's called, where you get the gold generating item. Taking the gold collector because of how well it fit with this setup. The Academy item being the Infinity Edge, having the Runeans. Ezreal 1 on stage 2 is so stable. We saw it nearly beat Kevin Zhao's Smeech 2 with Bloodthirster Titans. And so I think really heads up play from Malala playing a line that is relatively underexplored in the current meta. On the other side, though, I want to talk about Kevin Zhao's setup. Cass, you talked, we were talking off in the wings about the strength of playing the heroic grab bag 3-cost reroll and then using both of your duplicators on your 3-cost unit right off the start.
I love that it's like finally catching on as a tempo strategy. This is something that I've looked at for a bunch of different sets, and it isn't always good, right? There has been sets where this is completely like unplayable as a strategy. It always comes off the back generally of a 3-cost that can kind of carry on its own if you're able to upgrade it for those early stages. So usually you're looking for like a big beefy frontliner that still does some damage, but also melee carries, if you have itemization, tend to fit this bill because they have the regeneration to keep themselves alive and the damage to clear out the entire board. So Smeech is actually a pretty reasonable target to do it, and we saw Kevy be able to win streak due to that.
And the positioning mattered so much. I know both of you, while we were kind of sitting backstage, were talking about how the Smeech was able to actually wrap around some of the backline carries that were existing. And just the fact that you're able to launch Smeech back there, you get a wrap, you're able to get really good eliminations on the key backline units. It just provides you with such great ways to actually execute on these fights.
Really notably, you saw the rerolls there, and it wasn't a single reroll until level 7 already. So like that's the power of being able to get that free upgrade on that 3-cost.
When we think of the compositions that were played alongside the ambushers here, right? I'm looking off and I see a Zeri reroll, I see Tristana reroll, I see Sorcerers, I see the Morgana reroll and the Ezreal. All of those boards are trying to play a front to back. They're all playing this war of attrition. And when you're playing the ambushers, you have the unique backline access, both of the Echo, when you add the Firelight especially, and in addition to that, the Smeech, who's targeting the units who have the fewest number of items. So we saw that though Malala and Disho probably had higher DPS if it were a long fight, he never allowed those fights to get to a point in which those other units could combat the amount of upfront power from the Smeech and the Echo.
Yeah, that's a great call out there. And as we take a look at our standings after these first 2 games, unfortunately, it seems like after we were able to follow that first lobby for lobby number 1, Casper is still sitting with a 7th place. So I don't even know how the rest of the standings for that first lobby actually shook out. But we still have 4 more games, and we're going to be reseeding the lobbies since these 2 games have taken place. That's why we're going to be going to a short break after this so we can get those lobbies squared away. But we take a look at this first page. Pizza with back-to-back.
It's pizza time.
It's pizza time. Gonna be having a pizza party around here.
That
I
is
mean,
wild.
There's a handful of surprises here. Obviously, Pizza and Kevin Zhao, I think 2 players who are, underrated by many. Obviously, Kevin Zhao is tri-state, and none of us are underrating him because we know that he's winning Golden Spatula. But in the top 8, alongside those kind of surprising players, you also have Replay, Wajan Iverson, and Dish Soap rounding out the entirety of that top 8. And so there's a nice little mix. The thing is, it's just 2 games. 2 games of TFT, anything can happen. I think what this represents more so than anything else is an inflection point. The players who are going, who are on the bottom of the standings, you go 8th, you go 7th, you got to pick it up. And if you have the momentum right now, your goal from now on is damage control. Reduce the variance that will prevent you from getting points. And so I want to see that out of those players. It's capitalize on high roll and then damage control for low rolls.
Well, part of that damage control, at least for lobby 1, is going to come in reshuffling the lobby. So we're going to take a short break to do that, and we'll be back with game number 3 of day 1, the America's Golden Spatula. everybody, and welcome back to our coverage of day 1 of the America's Golden Spatula. I'm here with Gangly to bring us through the next game, but before we do that, we'd like to call out a small error that was on our overall standings page. We might have partied a little too soon, Gangly, unfortunately there.
It appears it is not pizza time, Nekkra. So the scores from Lobby 4 were incorrect, and so while I don't know if we're going to be able to pull them up right now, we can kind of talk through some of the major changes. So Pizza, after going first in game 1, that much is true, unfortunately went 8th. On the flip side, Bio is the player who won that lobby, and that's following up a 2nd place finish. I love, can we just talk real quick about Bio, because he feels like, alongside Ego Illusions, one of the rising stocks from Brazil over the last few sets. The thing that stands out to me, though, is despite the fact that he's made multiple Tactician's Crowns runs over the last 3 sets and his stats are phenomenal, I actually feel like the most amazing thing about him, the most enticing part about Bio, is watching his player cam when he plays. This guy is the most electric man in TFT. He just wears his heart out on his sleeve, and when you get to see someone like that do well, it's such a fun experience.
Oh my gosh, I remember when he was just hardcore laughing last set during the America's Golden Spatula with some of the hits that he was getting.
Yep.
I feel like I was enjoying the moment with him. And so I'm excited to see if that can continue as we look forward to the rest of our competition today and into the weekend. You can see the updated standings as well. And so look at this, maybe a little bit of a tale of 3 players here as Kevy, Bio, and Replay all went 2nd and then 1st in their respective lobbies.
Take a look at 13th, 14th, and 15th. Pizza, Cash, Setsuko, all going 1st and then immediately following it up with an 8th, right?
Hey, the universe has to balance out at some point, right? So maybe hopefully for Kevy, Bio, and Replay, they're not on the receiving end of getting an 8th place in their next games. But Gangly, we did reseed the lobbies, and so honestly, anything is possible. It's all about reestablishing yourself amongst the tempo of the rest of the players you're going to be next to, and this is the first game that you have to kind of figure that out.
Yeah, I mean, one of the things I love about TFT is that, there are 3 primary ways to find an edge when you enter a tournament. The first is having a better read on the meta. Having lines that people are not exploring themselves that they don't know that you can utilize to gain, an advantage. The second is just being a better player, being so much better than the other players in the tournament that the variance you experience in your game has less of an impact than the edge that you've actually built over the other players. And the third, and in my opinion, the most important, is performance. When the day comes, how much are you playing like you, and how much are you falling to the pressure? This is something we've seen so many times where players have this phenomenal regular season run. I think of Bobzera from set 11. I think of Bobster from set 12. They do phenomenal on all the cups, and then the Golden Spatula comes, and you can't play like yourself. And the flip side of that, however, is Malala, where everyone's like, what is it this guy doing that is so good? We can't really figure it out. And it's those intangibles. It's the fact that he's not playing worse, he's minimizing his errors, and he's playing like himself when the day comes.
Also making eggs with a golden spatula. I have to feel like every player actually works that into their morning routine before they get going into these tournaments, I don't know, sometimes it goes down to some random non-TFT related thing that you do. I don't know, like, do you have a ritual of sorts when you get ready for a tournament or a broadcast?
So I can't say that I do, but I can think of so many examples just in traditional sports, right, where these players have certain things that they need to do every day in order to feel comfortable. And I think people think of it as like good luck charms, but I think there is a psychology behind it of having a routine, of knowing that you're comfortable doing the things that you do every day, because it all leads you to feeling like you can perform. And that leads us back to this idea that if this most significant edge you can earn in a tournament is based on how much you play like yourself, then having a routine, whether it's cooking some Tactician's eggs with your golden spatula or whatever you said, or whatever it may be, I think there is a lot of value in being able to play like yourself on the day.
Humans are creatures of habit, and
yes,
whether those habits are for the better or for the worse, I don't know. It kind of depends, I guess, on what habits you formed while playing TFT. I certainly have some bad habits, and sometimes that means donkey rolling all the way when I know that I need to save the gold for later. But you know, sometimes it works out to be able to have those habits that do prepare you to sit down and lock in to a tournament day.
It's the same reason why having experience is valuable, right? You're talking about it, finding a way to be comfortable when you're competing. When I think of these players who are at the top, your Dobz and replay, Wage and Iverson, it feels like when they show up to a tournament, it's just another day in the office. And then you have on the other end of that spectrum, players like France or Metzau who are showing up relatively green in their competitive journey. It's different. It's weird. You have all of these things that you haven't experienced before, and you're expected to still be yourself. You can't really undervalue how much experience plays a role in these high pressure tournaments. And I think that is why it's no surprise when you look at the top 8 and you're seeing, even after just 2 games, players like Replay and Wage and Iverson and Dobz sitting up there alongside even Bio and other veterans of the scene.
I also think that there is sometimes a point where maybe not having that pressure on your shoulders can be a little bit of a weight lifted off of you. So maybe you don't have the same type of tournament expectations because you aren't really an old folk around the block. You don't have the same type of experience. So we'll see if that does come to fruition. I think a lot of the players that we're talking about during this lobby, though, do fall into that category of been there, done that. But they still have to live up to the day.
Even Mekmeno, a player who is certainly not one of the Brazilian stars like we would put in the category of players like Ego and Lucas and Bio, he is a player who is a veteran of the scene. And though he has not really been able to break into that top echelon of placements, I think that there's something to be said about being able to show up with your experience behind you. And we've seen it manifest in 14 points after 2 days. But Nekkra, we got a trainer, or the Mbessa, trainer golem game ahead of us for game number 3.
There is a reason why when we used that portal voting, that a lot of players didn't like standing on the wandering trainer portal, and it is because there can be a lot of variance when it comes down to the emblems that are gifted to you on these dummies. Now, this doesn't look half bad though. Ego maybe lucked out on this one, Gangly, because just having Rebel, having Academy, it does give you a lot of different ways that you can actually play around that. But if you have a lot of other players that have the similar emblems and maybe you don't go that direction, like Pizza has Academy, Spencer has Rebel, Bosso Skills also has Rebel, so then do you actually go down the path of the less contested?
There are 3 Rebel players like you're calling it. Yeah, and there are certainly lines that are opened up by having the +1. The things I think of are like Experiment gets a lot stronger when you have that. Rebel is certainly one of those examples. But one of the things about Rebel that's unique is that if you can get another Rebel Spatula, all of a sudden you can play 10 Rebel on level 9 because you don't need the 10th unit. So I think the thing to keep in mind right now is on 2-1, all of these players know that they're going to be they're going to have some sort of overlap with the other players in the lobby. They all kind of have to figure out what line gives them the most clear way to cap out, because everybody is expecting the end game boards to be stronger than the average end game board with the additional +1s.
Ooh. We have a gold augment now to take a look at this, which means that some of those emblems are actually available in the pool, but where do we actually go with the emblems that are available? Right now, we're taking a look at Dank Memes, already taking Portable Forge, so you are going to have an artifact available to you. Pizza could also get an artifact, but a gold generating one by taking all that shimmers. It kind of depends where you feel like your composition is going to end up at the end of the game.
Yeah, everyone actually taking a lot of time to determine their 2-1 augment. And I think, and what that tells me is that nobody really hit anything that gave them that immediate +1. Pete's actually taking the Gambler's Blade is pretty interesting here. I guess probably trying to flex between both the Dominators and the Academies who can utilize them. And I don't think either one would really feel like that's particularly best in slot. Makes a lot of sense for Cassiopeia right now, though.
Where do you like Cassiopeia in terms of the meta environment? I feel like this is a champion that has seen a little bit more play as of late, but it's not one that towards at least the beginning of the set, I felt like was a dominant carry.
I think this patch in particular, there are spots in which playing Cassiopeia reroll is very strong. I'm not entirely certain that this is going to be one of those spots. Usually you want to play it when you have blue buff plus another mana generating item, but because you have a Gambler's Blade, it means you're not going to be able to utilize either the Gunblade or the Gnasher's Tooth as your third item. So I would expect Pizza to just use this Cassiopeia as a way to get ahead in the game and just as a mid-game carrier, and by the fact that you're playing the Cassiopeia, probably lean into the Dominators late game instead.
Dominators can certainly be quite good, but you are a bit contested. Ego does have access to a Dominator crest, as do a couple of other folks, I think. So just,
I mean, I think
actually no, it is just the two of them.
With the Academy on Ego, right, and having the Category 5 in place, to me, this actually feels like we're probably going to be leaning into the Ezreal. And the nice thing is Ezreal can actually be flexed into the Rebel line as well, right? And so Ego has one goal this game, which is find Ezreal. On the flip side, though, Dishsoap, I think Dishsoap is playing What Doesn't Kill You. He's open forwarding, has no other units on the board. I think there might have been another player who had What Doesn't Kill You. Spencer would be that player based on the fact that there are two players lost streaking.
Yeah,
so if we have
Dishsoap and Spencer.
With the way that they changed the loss system, when those players meet each other, I believe it still counts as a loss for the two of them, but their streak is reset. So I don't know if they get the value from What Doesn't Kill You, actually. We might need to get confirmation on that.
Well, one thing we do know is that Ripple has a Firelight emblem, already has a couple of ambushers, but you do have this Gunblade that's been created on Smeech. So I feel like this does allow you to lean into some of the ambusher line if you want to, but you could also keep that in Gozeri if you find an extra couple copies and put the Gunblade on this area.
Well, that was a heroic grab bag opener, right? I believe that's what it was. So that was a double. They used both of the duplicators on the Smeech. Well, and there are three emblems. None of them were ambusher, correct? Or did I miss it?
No, none of them were ambusher. Yeah, Ripple had Firelight plus the Pit Fighter and the Black Rose emblems.
Okay, I think there's a line there that I'm just not familiar with. The Gunblade to me feels like this is maybe something you're leaning more into. Actually, either the Zeri or the Pit Fighter feel pretty reasonable, but double duplicating the Smeech feels like it's pulling us in a different direction. But Ripple has a really strong opener, and so maybe he's just leveraging this Smeech to try to win streak on stage 2 and have a strong mid game into stage 3. I don't know. I feel like we need to keep an eye on Ripple a little bit later into the game.
We'll let that simmer and then see what it comes to at a boiling point as we get into stage number 3. But taking a look at Dishsoap here, both Dishsoap and Spencer still are maintaining that loss streak. But now it comes down to who are they actually going to play? Do they play each other? I'm so hyper curious to know what these combat pools look like.
Then Balso is the other player that has the Rebel +1. He does actually find the Ezreal on stage 2, and because of that, he's able to play 5 Rebel. And so just the raw stats you're getting on this, on top of the fact that you have the Artillerist, so you get free Artillerist synergy onto your Ezreal, means that you have a lot of raw base power. And the only slam he does have available right now is the Adaptive Helm, which is not giving you a ton of value. And so despite the fact that his synergy bar looks really pretty, he doesn't actually have a lot of value being added based on either upgrades or items. So while he's very strong and is currently maintaining the streak, I wouldn't be surprised to actually see him fall in the back half of stage 2. Might even happen now.
Ezreal won versus a Gambler's Blade Cassiopeia. Unfortunately, Ezreal isn't going to get that cast off, so Boss Skills does get that streak snapped. But Spencer and Dishsoap still keep their lost streaks alive, and Ripple still on the winning end of this.
Ripple currently the only player, and like we called out, use the 2 duplicators on the Smeech immediately. And so what Ripple is saying is, I better win all of stage 2. Because if you don't win streak through stage 2, it really does hurt what the rest of your game looks like, right? He is taking an augment that gives all of his value right now, or at least that's the way he played it. He chose to say, I want everything that this augment can give me to be this moment right here. And yeah, he is going to play Dank Memes, level 4, almost certainly going to win this without losing, more than 1 unit or so. And so Ripple is going to be the only player with a full win streak coming out of stage 2.
Feels so nice when you're already sitting at 39 gold as well. But Dink has that family. Oh, no way. Spencer and Dishope are fighting each other. It's just a battle of the bots, it feels like, as they both...
Oh my gosh.
I can't believe Dishope is actually going to be the loser of that one.
When we were talking about it before, I completely forgot that they have the golems on the board. So, of course, it's not going to be a tie. The golems are going to battle it out.
Yeah.
That is so funny. I do wonder if there's actually specific positioning tech around ensuring that your golem loses to the other, or if it's actually just like a 50-50 on who moves first. Either way, if you're Dishope, you are extremely happy about that.
Do you, maybe I'm just like not a knower, but do you actually get extra HP for having specific emblems as well? Because you know how emblems give the like mana or HP or damage or something when you actually just make them for a different champion? Does the golem get those stats?
Oh, that's a good question. I assume they would. I actually don't know off the top of my head. Also, I do think it's worth noting the items that Dishope is getting are super good into this Pit Fighter emblem that he has on his golem. And we oftentimes don't actually see vertical Pit Fighter, but having a Pit Fighter emblem is one of those instances in which suddenly the line becomes really strong. I imagine that he probably wants to continue losing, but now that Spencer's out of the pool, he might even consider slamming something like the Bloodthirster Titans, and maybe, I believe he can actually slam Even Shroud as well if he really wanted to. When he does want to stabilize, he can put those on the GP, eventually move those over onto the Vi, and feel extremely strong. So right now, it looks like he thinks that he's not going to be able to win, but he'll be able to kill units. This is kind of a scary fight to itemize your GP. Really a question of whether it actually is able to heal up before the Violet kills everything. But no, look at that. Really good at killing units, and then he'll lose the fight. Heads up play by Dishope and great recognition of how many items he can actually place.
And he has so much gold now too that when we actually select the second augment, he can level, he can roll, and he's going to feel pretty good about it. He gets a Pit Fighter crest.
You see the reaction instantly out of Dishope. Hitting the +2 Pit Fighter is such a huge hit. This is one of those like quote unquote Exodia comps. I know it has been nerfed over time, but the fact of the matter is he can play 6 Pit Fighter right now, and then once he hits the Vi and Savika, is now able to unlock the 8 Pit Fighter synergy. This is, I mean, Dishope is looking like he is primed for a first, or at least a top 2 out of this game.
Well, the other thing I think that you love to be able to see these emblems on a golem is that the golem gets Pit Fighter.
Yep.
Like, so you have something that's going to be able to utilize the stats rather than seeing that emblem stuck on something like a dummy. And so I can't wait to see where Dishope is actually going to go. Can you get the 8 online? Savika still has to be a hit for you at some point. And sometimes those 5 costs can be a little elusive.
On this board, we see Ego did find the Ezreal with the category 5, like we talked about earlier, playing around the. I think Deathblade was the Academy item too, from what I saw. So, getting essentially perfect value, right? There is no other item in the game that pairs better with a Runance Hurricane than a Deathblade. So Ego able to find that stabilization point, playing around the Ezreal. The thing is, we're going to start seeing players all hit this like soft Exodia at some point, right? Because with so many traits on your board, people are going to be able to unlock something. And it makes me concerned for someone like Ripple, who's forced to play into just like a full tempo game, because he's just playing ambushers from what it seems. Although he does take salvage bin. Maybe there's a world where he goes for some like crazy Pit Fighter pivot. But it does make me nervous for the players who aren't able to get as much value out of their trainer golems compared to someone like Dishope, who we know has a clear line to an Exodia already.
Well, Ripple actually had a Gunblade at the beginning of the game, and
You're
so
right.
has salvage binned it away to be able to make this Archangels and red buff, and I believe has the ability to just pivot to something a little bit later, especially when you take a look at the rest of the golems that are available, and there is an ambusher crest that somebody has on one of their golems. Dank Memes is going to be the one that has ambusher plus family.
Yeah, I think Dank Memes is, I mean, at this point, he has a Spectral Cutlass on the Violet and has a really strong setup for family, so is probably going to be leaning a little bit more into that side, but I think depending on how it goes, yeah, maybe he does actually dig more into the ambusher side. If he hits an early echo, that's suddenly out of the pool as well. But I don't know. I think Ripple has a hard game, despite the fact that he's full streaking into 3-5. I think it actually is going to be a test of his ability to build strong boards and build a creative board, I think specifically on level 8 compared to the rest of the lobby, who have a clear line on what they want to play.
Dishso picked up a spat from Carousel. I repeat, Dishso picked up a spat from Carousel. That is insane. You could just craft another pit fighter emblem.
Yeah, so because he has the Reforger, all he needs to do is turn it into a pan, find a cloak, and if he gets a cloak, that means he's 8 pit fighter or 7 pit fighter already. Find 1 Vi on level 8, and you're playing 8 pit fighter.
That's insane. I could that would be one of the earliest hits of 8 pit fighter I've ever seen. It's like when you're able to hit the Exodia of the Rebel, like you were saying.
That's right. Let me just say, it's also funny because Casanova and I were talking earlier, and we're like, hey, is there any case in which you would really play frontline GP? We're like math and I like, oh, well, what if you did this? What if you did this? And I was saying, like, oh, people really like playing it early game and it kind of falls off. Like, well, this does help. Certainly you can play frontline GP, at least on stage 3 and 4, if you're playing with 3 potential pit fighter crests.
And Dishsoap is still losing, and he's not losing by too many units either. So making sure that he's able to walk that fine line between, well, frontline GP is going to be good because you're actually still able to kill a couple of those units, as you called out a couple of fights ago. But then look, you're going to be at 10 last streak heading into Wolves, and spike from there because you're slowly pumping gold into your leveling.
Yeah, I mean, 38 HP, if you stop losing right now, feels pretty good. If you take another loss and suddenly go to like 20 something, it starts to feel a little spooky. But I think, you know what, 38 HP, maybe you could potentially get a little bit more value out of what doesn't kill you, but I think you're feeling really good from this position. And Dishsoap, because he's getting 2 gold per loss because of his augment, has more than enough gold to guarantee a Vi. And actually, look, he's going to start digging right now. Is he actually going to send it to 0 for it? He's contested, but he's not that contested. This feels...
Corky, too.
Okay, he's going to make it.
Put the pit fighter emblem on the Corky.
Yeah, I mean, certainly he just chills here for a little bit, gets some gold, and then next turn you can continue trying to find your Vi, especially if you do get a cloak here, right? If you find a cloak off... No cloak. Unlucky. Man, what a low roll. Finds Vi. Savika, one time.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, he actually did it. What are these powers?
How do you call it like that?
I am... Say something else. Wait, I gotta say something else. Oh my gosh. Okay, so let's kind of break it down. At this point in time, Dishsoap is 8 pit fighter, which 8 pit fighter alone is enough to guarantee you a top 2 in most games. He also has a Savika on 8. He does have a Vi 1. That is maybe the only kind of scary thing about this. But, I mean, look at the other side of the board. You are literally never going to lose a fight like this. And now he's in a position where he can either start to prioritize these bruisery Savika items, go for a Titans, or go, honestly, with the amount of true damage and healing that you have, maybe even go for a little bit more of a fragile Savika. I don't have a ton of experience playing around 8 pit fighter in particular, but because you get so much true damage and you get so much healing, these units that are already kind of hard to kill become even stronger.
Oh my gosh, we see so much gold.
Forward thinking scrap.
Yeah,
so
holy cow.
Is now going to get all that gold back that he lost on 3-2, do a big roll down with a scrap emblem to try and find 6 scrap.
Yeah, you get to go level 8. You can just pick up all of the 4 costs under the sun. You could also slow keep all of that. Yeah, this is not looking like
the scrap units.
Oh, jeez. They're on somebody else's board or something?
Well, Dishsoap has Corky too. We know that.
So you at least get 1 copy of Corky.
No echo?
But this feels awful.
He needs, there we go, a single echo. I mean, that is not the roll down you were expecting. 1 echo, 1 Corky. I mean, he's able to find GP2, and he does have a lot of items. And the fact that he was able to get the scrap emblem off the 4-2 augment does, I believe, wait, is it 2 or is it 3 to get 9 scrap? I think that you can get 9 scrap now that you have 2, right? I'm pretty sure. And so once he goes 9, he should be able to play that.
I would like to call out that Pizza also took a Rumble out of the pool, so that's gone. Yeah, Pizza has Rumble 1 at this point in the game. Which is not entirely bad, but, you know, or it's not like it's like a huge high roll. I'm sorry, actually, Pizza has 2 Rumbles. Sure.
It feels pretty good. Let's see. Pizza right now, where's he in HP? 77 HP, playing around the 4 Dominator setup. His front line is pretty fragile. Having the Golem helps, but I mean, you're playing Vlad 2, and then everything else is 1-star. 1-star Mumu, 1-star Blitzcrank with 2 items on it. This Rumble, yes, it can be a high roll, but oftentimes it relies on how many times it's able to cast. 1 cast from Rumble is pretty good. Once you can get 2, maybe even 3, that's when you get to start getting a ton of value. So I will say Balto Skills board on the other side plays a pretty slow fight. And so despite the fact that this Rumble is not super strong, where he's able to get a second cast off, that actually might be enough for Pizza to squeeze out a win. It's going to be pretty close, though. Still some damage threats on the other side. And yeah, okay. Listen, I think as far as Pizza's feeling, winning fights right now is pretty important because your board does not feel particularly strong compared to the lobby, and you really want to just leverage the HP you have to try and play for those middle placements, because I don't think Pizza's really in a position right now to try and play for a top 2 when you have players like the Macmano who can play for 9 scrap, or Dishtop who is already at 8 pit fighter.
On the other side, I think you also have Dank Memes that might struggle a little bit in this game, because you have this family emblem on the Golem, but you just hit most of your 3 stars. You're still not very healthy at 29 HP, and so I kind of wonder, even with just the tempo of the game where everybody is also at level 8, are you too far behind now?
Yeah, definitely. I think you're right. I think Dank Memes hit a little bit late. I'm talking about players hitting a little bit late. Spencer currently rolling to just try and find a 2-star Twitch, maybe get a couple kills, steal out 1 more fight, but it's looking like it's curtains for Spencer right now.
Oh, you get the Twitch too, but at what cost? You had to sell your double of the Zeri. You can't even 2-star that. You've got this Violet that just went into the backline to take out the Zeri and deal with the Twitch. And so you don't even have the ramp up for the Twitch now. You might have cursed this again, Gangly. It's a blessing and a curse, whatever comes out of your mouth, because Spencer is going to lose that fight, and it's, not good.
Yeah, I think it is delayed damage. He's almost certainly dead. So Spencer is going to go 8th there. Really hard game, to be honest. Felt like everybody else is just kind of hitting. Spencer can't find his Twitch, can't find the Mundo. That's kind of the way it goes, though. And so Spencer's going to have an uphill battle in the back half of the day. Oh!
Woo!
Macmano finds the Rumble. And with that, he can play 9 scrap right now.
That's a big deal, especially with there already being the 2 Rumbles out of the pool. I feel like your chances are even slimmer when you're still at level 8. But great hit for now. Having the 9 scrap, you're still looking for a couple of upgrades. In the Echo 2, you're only sitting on 1 copy that has the anomaly. And then we'll see where you can go from there. Up here, the quirky is nice.
9 scrap, very powerful. It upgrades all of your scrap items into radiant items, so you get a ton of power. The problem is having radiant items on a bunch of 1-star units is not actually that valuable. I actually am a little surprised to see that he's not putting one of the scrap items on the Rumble, instead choosing to keep it on the powder instead. But Macmano, while he's powerful, if he runs into Dish Soap or Ego Illusions, who's currently on this 9 win streak right now, I am concerned that having only 1-star units may not be enough. And instead,
Macmano doesn't go into Ego, but does stare down the barrel of Pizza's board. I can see where all those Rumbles are coming from, but it's just going to be a war of attrition in that front line. This Gangplank with this Hextech Gunblade, though, is allowing this Elise to just stay alive for so long. And so despite the fact that you have this Gambler's Blade, I think Pizza's going to need to start looking for a little bit more to get maximum value out of that artifact.
Yeah,
Cassiopeia.
Pizza is definitely not one of those players that we needed to be super concerned about. I think when if you're McMano, and so the fact that the fight was not even like that much of a stomp is, in my opinion, a little bit concerning. I will say, Ripple Overdrive, player that we were saying really needed to play creatively. I believe he's actually playing a 4 Firelight version of Smeesh right now with a Ferocious Appetite, getting a ton of value on his board. Bosso Skills, on the other hand, has been sacking 5 loss streak, and look at that. Despite the fact that he could have leveled to try and save HP, wants to try and win out right now. And so he has the opportunity to play 10 Rebel on level 9. This is a huge roll down for him to be able to find all the units he needs. Finds the Jinx.
That's a really good start. Having the Jinx is so important. You also found the Zoe copy,
yep,
so that
is
10 Rebel. Another Alawi, so you could just start to take these out of the pool, but you still have some gold to continue this roll down with. Goes past the other Alawi and opts to just kind of hold on to the rest of the gold that he has for now. But the fact that you can make a Shojin on this Jinx, that's one of the biggest issues with this Rebel comp, is finding the Jinx, which is already a difficult 5 cost to get, but then also making sure that you have mana generation on the Jinx so that you can actually get those casts faster, because you want that big board splash.
On the other side, Dank Memes, we saw the family board. The Spectral Cutlass Vi goes into the back line trying to hit that LeBlanc, and all of the other Rebels just surround her and prevent her from getting anywhere near that LeBlanc. Bosso Skills look strong for now, but keep in mind, there are a lot of players capping out high. Ego Illusions, Bosso Skills, McMano, Dish Soap, all reaching for those very powerful endgame boards. They cannot all win out. And so if Bosso Skills does not win every single round from here on out, he is going to lose. So very curious to see how deep he rolls and what optimizations he can make to get those placements, because I feel like Dish Soap is still in the driver's seat to try and win this game.
Ego Illusions is so healthy though, so I certainly don't worry about him not having that extra Rebel +1 to make it to Rebel 9 or 10. But when you take a look at Dank Memes, I do feel like this might potentially be a last life.
On the Silco, though.
It is
Silco
nice
dies.
that you have the Violet in the back, and so that is a good takedown. But isn't this also Ghost Board?
It might be. I mean,
Oh my
gosh, I was not expecting that. I thought for sure he was going to be able to close that out. That was crazy. And so Dank Moves is going to lose to a Ghost board. Dish Soap up against McMano, 2 players trying to cap out extremely high. And we can see it here, the Pit Fighter board, 4 Form Swapper, 8 Pit Fighter, able to take out the 9 Scrap board. McMano will hold on, though, with just 3 HP as Dish Soap tries to make the run, 8 win streak to try and win this game.
We were saying that 9 Scrap is so powerful. Well, Dish Soap raises us basically a perfect Pit Fighter composition, being able to fit that Form Swapper in there. And so McMano, as crazy as is to say, this 9 Scrap board is also sitting at 1 more life left. Bosso Skills and McMano both on life support.
And what happens if he runs into Bosso Skills and all of a sudden there's so much stall on the other side? But instead, it's going to be Pizza again. Pizza, the main antagonist on everybody's run. I will say, Pizza really wants a strong fight or a long fight, but there's so many shields and so much power on this 9 Scrap board. I do not think Pizza's board is anywhere near at the power level to contend with it. And now Pizza begins to start free falling in the standings as McMano can hold on.
I think Pizza might find a little bit more power. Maybe you move those Cassiopeia items to a Mordekaiser if you're able to find that, and then switch out a Dominator piece. But look at this Black Rose emblem kind of sitting there and wait for Pizza. Now you actually do have the opportunity to fit in the Mordekaiser without sacrificing that Black Rose trait. Dish Soap even finds an Enforcer emblem.
Oh my gosh. He does, yeah. I mean, he's playing around the Vi. I don't know if he was able to get Enforcer on in a different way, but...
No, he doesn't. So yeah, he can actually use that.
That's so powerful. So now this Vi, who's already going to be this kind of main carry, perfect items, by the way, Titan Sterix, Bloodthirster on this Vi, the Premier Drain Tank, now going to have the additional damage amp, the shielding. I do not know if there's anything in this game that's going to be able to burst that Vi down and prevent her from just healing infinite throughout the fight.
I think Dish Soap is the raid boss, and if anybody can actually take a fight win off of him, it would be a miracle. But we still have a couple of other players that are left in the lobby vying for those top 4 spots. And as we take a look at how Mekmano's board is doing against Ego's, Ego's the one that has this Ezreal, does have the Rebel, but don't worry, the 9 scraps got it this time.
I think Ego recognizes that he's playing tempo, right? He's not playing with its insanely high cap, especially compared to the super high verticals of other boards. Bosso skills, though, on his last legs, up against Dishsoap. Dishsoap is going to have enough to take out the 10 Rebel board, and Bosso's skills are going to fall in what I believe is in 6th place. 10 Rebels in 6th place. That is a hard hit.
What, 9 scrap, potentially bottom 4, 10 Rebels, bottom 4? These are certainly not normal circumstances for a game. Mekmano is still sitting in that final life. It could find that bot 4, but Ripple Overdrive also going to be in contention for that. It's nice that the Smeech is still Smeeching, though. I mean, the board is working. You just kind of need that Jinx 2 as a big power-up.
Mekmano gonna get a ghost board, almost certainly gonna be able to win that. So now we get to see Ripple's board finally in action. 5 Ambusher, 4 Firelight board with the Smeech 3. We talked about it before, some boards want the front to back. Smeech has access to the back line, but doesn't actually target that Ezreal early on in the fight. There is enough damage though. Ripple and Ego able to hang on, and we can see all these players who were playing around that tempo are actually able to find themselves in the top 4. We have both Ego Illusions and Ripple Overdrive prioritizing tempo through stage 3, saving HP, and instead we have 2 of the win-out style players, Dishsoap and Mekmano, contending for first place.
But it's so crazy because I think Ego played this correctly, noticing that you have a player that can hit 9 scrap, a player that can hit 10 Rebel. You didn't hit the Rebel spat. You kind of just have to accept your fate and try to eke out as many placements as possible. Ego is on a loss streak, so I think one more loss would take him out of the game. So maybe with your matchmaking, you're able to miss out on Mekmano and Dishsoap. But
well,
either way, I think
he just played Ripple, which actually you could argue is better, right? Because now he's basically guaranteed third if you believe that Dishsoap and Mekmano can both kill Ripple. And so I think you're spot on though. Ego has accepted his fate, and I agree it's the right play, because he knew that he wouldn't be able to cap out higher than them. So all he can hope to do is have more HP than the players below him.
Oh, well, don't worry. Mekmano is actually going to be playing up against Ripple and Ego against Dishsoap. Dishsoap is winning this fight, no problem. I think the whole board is left alive. And so Ego is going to get eliminated, as likewise, Mekmano is going to eliminate Ripple. So Ego gets to keep that 3rd place.
Great 3rd place from Ego and from Ripple with a 4th. Both players understanding, listen, my trainer golem does not give me a high enough cap to win out, so I need to play for a top 4. However, the story now turns to Dishsoap and Mekmano, are 2 players who have been trying to play for this win out. Personally, though, I feel like you have to give this to Dishsoap. I'm 4 Form Swapper, 8 Pit Fighter. There's so much durability, there's so much healing, there's so much damage amplification coming through, and it might be the only way to actually break through the 9 scrap shield. We'll have to see.
Well, we get our answer here. If Dishsoap wins this combat, then it is going to be Dishsoap securing that 1st place. I feel like I see a slight smile on his face, Gangly, but I can't tell if it's a positive thing or a negative, just not being able to get through the scrap. But look at the Violet.
It is full HP.
It's just smacking away the backline. Even Mekmano is actually giving a little bit of a round of applause to Dishsoap. Being able to find the 8 Pit Fighter, the 4th Form Swapper, and just that incredibly high cap board, I feel like is something only a player like Dishsoap could accomplish.
It's really easy to complain about the variance that comes with a galaxy like the trainer golems, but I feel like the top 4 were the 4 players who recognized their out best. It was the 2 players who wanted to play towards the win out. We had the forward thinking into scrap, beautiful heads up play from Mekmano into finding everything, and Dishsoap, who was able to find one of the strongest verticals in the game alongside the tempo players of Ego, Illusions, and Ripple. Beautifully played game from our top 4. Really love to see it.
And a game that our analyst desk is going to break down even further when we come back after this short break.
Welcome back to the TFT Golden Spatula into the Arcane Edition. I'm Casanova, joined by Jupeson and Dobz. And what an incredible game we just had. I mean, verticals abound, brought to you by Mbessa.
100%. Mbessa Encounter makes these kind of games where you either are joyful because you get the big end of the stick, or you're actually crying because it's not the best, and it's very difficult to come out when everyone can cap out so much.
I mean, when I'm playing the game and gets into this encounter, sometimes it's not great, but honestly, when we were actually watching, it's perfect because we can see so many lines, like some players playing vertical for the win, some players trying to be alive at the mid game and then saving some HP and some placements. So it was a really good game to watch.
Yeah, as we look here, I mean, you can see it's kind of a difference of the high rolls and then the players who played some really exceptional tempo, right? Because we have the pit fighter cap out at the very top from Dish Soap, able to even take down 10 Rebel, take down 9 Scrap. I mean, this was the cap out of all cap outs for pit fighter. But then you look in the top 4 and you look at the boards of Ego and Ripple and you're like, how did they even manage this top 4 this game?
Yeah, 100% is what you said. Tempo, using those duplicators early to get the Smidge 2, and then trying to preserve HP as much as possible. Bishop, once again here in the leadership, he played amazing, and he high rolled. He know he did. We saw it in his face in the end. He was just like a little smirk, knowing that, I mean, he's world champion, so he's buff only because of that.
Yeah, I was joking about that. That's how you play as a world champion. You make like a full streak, losing the fight, Golem versus Golem, and then you manage to get that Sevika early on, even though if he has like a pen, he still got the Sevika at level 8, and never loses a round again. So yeah, that's how you want to play like a first await game, and he got rewarded about it.
Yeah, and the big moment, I think, was really Dish Soap having to fight up against the 10 Rebel board. I think, Bosso going 6th with 10 Rebel is insane. You would expect that comp to be able to win oftentimes in these situations. But I think it was his third augment, Dish Soap, having that, the Randuin's Omen, getting that, all those extra resists on the Pit Fighters who are getting so much more HP. So they're able to just kind of outlast that Rebel damage just enough time that the Vi can just full carry.
100%. Not enough single target damage for the Rebels, and in the end, it didn't work out for him. We saw this show totally enabling from that moment on the rest of the lobby, and obviously the short end of the stick was, for example, for Spencer. He could only use the sniper emblem, wasn't enough for this type of gameplay, and now we see this show trying to ramp up. He didn't need the spat in the end. That was something else we were talking about. He actually didn't need it because he got the Sevita very early on. Yeah.
I want to highlight the game from Ekmeno because in a game like this, he took the risk of the augments that got all his gold and got that back on 4-2, and his whole roll down was like really tough. He misses the Corki, he kind of misses the Echo, no Rumble at first, and then somehow he managed to last until he got his upgrades and kept him alive with 9 scrap later on. And he found his way into the second place. It was a risky play, of course, but as Dish Soap killed the 10 Rebel, he outplaced the lobby. So it was a really good game for him, and he's really good on stances right now.
Yeah, I think we were talking a bit about the high rolls and the low rolls, and even though, yes, he's able to go vertical scrap, that first roll down was pretty abysmal, and the recovery from there was really epic to watch. And I think on top of that, we talked about, Ego and Ripple, 3rd and 4th place playing from tempo, but just because he didn't make top 4, we should still mention him. Pizza was also playing tempo with just a Cassiopeia going into a Silco, not really that high cap of a board into a lobby with all these verticals, and still being able to preserve so much HP. And I think that's really impressive from a player that we didn't have a lot of info on going into this tournament.
Yeah, and also we have to recognize that Dominator wasn't in the meta a few patches ago, so there's some adaptations bringing back Dominators with the buff. So actually good to see Pixa using those emblems, using that line with a good 5th. Is what we like to call a good 5th. Good 4 points. Obviously, you want to go higher, but it was very difficult. He won against 10 Rebel. 10 Rebel was below him, so I think it's a win.
Yes, for sure. As you said, Casanova, the playing tempo in the lobby like this is really important. We watched Ego with so little gold at 3-2 as he had like a POC that gave him like extra XP, and even though he could like push levels, he tried to stabilize, roll it a little bit, found an early Ezreal 2 that saved him so much HP, and at the end of the game, he managed to stay at 3rd, and also Ripple played really well as well, securing that early game with a play that we watched in the game before, players using the duplicators to get an early Smith 2 and finding the way into the fort for Ripple. Really well played as well.
Let's just briefly talk about Mbessa, right? That was the elephant in the room there, everybody getting all these extra emblems. When you're seeing Mbessa, what is like the dream emblem? You could even an emblem combo if you want, but really, I mean, oftentimes you're just playing off of one that you're really excited to see.
Yeah, normally you want to have at least 2 emblems that make sense in the late game, and then the other emblem could help you in the early game. That's the ideal spot. It's very difficult to use the 3 of them in a great spot, but then if you want to dream a lot, is what's happened to this shop. You have already 1 emblem, and then you get the augment with the other emblem that enables the vertical, both with Rebel and both with Pit Fighter.
All right, well, with that, we are going to be able to pass it on to the casters. We're going to hand it off to Nekkra and Gangly to jump us into our very next game. Take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Excited to be back for another game of the Golden Spatula. Gangly, we're going right in already, so let's go ahead and start talking about the players that we have here. We've got Marcel, Casper, K3 Soju, France, Kevi, Lucas, Kambuli, and Cookies. As I think we missed the encounter, but we'll catch you all up to speed in a second.
Yeah, I think the makeup of this lobby in particular is pretty unique. This is a lot of the players that I would consider either the underdogs or the underrated players in the tournament. When you think of players like Marcel, Casper, France, Kevy, Cambly, and Cookies, a lot of these players are basically the players that if you could swap them out with other names and kind of feel like, oh yeah, that makes sense, these are the players that you probably would. So to have them all in the same lobby essentially means that some of them are guaranteed to be able to make it to the next day based on the points that they gather here, and other players are kind of forced to have a lower placement, right? So kind of the opposite of what we saw in Lobby 1 at the top of the day.
I do think Casper is one of those players that had needed to turn things around after being stuck in Lobby 1 the first 2 games of the day. And maybe this is a bit of that break that Casper can take a look at turning around that fate. Just, we did get the portal. It is going to be the Victor encounter. So we've got those 6 costs showing up a little earlier.
Yeah, Victor's vision. I mean, I have heard some crazy strats of the don't spend any gold until 4-1 and then roll down all of your gold to find a single 6 cost and ride the wave to your 6 cost. I don't think we're going to see that, but it is something that people have talked about and maybe a little bit more popular in the East than it is in the West.
I love waiting and saving all my gold just to start rolling for the 6 costs. So maybe I'm a mad woman. I'm not sure, but I've always liked trying to play that way. As we get our first augment choice gangly, we do have silver, so honestly nothing too crazy. And when I take a look at silver augments, I also don't necessarily feel like any of these are fantastic for actual econ either, unless you really want to take something like risky moves. But it's tough to lock into a choice like that when you know you're playing in a tournament where anything can happen and you don't want to get stuck behind the 8 ball when it comes to the pace of these fights.
Yeah, I mean, you can see even just based on the augment selections on the right-hand side, it was a great call out, Nekkra. A lot of people are not opting into these econ augments and instead actually trying to get power either from combat or particularly from items, right? We see a handful of over-encumbered players. We see the Spoils of War, which you could say is an econ augment, but it relies on you spending gold in order to get value out of it. Cookies OP is the one player, and I guess Marcel P with, I believe is that BRB or is that yeah, it's BRB, I believe it's called, right? Where you get the additional items later on. But Cookies OP is the one player in the lobby that's actually opening up his board in favor of econ, taking good for some things so that when the units die, there's a chance of getting additional gold. One could argue that being the only player with the econ start does give him the opportunity to have additional gold or roll for a 6 cost in Victor's vision, but like you said with silver, the augments are not making that big of an impact that I don't think anyone's taking an econ augment just for the sake of potentially finding a 6 cost.
It's more of the, you know, if my units so happen to die, it's kind of nice that I get a little kickback for taking a couple of those on the chin. Maybe we get a little bit more powerful of an augment when we go into our stage 3 choices, but for now, I feel like we're just kind of seeing players start to test the waters a little when it comes to what else is everybody running and where can I start to find my edge, because it's not like you have a specific direction from any of these augments either. We did see an option to take Mad Chemist from one of our players, ended up rolling right past it, even though I think that augment is so funny. But no one took any of the silver hero augments here either.
Yeah. I mean, Mad Chemist it had its time in the sun. I think it's not as, looked upon as it once was. Also, quick note, I did say BRB for Marcel P. That's not what it's called. It's delayed start. It's the one where you sell your bench and get the upgraded units instead. So actually, that would make more sense for actually having an econ opener, because now Marcel P is able to get both tempo and econ, so maybe Marcel's actually leaning a little bit more into the the 6 cost sort of play.
He's cooking. Well, we'll see if he's actually the first one to the 6 cost. Whether that strategy pays off or not, I might be taking a page out of the book later. But early item slams here for some of our players. Both France and Lucas have decided to slam a Rage Blade. So I don't know where you feel like that angles you to, but it's nice to at least have it to match the other person.
I mean, Rage Blade this set, I think, is some of the highest stock it's been in recent sets. There are so many lines that are enabled by it. You can play something like Sorks, you could play something like Zeri, you could play something like Twitch, you could play Tristana. There's both reroll and Fast 8 that can be played out of it. So I think both France and who was the other player we were just on board with was the Rebel player, right?
Lucas, because that Rage Blade
Lucas.
has never made Vex look more good, better.
Both of them, I think, are slamming this, keeping their options open. And as we get further into the game, those options that they have in front of them are going to slowly kind of narrow down until they found the line that's both uncontested and playable from their spot.
Yeah, because even for Lucas, if you want to actually keep the Rebel, you can move that Rage Blade over to Zoe. France having potentially this early family start, I guess, if you wanted, could keep that Rage Blade on the Draven. Either way, that Draven's going to be able to get you kills. Unfortunately, couldn't take down Vex with a Rage Blade, which again, maybe is the best look we've seen from Vex the entire set. But hey, still early on in the game. And as Lucas starts to develop this board, we see an early pair for a couple Sentinels as well. Not bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the making of some strong stuff. Able to keep the 3-win streak. I do feel like it's partially off the back of the opponents that he faced. Even France B, to be honest, I felt like France's board felt a little bit fraudulent for being 100 HP last fight. And I know Soju did upgrade his Akali, and so I imagine that depending on how matchmaking goes, there's probably a handful of players in this lobby right now that could snap the streak of Lucas. This doesn't by any means feel like a guaranteed 5 streak.
Everyone
Looking good right now, though.
For that, but yes, Lucas actually going to be able to win this out, and one more combat, maybe you end up with that 5 streak at the end of stage number 2. But on the flip side, Kevi Zhao, our player that was looking at over encumbered as the augment of choice, is on a loss streak here. So that's also pretty nice. You definitely want to be at some type of loss streak when in a victor encounter, I think.
I think it kind of depends on the setup. I think it's more like when you have something like Victor's Visions and you know that people can get really powerful out of nowhere, you kind of have to play your early game as optimally as possible. I think Kevi recognizes, hey, I'm not in a position where I can streak. He has this early scrap board playing over encumbered and says, there's no way for me to win these fights, so I'm going to instead try and prioritize the econ. You know, if anyone watched set 12, Magic and Mayhem, there was a composition called Fairy Composition, where we saw a lot of people play this open fort, high econ style into a fast 8, but in order to win, you had to upgrade all your fort costs. Similarly, that's kind of where scrap is. It may not be as hard of the, full open econ opener, but because scrap doesn't have a really consistent way to contend with these late stage 2 and early and essentially all of stage 3 boards, a lot of players are favoring full loss streak into scrap, trying to get item augment, and then on 4-2, that is the tipping point where you're saying, listen, I'm not losing anymore. So Kevi Zhao, I think, is just recognizing that his way to play the early game is to get more econ than the rest of the field, and when he hits a stabilization point, hit it harder than anybody else.
And then be lucky, and on that 4-2 roll down, get a 6 cost anyway. Bingo!
Have a better roll down than MacMano did last game, that's for sure.
Gosh. Tragic! Still so tragic. And when the desk talked about that, I had blocked it out of my memory, actually, because it was that bad.
Yeah. All right, so over encumbered does come through. You get your additional items there, and we can already start to see the making of some of these items for scrap. Infinity Edge, you have a rod there, a tier there, a lot of items that are going to be super valuable for both Echo and Corki in the late game.
Yeah, I think the bow, just to get some scrap value, is not too bad. You could also technically make a Giant Slayer later if you want, or a red buff. I think the only comp that I feel like the Rage Blade doesn't do super well in is scrap. Like, I don't know what unit you're putting that on that I feel like is finding maximum value off of the Rage Blade.
primarily when I do see people slamming Rageblade in Scrap, it's largely played on the GP. And the idea there is on your 4-2 roll down, you might not hit Corki 2, Echo 2, but a GP2 with an IE plus a Gintu's Rageblade is going to be pretty stable. It's going to have a lot of power in it. So I have seen people slam it, but I agree with you. You're not getting as high value as you are in other comps.
Silver for the second augment. So not a whole lot of power added here outside of, I think Rigged Shop is actually quite good. Maybe eye for an eye if you want some extra components, but I love Rigged Shop. Any sort of like rolling or anything. Ooh, I think Francie took Recombobulator. Wait, is that what that is?
That is, Kevin, wait, you said who? Francie? Yeah, Francie did take Recombobulator. So, oh man, I will say, after taking Spoils of War and then lost streaking most of stage 2, Francie really does kind of need something to bail them out. I think Recombobulator does tend to be something that can bail players out and finds the 4 cost in the form of a Silco, and also the Alawi has a Rageblade Slam. So, I mean, you've got the makings of some Rebel stuff. You have Alawi pair, actually. So there could be something there. The problem is, it kind of costs a lot to hold all the powerful things, and you don't really have the core units that you would normally play in the mid game if you're trying to play Rebels. So I don't feel particularly excited if I'm Francie, even though some of the units themselves are pretty powerful.
Yeah, this is maybe not the Recombobulator you would have wanted. Even after doing that, you do lose out on another combat. And I don't know, I think it's going to be tough to keep up with some of these other boards that also have very ideal items at this point. Whether you were Band of Thieves, or you had Over Encumbered, or you're just getting a ton of these options for components, you get to really hand pick what items you make for these units.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I think Francie is kind of trying to bail himself out there, going for a Hail Mary and sort of missing. Cambly, though, does take the Band of Thieves, like you're saying, and play a little bit of tempo. Right now is kind of a weird spot. To be honest, I'm not super thrilled. I do feel like Band of Thieves, whenever you're playing around AP stuff, it feels a little hard to get full value out of it. I mean, when you're playing around the melee bruisers like Vi or Mbessa, throw a TG on them, and it's usually pretty easy to feel good. Even if you're trying to play around the form swappers, playing TG feels really good because you can kind of move them around whatever's necessary. I don't know if you get as much value when you're playing AP, so I am curious to see how much that actually impacts the highest cap that Cambly can hit in the late game.
I do think if you take the Band of Thieves, it almost always goes onto tank just so you have that extra survivability so that the fight can extend a little bit longer, especially if you get lucky on the rolls. And in that instance, you do get, I think it was a Protector's Vow. So you at least have some type of defensive component for that tank to allow the Nami and the Swain to actually finish off that fight for you.
We have to note, Kevin Zhao finds an Echo off the carousel. So our Scrap player, who is still full loss into that 4-2, he actually, based on the fact that he's 45 HP, I do wonder if there's an argument to trying to stop the bleeding a little bit early. Does level up now, maybe to try and kill a few additional units. But Kevin Zhao looking like he's in a good position to be able to try and hit that board on level 8.
Especially because you've got rolling for days as well. So you have locked in a couple of those free rerolls, and that will certainly help when you actually do get to 4-2. A couple of rounds away from that, but Lucas, sitting at 3-5, still has an 8 win streak, and it is at 100 HP.
Yeah, we got our lose streakers losing and our win streakers winning, and then we've got a whole lot of people in the middle. Cambly is going to be able to win this up against the lost streaker, Kevin Zhao, who's still trying to sack. And honestly, it could have been worse for Kevin. 4-unit loss, I think you are really hoping for like 3-unit, and one more cast from the GP probably gets you, maybe even just a 1 or 2-unit loss. But you can't really ask for that much when you are full loss streaking through, the entirety of the game.
This is where it's really going to start to matter, though. You can see those banked up rerolls coming from rolling for days. You also need to make sure that you can actually get yourself through wolves. I don't know, that's probably one of the easier PvEs to actually win out. So as we take a look at Lucas's board, who is going to be the only win streaker in our entire lobby, what are you making of this?
I mean, he's playing rigged shop, which, you know, normally when you're playing rigged shop, you're trying to play one of the 3-cost reroll lines. In the past, it was things like the Kog'Maw or even Quick Strikers is probably the most popular right now. But the fact that we have the Ezreal with Runant and Rageblade and the Shojin and another Shojin slammed, you can't really play the traditional Quick Strikers line out of this. And so are we actually seeing like a Quick Striker Ezreal hybrid reroll line?
I think that sounds great, honestly. Either that, or you can use those items probably on Caitlyn later. If you decide to pivot into Enforcers, you can run the Twisted Fate reroll. You've got the Loris that's going to be a part of that rig shop as well. So if the cards fall right for you, then maybe you get a chance to 3-star both of those and luck yourself into an early Caitlyn.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not smart enough to figure out what's going on in Lucas's head right now, and I'm not going to pretend to. So I think we just kind of circle back to him in a little bit when he's got full direction on his board. And for now, we'll just watch Kevin Zhao because that one's simple. This is clicking on the scrap units, and that much I can follow. So I imagine he might. Well, actually, yeah, for 26 HP, I imagine he's certainly going to send it right now. Going to level up to 8, do his roll down, finds an Echo pair. Handful of flex spots on this level 8 board, so pay attention to see what he actually holds on to. Doesn't take the Ambusher, Jinx, not going to make the Alawi. He's definitely going to make that. Yep. Wants to make sure he can get 6 scrap on the board, though. Hitting the upgrades are nice. It looks like he's missing... Who is he missing? Ziggs? He doesn't have Ziggs on the board. Yeah.
No.
So misses Ziggs on the roll down. Because of that, not going to get the full value out of this scrap board. Finding the Vi 2 is really nice, but you don't have any items to itemize her, which is a shame based on how many additional items you were able to find. But the PvE round last turn does not give him anything that feels super exciting, to be honest.
A lot of these are tank items. Maybe you make Sunfire and Dragon's Claw, or you make Gargoyle and even Shroud. Yeah, a lot of these just don't feel very good if you want to have that melee carry. But something that could help, you do have a Prismatic that's going to round out our augment choices in this lobby. And so maybe... How are we feeling about on the carry now? Later on in this set.
Okay, so I was going to say, I do wonder if, like, on the carry now, the additional items give you something. But now, the fact that he took Wand Overflow, all of these items are going to feel really nice. He's still trying to find this Ziggs, and he cannot find it. Does find the Echo in his shop, but he can't buy this right now. Wait, what did he sell?
He found a way to do it. I think ended up, selling I don't know. I don't remember.
Something
Either
that was
way,
on his board.
I know you've got double death cap on this Echo now, and that you are quite happy with.
He
had
sold
an
one of his
Elise
Elises.
too. Oh,
He had an Elise pair and sold one of the Elises for it. But the Wand Overflow, it does give him immediate board power, right? Because the fact that he's lacking damage on the board without the items for the Echo, could have made an Ionic Spark, but really couldn't make anything beyond that and didn't have the Corki 2 upgraded. Being able to make double Rabadons on this board means that, yes, he doesn't have the full value of the defensive traits of the scrap, but by putting double Rabadons on this Echo 2, he now has burst damage, and his goal right now is end the fight before they can break the scrap shield, and it does buy him a little bit of time to try and find that Ziggs.
It will be coming. I believe if anything, you can find it just a random 2-cost in your shop. That would feel really nice. Lucas is still streaking, by the way. So that feels fantastic when you've already hit Ezreal 3 as well.
Look at this board. Yeah, so he is playing the traditional Quick Striker reroll, but instead of playing the Akali and the Nocturne, he's instead playing Corki and Ezreal to play a 2 Quick Striker, 3 Rebel, reroll Ezreal plus TF, and still has the option to try and reroll things like the Loris as well, or just try and go 9 and maybe add, some higher quality units. But man, this is a really cool board from Lucas.
I love it. I like that you can also just still take advantage of the other 3 costs that you find. You're 3 copies off of being able to get the Twisted Fate, but I think those are copies of units that you will hold on to just because you know that rigged shop is going to give you, easier access to a lot of those units. And also Twisted Fate is a unit that no one else needs or wants to prioritize, maybe outside of K3 Soju here. Who's also, did he cap himself at 7 with that augment?
No, I believe that's Coronation, right? Or is, that's not, or is that max cap?
Right. I don't know. Either way,
It actually might be max cap. I think that's max cap. I think you're right, actually. Now that I look at it. Yeah, that is definitely max cap. So K3 Soju is going to be capped at level 7 for the rest of the game. Did get the influx of gold to try and hit. But Loris, we know, is contested. Lucas is holding, I believe, 5 of them on his board. So it's going to be a little bit harder to hit. And the fact that Lucas is playing the Rig Shop. He has the Ezreal plus TF reroll. He is holding a lot of the units that Soju wants. And so now Soju has invested his entire prismatic augment into hitting enough gold to upgrade his board and has failed to upgrade his board. He took a risk and has not hit, and right now his hope is that the strength of his board is going to be enough to carry him through stage 4 and then lose enough or save enough HP that he can try and squeeze out something like a 4th or a 5th.
Having to go up against Lucas though, you have to deal with this Ezreal 3 that's sitting in the back line. The Akali is at least healing a lot when it comes to this Bloodthirster usage, but it just isn't quite enough burst to be able to get through the rest of that front line. And so Lucas maintains the streak heading into the anomaly choices.
Yeah, really, really strong position. We're looking at France, who did take Call to Chaos. Man, Recombobulator into Call to Chaos. France was certainly...
Harold, that is like the worst low.
I mean, when you're playing the snipers, at least you're getting value out of it.
That's copium, Gangly.
I mean, listen, you could have gotten the 3-star 3 cost and it does nothing on your board. Trust me, I was tilted for days very recently based off of that exact outcome. So
or Trifinity Hull Crusher.
It could have gone worse. I think France was playing a very risky gambit, trying to bail himself out with his augment choices and was not rewarded, and that's okay because that's what he opted into. And I think he kind of accepted that if it didn't work, he's almost certainly going bot 2, and that's the position he's in. It does not really look like there's any way for him to climb out of this hole. Maybe if he can miraculously find Twitch 2 and Kate 2 and maybe first survive this round. He is up against Cookies though, who's on a 4-loss streak, so this might be the one round that you actually can win.
It certainly has to happen now, and France has felt like he's needed a lot of these Hail Mary plays as early on in this game as picking that second augment. And even when you take a look at this Twitch 1, it is doing enough work with this Rage Blade as you do buy yourself a lot of time with those Zeke Heralds, but it's still a very close call.
I mean, I think fighting Cookies there is the exact thing that you need in order to go 7th. And if he goes 7th, at least he saved himself 1 point. Cookies not able to actually get anything online there himself, and now 2 HP below. So Casper and Cookies are the 2 players on the free fall. If France has some good matchmaking, maybe he can find himself 1 other point. But I think he's probably just resigned to a bot 4 placement from this position.
I think it's really tough for Cookies because you also have Silco usage on Marcel's and Kambuli's board. Kambuli actually has the 2-star, and I don't know if Marcel's actually sitting on just 1 star or a copy of the Silco. So Cookies finds another Silco, but you're still fighting to get that second one. There you go. That's the third. Right. That's going to be the Silco 2 for Cookies.
Victor.
But it's so tough when you're this far into the game and you're just finding your Silco 2.
France, on the other hand, does find a Victor, takes out the Vi 1, so definitely an upgrade on his board, but we're going to be seeing the 2 players at the bottom of the standings. Neither one of them look like they're winning this fight, and it's going to be a battle of potentially just who loses less. Although on the other side, this is Soju's board, so Soju did still miss. I don't think he does not have TF3, does not have Loris 3, so there's potential actually for this max cap board to lose to the Twitch now that he has a Twitch 2. Doesn't look like it though. France going to take a big hit. Cookies looks like he takes less of a hit, and I actually believe that France might have still gone 8th by just 1 HP.
Oh, it does look that way. Cookie's gonna take that 7th, and despite France's best efforts, Just didn't feel like this was quite the right game. Now K3 Soju maybe has a little wiggle room here, but still needs to try to find some of these unit upgrades. The TFs are hotly contested. Finds a Mel also. That's going to be great to be able to fit onto the board at some point. But what do you actually take out now, Gangly, to fit this Mel in?
I'm not exactly sure if this Mel can ever go in. I mean, there's an argument maybe for dropping the Nocturne and just playing 3 Quick Striker, but I have to imagine that an unitemized Mel is going to be less value than getting Quick Striker on your Mbessa 2 and your Akali. I will say, this Quick Striker board is putting in a lot of work, and Kevy Zhao, who's sitting at 15 HP, is he dead after that? Or no, he's sitting at 2 HP right now. I am shocked to see this Quick Striker board do so well, and I don't know if this is off the back of mentorship coming in from K3 Soju. His itemization is definitely strong. Specifically, the Mbessa is going to be putting in a lot of work here, but he's still sitting at 45 HP and is now almost certainly locked for a top 4.
Feels super good when you've also been contested. Also hits the Rel 3. It's just a little bit more stability in that front line while also finding another copy of Twisted Fate. Lucas hasn't hit the TF3 either. And at this point, we actually don't know how many copies Lucas is sitting at with the Twisted Fate, but only one player can actually 3-star that with just the bag size that we have for the 3 costs.
Soju going to win another fight there, taking out Casper. So Casper will fall. Kevy Zhao looks like he's going to fall right behind him. That's 2 players eliminated. And just like that, our top 4 is decided. Question is, where do they fall? Casper Wu in 5th, Kevy Zhao in 6th. And now Lucas, Soju, Cambuly, and Marcel all sitting pretty in the top 4 with a pretty sizable HP gap between the bot 4.
It feels so bad for Kevy because it's just a huge miss on those scrap units. You also had to take Wand Overflow, and the Echo just not able to chew through some of the front lines that you have here with just like multiple Sentinels, 4 Sentinel for Soju, similarly Loris there 3 for Lucas, but there's the Loris 3 for Soju. Actually does beat Lucas to the punch, and so Lucas is going to remove the rest of those Loris that he was holding on to, but still holds on to the Twisted Fate. I think there's still a lot of hope there to be able to get that TF3. And also has a Jinx too.
That's right. Yeah, I think Lucas, listen, it would be nice to have everything on the board feel completely upgraded, but he's not even playing this TF, right? He's just playing 5 Rebel at this point in the game. He's actually made the pivot off of that Quick Striker board and is instead playing a 5 Rebel, 4 Sentinel board and playing around a fast 9. So this is not the first time we've actually seen Lucas play these creative boards. I remember seeing a very similar situation in the Set 11 regionals where he qualified to the Tactician's Crown. This is a player who I think maybe it has something to do with his veteranship. You'd call him like an old school guy, and maybe all these new school players are watching the stats, they're playing just the meta slaves, they only want to play what's good. Lucas is instead opting to play a really creative line into a fast 9 after hitting 3-star Ezreal on 7, and is, 40 HP over 2nd place while the rest of them are duking out and still finding wins. I can't imagine he does anything less than a top 2. Maybe there's a world where he goes 3rd here, but Lucas is looking primed to be able to try and actually contend to win this lobby.
Well, look at how fast his Jinx is casting. Just being able to double Shojin. Here's the big boom, and it's going to explode the whole board. Like that is just a great assessment as well. You find a Jinx too. Why would you play the Twisted Fate?
Sure,
you just remove those items from the Twisted Fate and play a Jinx.
And it makes sense with
you can't get them.
Exactly, that's the real tech. But it does make sense with the rest of its board too, right? You have this double Runans on Ezreal, who is doing a lot of splash damage onto the other units on the board. Jinx has double Shojin, which means she's not double damage, so she's not one-shotting everything on the board, and you're not building vertical ambushers, so you don't have that extra oomph. So you have the perfect combination of the two of them, where they're each hitting multiple units, and their AoE combined means that Jinx does a sizable chunk to the entire board, and Ezreal is able to clean up the rest.
Let's see what Cambuly can cook up here as well. Finds the Garen 2. And so now this looks like a great front line. I think just outside of being able to get that Mundo 2, which still doesn't feel as important as maybe even being able to get the Mordekaiser 2-star. It's a great look. You also are able to use the Lucky Gloves here, and you find a third copy of Thieves Gloves out of the Anvil, I want to say. So
why is Mel's Lucky Gloves Bloodthirster Hand of Justice? Am I missing something? I feel like it should be something like, you know, Blue Buff and Shojin, or something that just helps you cast, or AP in general.
Prize also.
Regardless, maybe this tank, this Bruiser Mel is going to be enough to help this Silco cast one more time, but no. It is going to be saved by Mel, though, and so Cambulee's got one more shot. Marcel P also sitting at 1 HP, so we've got two players at, sitting on Elimination Station, both trying to get one more placement.
Saved by the Mel as well, I think.
I think it actually just shows on everybody's board in Spectator.
Everybody gets Mel's blessing.
Everybody gets to see it. Yeah. It is super confusing.
Sure. I thought maybe it was Marcel got saved by Mel, and then you're like, I got the benefit, instant sell. I'm going to put Victor on my board instead, and by Warwick, and smooth sailing. But, okay, maybe not. But there are 6 costs abound here now, as you see Marcel and Cambulee on opposite sides of each other. Only one can actually walk away with this 3rd versus 4th place, and it looks like it's going to be Cambulee that is able to get the better of Marcel. So Cambulee gets to eke out another placement as Soju loses to Lucas's board. I think Lucas wins. I don't see a board that takes him out at this point.
At this point, I would definitely agree with you. I mean, Soju's at a place where he's not getting any stronger, right? He's max cap. He can't go past level 7. He's upgraded pretty much everything on his board. He hasn't hit the TF3, but if Lucas is still holding those TFs, then he's never going to hit it.
8 copies.
Cambulee on the other side doesn't have the Mord 2. He's still missing some pieces that could make him stronger, and even so, I mean, you're playing Last Whisper Cassiopeia right now. Like, I don't know that you're getting max value on everything in your board. I have trouble believing that anything's going to beat Lucas right now.
Well, let's find out, because maybe if Cambulee had a chance, it would have to be this fight. And there is a big stun there. And in fact, Cambulee's board mostly survives that big Jinx hit and has enough to actually get through that Ezreal as well. So Lucas does take a hit.
Yeah, I think a misplay from Lucas there, positioning in a way that Elise can get on every single damage dealer. I imagine we're not going to see that happen again, though.
I wonder if Lucas actually gets a chance to take this Rebel Spat. No one else is angling for it.
He's looking at it. Cambulee takes Scrap. Soju takes the Archangel, so Soju's still trying to play around the TF, get the 3rd item on him here. But Lucas, depending on how much gold he has, going to be able to go 10, play 7 Rebel on 10 quite easily. Be able to play the Rebel Rumble, very, very strong holder of it. Also Mbessa, if you just want something that can be upgraded right now. And look at this. He could go 10. He's just going to play TF3. Oh my goodness.
Why not? I just
and now
give
Soju
the Rebel Spat.
Certainly not going to be able to hit the TF3 anymore, as he still has the potential to go 10 and play 7 Rebel on top of all of this, right?
Yeah, you absolutely can. You just get that stun, which may benefit you a little bit more once it gets down to those final couple of combats. But it's Cambulee going up against K3 Soju. Soju's
a lot of target fire.
Yeah, I mean, the center of the universe here for the Twisted Fate is actually helping a lot in the front. And even though we ended up seeing Cambulee take that Scrap Spat, it's not something that he can actually make use of. He was really hoping to hit a 3rd Mordekaiser after that being the 2nd copy, and unfortunately just doesn't get there. So Cambulee goes out in 3rd, and now it's a race for 1st place between Lucas and K3 Soju.
Listen, Soju, if you had showed me a spot after we saw all of those TFs and Lorises being held on by Lucas early in the game, I definitely did not believe in him, and I think I said it on the broadcast. But now he's sitting here in the top 2, making me look like a fool. Has upgraded nearly everything on his board. Doesn't even need the TF to find the top 2. But on the other side, you've got a player who is slow leveling to 10. This feels like the game is entirely in Lucas's hands. Whether or not he actually wins here or if he's going to wait until he goes 10 is more the question. Because right now, Soju is able to break through this front line. And whether or not the Jinx cast can make a difference, she does. Is there enough power? Ezreal 3 does a lot.
Oh, it's so close.
Barely going to be enough. The healing is not enough.
Oh my god, the Corki just absolutely styling on that Akali. Do you see how fast it was trying to get away after strafing to the right? Also, Gangly, we've gone through a couple of balance patches right now, but like Center of the Universe being picked on both sides by K3 Soju and Lucas, that was not an anomaly choice at the start of Into the Arcane that I thought would be picked a lot until we saw like the first patch come through for the set.
No, you're right. It was something that was very undervalued for a while. People were not picking it. They didn't quite understand how much value we're getting out of it. After a couple of buffs, now it feels really strong because you get a base set of damage out of your carry, and as long as you have a backline carry who is staying in the same place, when you can position them in the center of the board, you're able to hit the entirety of the enemy's front line and get so much value.
Ooh, okay, Lucas hit Rumble 2, also has the 7 Rebel online as well.
Mel 2!
Oh no, wait! Soju's holding this. Soju's gonna, wait, nope, he's just gonna make it. Yeah, now you just take out a Quick Striker, right? Or you're actually gonna take out 4 Sentinel here, as you do drop that Aurelia in favor of a Mel 2, because of course you do. This changes the game.
The TF items are perfect for the Mel, right? Morello, Shojin, Archangel's Mel 2. If there was any way for Soju to actually cap out, it would be here. He is max cap, but on level 10 is the one way to get it, but no, it's not going to be enough. Nice try from Soju and a heads up play saying, listen, Lucas, you took too long. Stage 7 means that I have enough gold to potentially hit a 2-star 6 cost. Able to find it, but in the end, Lucas, creative line, heads up play, fast tempo, able to go level 10 and end the game. 7 Rebel, Ezreal 3. Beautiful play out of the 2 in the top 2.
Yeah, that stun was also perfect to have against a Mel 2. More to talk about in this game though, and we're gonna leave that up to our analyst desk. So we're gonna take a short break, and when we come back, we'll break down game number 4 and get ready for our 5th game of day 1 of the America's Golden Spatula.
Finish what you began, and I ain't afraid to lose a life again. And that I can't win. So I'ma do this on my own. Step into the danger zone. All the pain you watch it go.
Welcome into the Arcane. We're thrilled to announce the competitive circuit for the TFT America's esports umbrella, uniting the top TFT players from Brazil, Latin America, and North America. There are some big changes to this circuit from Magic and Mayhem. There will only be 2 Tacticians Cups as a result of the holidays and TFT Macau Open. For the first time ever, we'll be allowing players from BR and LATAM to qualify through the NA server. There will be adjusted ladder slots and cup slots to reflect this change. We're also putting a lot more emphasis on tournament performance, expanding invites to America's Golden Spatula through qualifier points, while reducing leaderboard invites across all regions. More information and specifics can be found in the regional articles on the Americas website. For the ladder snapshots, they'll start on January 7th and end on February 11th, for a total of 6 ladder snapshots. There will be 2 cup snapshots, and players can sign up for the cups on the TFT Americas esports website. These cup snapshots, along with the sub-regional tournaments, are your gateway to participating in the 2 Tacticians Trials and Tacticians Cups. Make sure to give it your very best in every event, as qualifier points are crucial for securing a direct spot to the Golden Spatula at the end of Into the Arcane. These points will be awarded based on placement. Finally, the America's Golden Spatula will be held on February 28th to March 2nd. This event will be the penultimate event for America's best players.
Welcome back to the TFT Golden Spatula Into the Arcane Edition. I'm Casanova, joined by Jupeson and Dobz here on the analyst desk. We got to break down that game 4. We had a lot of exciting stuff. I mean, it was a little bit back to basics with the Silver Lobby after our big Mbessa Prismatic game we had going, but still a lot of really interesting stuff coming out of this one.
Yeah, I really gotta mention that we haven't seen so many Silcos. 3 players playing Silco this time. Everyone obviously adapting with what the game gives you. We're talking about this stuff. You play what the game gives you, and sometimes you're uncontested. You try not to be, but sometimes this happens. But even though 2 Silco players made it work and got good results.
Exactly. Yes, and speaking about playing what the games gives you, this was a signature Lucas game. I mean, Lucas is a player that he was known before. In previous sets, that is a player that plays the game flexible itself, not just flexible between comps in the meta, but the game, if the game is giving him like Azraels and TFs, he can actually find his way into a game, and he made that quite well, like leading him into a 100 streak all over the across the game, and found himself at 7 Rebel Azrael at the end. So really well played by him. I'm so proud of what he done on this game. It was really good to watch.
This was really incredible from Lucas, and holding on to those Twisted Fates ended up being twofold, right? It was good because he was playing around Twisted Fate early on with the Quick Strikers, but also he's contesting Soju and being able to try and put an opponent in the dirt, but it didn't quite work. Soju actually able to hold on for a 2nd place, even though Lucas is like griefing a 3-star TF while it wasn't even on the board for quite some time. I mean, eventually it made the final board, but he's just holding on to all these Twisted Fates. He's holding on to a bunch of Lorises, and Soju's still able to kind of sneak back and get that 2nd.
Yeah, it's very important to recognize what you just said, Cass. He played around the Akali, then he played around... He had good items for the Twisted Fate, but he couldn't make it 2-star, so actually he ended up playing Mel, and now we see the graph with that result about Lucas. He didn't drop the 1st place from round 2 and upwards, so actually... maintaining the tempo, maintaining the performance, and maximizing out and capping it out in the end, as you just said, Dobz, making a comp that seems like he was cooking, making a cap board in the end.
Yeah, it was great to watch Ezreal with TF alongside each other. I didn't see any of it through the whole set. But speaking about Soju, he was able to get one of the best item augments for the Quick Striker composition, that it's max limit, that allowed him to, besides, he was not able to get the TFs that were contested, but he managed to get everything else. So he played really well the tempo of his composition, and he stayed at 2nd, so really well played and secured most points, so it's worth it.
Yeah, it was definitely cool to see, because it did feel like there was a certain point in the game where it looked like he may end up kind of going bot 4, but just kind of able to find, as you said, playing around the Akali, find that, just stabilize around, buy some extra time, as he was able to find the Loris, and kind of just the rest of these 3 stars starting to come through. Never finds the Twisted Fate, which usually I think you would maybe think that would cap him out at a 3rd or a 4th, just not being able to find that, but still able to find some good positioning, ended up shifting the items to the Mel at the very end to try and beat Lucas, but that comp just got way too powerful with that Rebel Spat that came off the carousel. You were talking about the Silcos. Even with all 3 of them, we still got 2 of them in the top 4, which is really sweet. But let's go ahead and take a look at the standings we didn't get to after the last game. So let's see kind of where everybody is now that we've got 4 games down, only 2 to go.
Yeah, only 24 people of this total will advance to day 2 tomorrow, and we see some names there in the bottom. LATAM representative Vicious already qualified by qualifier points, also Spencer. So both of them are already qualified to Worlds, not having the best performance, at least in the beginning, 2 games ahead or 2 games to finish day 1.
Yeah, so they kind of do not have much pressure to perform at here in the Golden Spatula. Of course, everyone wants to win, but at least they can. If they not manage to get better today, they will play Worlds anyway. So it's not that bad.
And looking kind of at the top of the standings here, Dish Soap, highest AVP on the set so far in the Americas, and he's at the top of the standings. But also, I'm just looking at the Brazilian representation. Lucas, Bio, and McMeno all in that top 8 in the 4, 5, 6 position. Really, really amazing performances from them so far.
Yeah, we can summarize with Ego also on 10th, and then big names here. Soyu, Weishan also, and then on the top, as you just mentioned, Bishop, totally gaining the field as a must and playing amazing, having obviously some high spots and some high rolls, but he's able to transform it into first places, and that's what a set champion can do. So very glad to see it, and still 2 games to go. We have time to see a little more after the break has.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break, just a few minutes here, and we'll come back with game number 5. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the Golden Spatula. I'm Casanova, joined by Jupeson and Dobz, and we're going in to Game 5. It's going to be Lobby 4 that we're taking a look at here, but we're at the point of the day where everyone is still in it, technically, but a couple players are really going to have to push, get those big placements to try and actually squeeze in those top 24 to make it to the next day.
Yeah, 100%. 8 players are eliminated today. Dobz, you were talking about this just now. You don't only need to qualify to tomorrow, you need enough points to actually make it possible to account and to get to day 3 also.
Yes, unless you're in a spot like Fapacasa that can actually qualify towards something 14 or 15. The other players need to start to improving now, because even if they barely passes for tomorrow, you can actually miss the final. So you want to get those first, so you can recover your good spot for tomorrow, and you still have a chance like to make to the final day.
Yeah, it's a really good note, right? Vapacasa in particular is kind of leading on those qualifier points to actually get in from Brazil to secure that slot, right? We have Vicious and Spencer already securing the spots for LATAM and North America, but the Brazilian spot is still up for grabs. Vapacasa with that lead.
Yes.
Has a different set of parameters for this tournament than pretty much any other player, because really it is just about placing high enough to get enough of those QP to make it.
Yeah, we'll be aware of what are the results, but you were saying, Dobz, maybe only day 2 will be enough for him, and that's the difference about this type of format. Remember, a lot of people are with qualifier points, some people are simply trying to get AVP. You have to think about obviously getting to day 3, but since the tournament has been so long throughout all the set, there's a lot of chances. For example, a lot of players came by sub-regionals, so there's a lot of ways to be competitive. And if you want to really participate, my recommendation is simply to follow the X channel of Compete TFT, where you can find all the information, and maybe we can see one of you guys in the chat in the next Golden Spatula.
Yes, it's really important to follow and be aware of the tournaments. I mean, some of these players are actually debuting on the Golden Spatula, so anyone can play. So
I think one of the
it's
really
good to be aware.
Yeah, one of the really fun things about the lobby we're going into, lobby 4, is we were talking about Vapacasa, right? And the fact that he's kind of got this lead on the Brazilian qualifier points, and he's trying to just hold on to that. He needs to have a good performance. He's had kind of a shaky performance so far today. Not the worst. He's in the top 24 currently, but it's not as much as he would like. But there's a lot of players from Brazil in this lobby, actually. We've got Cash, we've got Lucas, we've got Bio, all in this one, and they're all kind of fighting each other for those qualifier point spots, as well as just in general trying to make the top 8 of this tournament. But a lot of them might want Vapacasa to do poorly, and so they have an opportunity to just outplace him in this particular lobby.
You think it will make a change there?
Nah, it won't.
All of those Brazilians together?
I would say because what happened last time, Eagle was in the same spot with Bapzera, and he said that he wasn't actually trying to see Bapzera to lose, because they are actually studying together. So at this moment, of course, if he loses, it would be good for someone, but you never want them to actually lose to you to pass. So I think the mindset is actually it's better to us. I mean, for them, to everyone to win and actually make finals, and they have like more people from the study group at the Worlds. But of course, when at the end of the tournament, if Vapacasa doesn't make it, somebody's gonna be happy. So
yeah,
the spot has to go for someone. So.
Yeah, and remember, we have 9 spots, guys. So a huge amount of spots this time for Americas. Some of the people like Spencer and Vicious that you already mentioned already qualified. So 7 spots are still for the grabs, and more important than ever to perform and try to advance.
Yeah. I mean, as always, right? You're just trying to fight for those top 8 slots, make it to that final day, because a lot of people in that final lobby are going to make it in, right? Our top 4, highest AVP, right? You're getting so many people, highest QP after everyone else has gotten those slots, the highest QP remaining, but making the top 8 is going to really inflate your qualifier points. It's going to really help. So there's really, at the end of the day, it is just fighting to make that top 8. And that all starts here on day 1. You got to stay in the top 24 to even have a shot at this.
We wanted these cameras. Again, Bio with that tranquility, that calm that resembles him. We'll see him laugh a lot during the game, probably. Kevi Zhao, they're performing. Soyu, a little sleepy, grinding their eyes. So we will see this camp performance also during the game. And it's always amazing to see. We have seen more expression this time, Dobz, than ever. People are laughing, people are having fun. So good to watch.
To watch their camera from players, because you actually can see if they are tired, if they are looking great or confident or something. So it's an extra thing to look at it at the broadcast. So I really like to have the opportunity to see what players are looking like during the game or before that.
It is always fun to see it as we're jumping into this game 5. We had a Vander start, so we're just gonna have the 3 gold augments for this game. No crazy prismatics like we've kind of had in the last 2 games. This is gonna be a lot more standard TFT, but what are some of the big golds we're looking out for? I mean, I think there's always going to be hero augments, but we haven't really seen too much of that just yet today.
Yeah, not only hero augments, obviously gloves off, the Bander hero augments is amazing, but Mordo was actually saying in the beginning of the broadcast today, any reroll can actually be enabled by gold augments. You have a lot of duplicators, you have a lot of rolling items, like Starry Nights and things like this, that actually can enable you to do a good reroll. Talking about reroll, already Bio here with Aceri, and ramping up here with a good start with Irelia in the front lane.
Yeah, I mentioned I was thinking about that. Gold augments, there are so many good augments that can lead you into a reroll line. As you said, Starry Night, maybe too much value. Some augments that give you extra power from your units, from like some compositions it goes pretty well, like no scout, no pivot. A lot of augments that you can put on these reroll lines. So let's see, the first augment will have like what the game will look like.
Yeah, it's going to be a big 2-1 here. Try and see where the rerolls come in, because once one person is starting to reroll, it makes it better for everyone else as well. Just trying to continue to pull those 2 costs out of the pool. Nothing for Bio just yet, but Unleash the Beast, and he has a Sterex in inventory already. That is definitely going to be tempting, even though he has this Zeri opener.
Yeah, we know that the Urgot is not muchly playable, but you can play with family if he has like a spot to do it, maybe with the Violet. I've seen it perform well in high elo, so maybe a possibility here for him. If he wants to go away from what will be reroll, he can just take Caretaker and only go for the ramp up tempo with the additional anvils.
Okay, no Scout, no Pit is another option, but does go for Unleash the Beast. I like it because he has the Sterex in inventory already, right? I think you're just gonna immediately get so much extra value.
Yeah, when you play that augment, the more Sterex that you have, actually they stack with each other. So that's why players want to make like triple Sterex carry or something. It's very strong.
Okay, now we're seeing the rest of the augments. So Cash, I believe, is built different, right? The one from Cash, there in the bottom. Then we have a category 5 for Solukas, Raining Gold for Zelinski, and Papakasa with the possibility of slamming here an additional emblem. I believe he already slammed the chest, the sartén. How do you say sartén in English, Cass? The frying pan.
Oh, the frying pan. Okay, I was like, wait.
Yeah. I was just thinking about it. And so, well, Kebi Zhao already with the perfect. We already saw this augment being played. You get the Scar, you get the Seri, but obviously you only have one. So maybe it's a loose trick. Even though you have the units set in place, it's like a loose trick augment. So you get the goal and then you roll out.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense here. I do love this this Firelight augment as well. This is going to be a lot of power for Kevi. So we'll just see once he can actually get there. As you said, he's kind of got a couple of units already, but just no good items. So we'll see where he can get. But Spencer's not going to let him lose streak. That's going to be an open fort with the what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, which we've seen the power of that augment already today. It's been quite good when Dish Soap was able to use that to get a lot of extra components and really make a big wave with the pit fighters.
Yeah, the augment is actually really flexible. You can just wait to get a lot of items and pick the line that you want that is free. And sometimes people actually want to play like quick strikers that goes really well with a lot of items. And you can actually come back in the mid game, like you lose like straight 8 rounds and then you roll down a lot. Okay. And that's one of the lines that he can play with that augment.
Talking about lines, this line is perfect here for Papakasa. Already has the Ginsu, already has the emblem of Bruiser, so fast 4 Bruisers for him. Ideal spot to play Twitch. Maybe he can hold the Urgot. He's not necessarily, because actually he wants to put the experiment in only when you already have the Twitch. Actually, the Seri will be better for Holder. So I think this is an amazing spot for him. I'm very sure he will be able to transform this into a good placement.
Yeah, it's a good call out. I mean, even if he wanted the Urgot, though, trying to make both here was important. And as you said, it doesn't matter until the Twitch is there, right? So just kind of holding off, making sure you can make money, because you should be able to win streak with the 4 Bruiser and the Ginsu. It's quite a powerful board for this early game.
Yeah. Game of today, Weijian playing the Bruiser line with the Spat, and it was really strong. So it actually was a pretty safe line because the power itself from 6 Bruisers in the mid game is really high, and it almost doesn't matter what backline you're using during the mid game, because you actually save a lot of HP. And we saw actually Weijian playing 4 shape, 4 swappers in the late game with that line. So really a really strong opener for the Vapacasa.
Yeah, I want to call out also the other Brazilian representative here, Euso Lucas. He already won the last game with the Ezreal Tristra, and once again, he has Category 5, he has 2 Runans on the Ezreal, so he wants to play these rerolls once again.
Yeah, it's such a huge start. The Ezreal is so strong with these, and I mean, we'll have to see what the Academy ends up being, because if it's actually Runans, I mean, this spot is absolutely absurd, but we'll have to wait and see what that actually is. But even then, just the Ezreal early on with the Category 5, he uses this item so well.
The way that actually the Ezreal works is like when he ults, his ultimate counts as an auto attack. So you kind of procs the Runams plenty of times. I mean, sometimes procs double. So that's why he scales so well with this item. And when you're playing Ezreal with Category 5, you actually want like 3 Runams on Ezreal. So that's why this augment fits so well on this composition.
Okay, yeah, totally, and it makes sense. I always had the doubt how was performing. Thank you for clarifying that, Dobz. So now we see the importance of and why it's so prevalent, no? Either for tempo or for going for a full. Because actually the best items on Ezreal could be, even without Category 5, could be triple Runans. Now with Category 5, it's amazing.
Yeah, I want to just put a bow on it real quick and mention the Academy is Gunblade, Gargoyles, and Sterak. So it's not going to be the Runans, not the really big power there. But you could see something like a Gunblade alongside 2 of those Category 5 Hurricanes, and that could actually just provide so much healing for your team as well. We've seen how strong Gunblade can be with a solid front line and just 1 backliner.
Surely. I mean, the best place to play Academy is when... okay.
They did face
it's pretty unfortunate to Spacer. I mean, he could like... Yeah, he has to hold the Akali. As I said, he probably is playing Quick Strikers. So he loses the lose streaking here, but that not should be a huge problem. I mean, it would be better for him to lose, but it's fine at the end because his augment is still good. So he's already with 50 gold. So it could be worse, I would say.
Yeah, he has direction. It could be worse. At least he knows what he wants to play. And now, obviously, Setsuko has to buy everything, maybe roll a little, and ensure he has a sufficient board to at least win against the Crocs here.
Yes, he'll probably win, but his spot it's a little bit rough, I would say, because when you take an augment like this that gives you a Bramble, you do not want to full go into lose streak. But we'll see during the mid game how we can like come back from that.
Usually you'd think of it as like a tempo augment, right? Just the Bramble, it provides damage, tankiness, right? Usually you'd expect a win streak, but as you're saying,
you're a good reader of people.
Not great.
What do you think about the expression now, Setsuko? I see calming him. I
think he's fine. He's comfort zone on lost streak anyway. This is usually something he likes to play. So he's really good. Just like when he has a lot of gold and he can use his APM that he has like above a lot of other players to then create a very strong board on that first roll down and find ways to then level it up from there and win out. I mean, we oftentimes attribute Setsuko to being able to play really creative boards and play high tempo with low amounts of money, so he makes high econ, but he's also able to do that from lost streak and just utilize all that extra income to still make cheap boards that work out well and then snowball it from there.
If he's a player that I expect to do well lose streaking, it's Setsuko. I mean, he's so good at it. It is actually one of his best qualities, I would say, because he's so calm at doing that, and he did that actually plenty of times. So he knows what he is doing. So let's see how he went in this board. I'm kind of curious because he has like sorcerer items, but he has like almost nothing from that.
Yeah, I wonder if like his 3-2 augment will give him any direction. So I'll just kind of have my eyes there and see what he ends up picking up. But as we kind of continue to jump around and see some of these selections coming out, we see a Rebel Spat being picked up by JD Zelensky. We always have to keep our eyes on the +1 Rebels and see if he can find the +2 and actually be able to get even higher from there.
Yeah, Kevisao with Starry Knights. We know he's playing the reroll of Seti, so actually trying to go for that ramp up. And Spencer decides to go for more of a tempo augment here with Mentorship, getting additional defense here for all the units.
Yes, as we see, he rolled it down a little bit. Try to stay above 50 gold. Didn't manage to get a Kali 2, but he has direction, as you said. He's playing Quick Strikers. Has another tool started Nocturne.
Yeah, Setsuko picking up Blazing Souls as kind of another technically open-ended augment. It can be played in pretty much any comp that he wants, but I know you were mentioning the Sorcerer items, and this does actually give some value towards that Sorcerer comp with the ability power and attack speed being a good combination, especially with that Shojin.
Okay, yeah, makes sense. And Bio, on the other hand, actually slamming here the Adaptive Helm, giving additional third item, and he decides to go for the Urgot. Makes sense, he didn't have the out to go for the Violet. It's interesting to see it. We haven't seen it so far after the nerf, so maybe Bio will make it back into the meta, this, or maybe he will just play a tempo. It will be interesting to see how he transforms this comp. On the other hand, Setsuko already with the 6 2-star here, very strong. At least good damage to kill units, maybe not strong enough to maintain a win streak right now, but I'm sure from the carousel on, he will have the priority and maybe go for that line that you were mentioning, Cass, maybe go for that Sorcerers. That it looks like what makes more sense here.
I would say that he is in the quite good spot if he manages to get into the level 8 and find his way into the 3-star upgrades. Because his items looks great, and he actually have some priority to pick a good unit on the carousel, maybe. So it's important to him to save some HP by now, and probably the Ziggs-2 is already enough to kill a lot of units.
It's very funny. His reaction looked like he didn't want to win, but I don't know if that's the case. It's probably just, in general, trying to look at the board, trying to figure out exactly what he wants to do with his plan, because his board was definitely strong enough to start winning some rounds at that point. As we see, Vapakasa also on a full win streak, only a single loss. I think it was the first round of the game, so really, really solid right now with the 7 wins.
Yeah, 50 gold for him. He has an augment that will enable him to hit the full comp. He still has Seti, Tranquil there. No, sorry, it's Kevisao, the one who has the Starry Knights. So actually, Vapakasa will have to play it more tempo and obviously commit to that Twitch line that we've been talking about so far. And now to see the rest, also Lucas decides to go for the Academy item Gunblade there on the Ezreal. So actually just simply ramping up the tempo and maybe trying to go deep into the Academy line more in the late game.
Yeah, speaking of Vapakasa, I like the way he's feeding the Rennie. I wonder if he was going to feed her or Nunu. But as long as he had like the Rennie really early in the game, in the late game she'll have like so many HP. So much HP, so it's like when the bruisers get the value from the cooking pot, it's really good because you stack like not just the HP that you gain, but also the extra HP from the synergy. So that's a really good combo.
It's a big
nice.
pickup for sure.
On which synergy do you talk about, Dobz? You're talking about the
bruiser and cooking pot.
Yeah, you get double. Yeah, perfect. Okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah, on the other hand here, Zelinsky with already 7 Rebels, Cass. So strong, even though he only has a 1-star, he also has the tempo, has the possibility. But on the other hand, the Akali doing good work, but it's enough for him. He just has to hit, obviously, good items for the Zoe. No need to ramp up or trying to go fast 9 for the Jinx. Just stay there and make sure you get the Zoe too.
Yeah, I mean, it's all power from the trait, right? I mean, Rebel is so much stats in general. So being at 7 Rebel on stage 3, even the 1-stars can get carried through. But that's not going to last on stage 4. I think the second we hit 4-1-4-2, and people start rolling a little bit, Jay's going to have to find the 2-stars. And we see him already pick up an Ezreal, even just on this small little roll down he's doing at 7. So I think JD's in a solid spot, able to save a lot of HP, already 7 Rebel. There's a world he can start to, he can look at like a 10 Rebel game, but it's going to come from you know, the third augment, and maybe if he finds a spat, it seems more likely that we just get the 7 Rebel game from JD, considering it's triple gold.
Yeah, but Kevin Zhao, he's looking pretty good as he has like Starry Night, so strong for the Zoe, for the Zeri, and he already has like 6 scars. That he's one of the best front lines for this composition. Maybe not enough to secure this round. Let's see.
Yeah, he's trying to force. The Ginso has already capped a lot, but it looks like it's not enough. On the other hand, he's facing the 7 Rebel. We just said the importance there in the power he has. He's
Look at the camera,
he doesn't
man.
like it.
So
yeah,
good.
he doesn't like it. I mean, it's matchmaking. It's what you always say, like, matchmaking is something that you cannot control, and it's so important in TFT. If he maybe gets someone else, he could maybe for sure maintain a win streak there. And now Spencer, the one here with the lose streak, trying to roll a little here assist, getting closer for some value rolling, especially for the Akali. That will be the carry that will try to force him or help in the stage 4.
It also looked like Heavy may have not made that Scar 2, which I was very confused about, just because I know that he would have lost some econ, but it feels like you really need to play for that 3-star, and he must have made it, but as we left, there was only like 1 second left, and he hadn't clicked it yet, so I am curious if he skipped it to try and make some more money.
As well.
Maybe that
But
was
I bet he made it. I think he made it. He was just like complaining that he took the best. He didn't
make it. Yeah, so that I don't know if he was just. If it was because of the tilt, he just like missed his window to buy it, or what happened, but he seemed really upset to not win that round when he was at a break point of gold. He needed that extra gold, and I guess maybe deciding that he wants to eat.
Didn't see it?
No, he moused over it a few times. He definitely was. I think he had to see it. It feels like it was a conscious choice.
I mean,
that's very interesting.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, it's actually weird.
So far, his mental has been great. And these type of things normally get into you, right? It's like you think, oh my god, I got it. And especially if he gets from one away from that Scar sometime in this game, that could really punish him mentally. So let's see how he ramps up. On the other hand, Sobio going with the Tristana, or obviously with the Collector, getting additional guards. And on the other hand, Papakasa very strong still with the Seti and trying to go for that fast 8 and the Twitch.
Forgot paying off so far for Bio.
Okay, we got a...
That's a lot of gold.
100 gold and more.
Whoa!
Rolling on 8. Rolling plays Silco.
Okay, now we have front. Remember, the Blitzcrank is so good here in the mid game. Okay, he can go now for the variation of
Jace as well.
Visionary with even Black Rose. Sorry, he's again built different here, so he's just going for best units as possible. Oh, the LeBlanc, amazing.
Yeah, I found quite a few 5-costs actually, right? The Savika as well. Not being able to 2-star any of it though, like full 1-star 5-cost board, probably not the best ever. Ends up getting 2 Dominator in. But...
so hard because as you can see, he was like, okay, I got a Corki 2, and then he got a Nekkra 2. He was like keeping rolling and getting the units that couldn't fit alongside with each other.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that bad because he has like so many units that can go on his board on the bench. Okay. But it wasn't even that good, I'd say.
No. It's definitely got the makings of a strong board, right? It's like starting to get there, it's just not there yet. And unfortunately, not a lot of it's paired, right? He's got the pair of Garens, the pair of Alawi's, pair of Elises. Now there's a pair of Mundos as well.
Okay, there's the Elise.
Yeah, the Elise is nice. That's a good pickup.
He can go the Protector's Vow, so he has a good item for her. Makes sense. He maintains the 2 Dominator. I think it's a mistake. He doesn't recognize that he has the Silco in his skill. There it is. Okay. Okay.
So he gets rid of the Mundos. That's the Alawi's. Now 2 Emissaries, so you can actually get the bonus instead. That's good.
Nice.
Yeah, when you play the build different, you actually can play Garen as an emissary by himself because the extra HP for the team is good.
Yeah.
So he'll play like 2 emissaries for now, but later on he can play like just a Garen, and it's fine. But I'm worried about him because like he got an augment that sacked his whole stage in order to have like a lot of gold to read the units, and it doesn't feel like it doesn't feel like he has like upgraded his board that much.
Yeah, it doesn't. And on the same side, Papakasa, on the other hand, didn't get even one Twitch. He rolled down to 10, but still won. So not the worst position for him, but he wants to transfer, obviously, that set to a Twitch as soon as possible. He's not contested. He just rolled and didn't hit even one Twitch.
Yeah, that is tough for Papakasa, for sure. At least, you know, the board is just strong, and he's got a lot of HP to work with, so being level 8 already, just still 10 gold. They didn't have to actually roll to 0. Going to make a little bit of econ. Still win streak gold. Definitely not the worst, but does need that Twitch probably within the stage. I mean, you really want it before the anomaly, so you're at least given the choice of being able to get a damage upgrade onto your Twitch.
Yeah, he's actually ignoring the scars. So as you can see, he passed like tons of it.
Yeah, saving the
Focusing
gold
on
on
just
Starry
the-
Knight, so he just wants the 2 costs.
The vendors.
Okay.
So that's why he passed it.
He has 2 additional banders there for good luck, already with the bander 3. And now transferred items to the bander. Good tank. After the... Remember, he was buffed, then he was like half nerfed because of the buff in resist that he got. But still, he's good. And obviously helping here with the additional damage and the single target damage that the Seri actually needs to ensure at least a good loss in case he loses. So
yeah, Papakasa found the
look
Twitch.
at that Rennie.
Big.
Nice.
Also, a thing that I want to highlight on Papakasa is that he has Spirit Link, if I'm not wrong, and that it goes really well with bruisers because it heals like percentage of HP. Okay. So he probably is going to have like a huge late game.
Okay, anomaly. This is a time, normally they don't want to roll that deep unless they're looking for something very specific here. So, okay, we'll see on the right, we will be able to see the picking anomalies for each. And so far, there it is. So mini
Nice.
amazing.
I
This
want
one
to-
wasn't used in the beginning, but now it's very good, especially when you have a 3-star AD carry. Works very good and it's fun to watch.
I wanted to quickly add to Dobz's point about the Papakasa because you mentioned the Spirit Link, but he also has bulky buddies to go alongside it. So just so much synergy with the bruisers all together is probably contributing a lot to this win streak even before finding the Twitch. And so once that Twitch 2 comes online, you've got the damage to back up all that bulk that's on that board. So really, really strong. And we even see a defensive pickup with Bulwark on the Rennie, who's been stacking all game.
Exactly. He's actually trying to make her 3-star. As you can see, he has 6 Rennies. So let's see if he actually that is going to pay off.
Yeah, I like to love to see it. Huh? You have healing there with the redemption, so it's actually very easy, or at least probable that you have the Rennie a lot of time above 50% HP, and there is where the Bulwark makes his additional defenses. So obviously now looking for that Rennie 3, and that could be a win-out spot here for Papakasa. So good recognition.
Absolutely.
Normally you go for the Mundo as the tank. Mundo we know is not in the best spot right now as a tank. So I love to see this.
Yeah, another really cool combo that I'm seeing is Dragon Soul on the Ezreal from Lucas. Gonna be able to proc that pretty easily, I believe, with the Category 5 with those Hurricanes coming through.
I mean, I don't think that works with the run cannon itself, but as the Ezreal has like some like clear wave, I would say, you can actually get the Dragon Soul out of it. But I don't think that work with the
won't hit everybody instantly, right? But yeah, still able to get a lot of value out of it.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe try to make sure that you're not hitting the tank first, and maybe hitting someone else and trying to spread the damage. Let's see how he tries to go for it. I think it's more also it's like a default that is good and makes sense if you're already strong. Lucas with 27, and on the front, Papakasa still very, very strong. Kebi, it's difficult, right? Because he's still in 5 Watcher. He will go up now to level 7, get the 6 Watcher in. But I don't think only the Vander as a tank will be enough here.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, he has like pretty good items on his front line. Zeri is BIS. And this is actually one of the best anomalies he could get. The problem is, as you said, is like he doesn't have like much upgrades on his front line besides the vendor.
No
and
battlefield.
he's at 1 life, right? So he can have a bad fight and lose. So we'll see.
Yeah, and there's just enough power in this lobby. It's going to be very difficult running into JD Zielinski. This was the 7 Rebels earlier on. Actually finding upgrades now, right? Zoe 2, Alawi 2. A lot of the board is upgraded. That's already going to be tough for this area to deal with, even though this might not even be the strongest board in the lobby, with JD still holding on to 45 HP, but he's recently taken a loss and has a lot of gold to spend.
He was able to go for the weak side, so actually access a little to the backline. Looks like he's not enough, but the Ginsu is actually ramping up. So he is, yeah, good win here for Kevisal. Going up against Zielinski, and Zielinski still hasn't popped up. Remember, he had the 7 Rebels early, but still doesn't have the carry 2-star that he actually needs. On the other hand, Bapakasa, Mundo 2-star, Twitch 2-star, very strong and very clear, in a good position here to take a great place in the lobby. Win streak for him, 78 HP.
Yes, his spot is just like sit around his gold right now, maybe trying to go 9 and find a Caitlyn that he will spike his late game. So let's see if he's going to look at the Rennie. And in here we can see Spencer without the TF3. He's sitting on just the Akali. So it might be enough for now, but we'll see.
He's close with the TF, still 2 missing there in the bench. So let's see if he's managed to hit. He has good items on TF, but he needs a little more defense. I think he got it. He got the Akali 3, he has the Titans, so Twisted Fate should be able to ramp up here with the Archangels.
Kevi down. Kevi taken out by Lucas. All those Hurricanes. There is an upgraded Corki, a Warwick on that board as well from Lucas. Just a little bit too much for Kevi. He's going to go ahead and take that 8th, not able to get that board stable around the Zeri and the Vander.
Yes, I mean the fact that Runas can split the damage and Warwick can actually eliminate 1 by 1 by his passive, so it was really tough to him to cover that up. So unfortunate matchup.
Okay, I'm trying to look here. Fireboard. This is the second time we watch it. We saw it also before. This was an anomaly that wasn't normally taken. Do you guys recognize the spot for this? Oh, Malsa 2. That's amazing.
I mean, that's the way I was thinking that he could like come back to this game, because he was like playing some legendaries once started, and Malsa 2 can be like what he needed.
Malsa 2 on 8. That's the tech, guys. So just go for that. Access to the backline there for the Ambessa. She goes once again to the backside. Even though he hit the Malsa, it seems like it's not enough. And it is cash.
Oh, he's actually gone. Yeah.
He's gone. I mean, I want to highlight something. The Chiefs gloves from Ambessa rolled Edge of Night. That made a huge difference for sure.
And looking at Setsuko, he's now stuck on 1 life, playing around this Silco. So it wasn't Sorcerers, it was Dominators instead, which the items, they still track, the augments they track for going towards that direction, but just not able to find stability from there either. On this 3-loss streak, kind of free-falling. Couple of players are low enough health that if Setsu can hold on for 1 more fight, he might be able to crawl a placement up, but it's looking really tough, and Silco hasn't necessarily been the most impressive. We've seen some top 4s, we've seen it, you know, kind of get there, but it's not been the strongest comp overall. It feels like that's where he's kind of capping out at the tournament so far today, is that 3rd and 4th place position.
Yeah, normally
the thing about composition, sorry,
no, go Dobz, go.
The thing about the composition from Dominators is like the power itself of the comp. It somehow needs the Mord for carry.
Yeah, that's exactly
so you're playing Silco, but it's not just the Silco itself. You kind of need the Mord. So without the Mord, your composition is not done. So if he manages to get the Mord 2-star, it will be really strong. But without that, you can actually fall behind.
And that's exactly what's happening here. It's too strong. Also, Lucas from the other side, so he will take down here Setsuko. Didn't manage to get once again that Mordekaiser 2 that we were talking about, Dobz, and the unleash. The beast has been unleashed here for also Lucas. Very strong now with the Warwick. Even after the nerf, still be pretty strong and cleaning with the execution, cleaning the rest of the board.
AD with the 7 Rebels now on the chopping block. 1 more loss and he's gone. Bio able to use the 3 Sterix, Unleash the Beast, Urgot, make it to this top 4. You know what you were saying, Urgot? Maybe not as good as it used to be, but at least the tempo gain from having those extra Sterix early on, getting that full value from Unleash the Beast, Bio's been able to turn it into this top 4.
Yeah. He found the Moonlight as well, to having some extra damage from the Zyra as well. So he kind of is staying on Urgot, just tanking for the Tristana and the Zyra.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting because actually Bordeaux said in the patch note they were trying to get the Urgot back lane to work. Actually not happening here. And on the other place, Bio. Here, we're talking about the Urgot, he loses. So once again, the comes from Lucas is just too strong with the category 5. And on the right, Telinski's fighting for his life. And I think he will live to tell the story. He does. So Rebels still alive. And we lose now Sobio that goes 5th.
5th, JD really needing those points, was having a bit of a rough first day here, but he's had a fantastic set. It'd be sad to see it end on day 1 and JD fighting for these top 4 placements.
Yeah, we can see Vapakazan in here, he's chosen to go 9. Instead of re-rolling for the Rennie, he recognizes the spot that he already have enough front line. So trying to cap his bot out his level 9 on maybe finding a Caitlyn or a Jace. So let's see if he can secure the win here, and that could mean a lot for the world spot from Brazil. So yeah. I'm curious how this game is going to end up.
Yeah, he was in that fight for the qualifier points of Brazil. He goes level 9, trying to roll here, as you were saying, Dobz, trying to go. Okay, Jace always good. Looking for Caitlyn, maybe. Okay, Maddie 2.
There's Caitlyn.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
Oh, Rennie 3.
And Rennie, wow. Everything he wanted, right? Jace, Caitlyn, Rennie 3, yes. Just missing the Elise 2. And that was a phenomenal roll down on level 9. And Papakasa was in such a great position to take first already. If you look at the health bars of the rest of the lobby, and that might be enough to secure it.
Exactly. I mean, he even do not need to roll anymore. He can wait his economy to recover a little bit in order to find the Caitlyn 2 and the Jace. But let's see if the Rebels work out in here, as the other play has Jinx 2.
Yeah, Jinx do a lot of crowd control. Even the first cast there for the Jinx hitting the Twitch. So Twitch hasn't ramped up as much as you want, but the Rain is the one doing the damage, holding up the front line. Should be enough. Let's see if not. Victor ults once again, crowd control for the Rennie. And the chainsaw.
Kill her.
Making it happen.
Oh,
I mean, this Rennie is a beast. I mean, what is that, man? It's so stacked, the Rennie itself. Look at her HP bar.
Yeah, needed to find some more damage with the Rebels. They don't have any way to get through the resistances and the health. It's all flat damage, right? There's not any, extra true damage. There's not percent damage. It's just flat damage. And this Rennie eats that for breakfast. There is no worries at all. A lot of it's AoE as well. The redemption helping there. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, the fact that the Rennie just killed everyone one by one was so funny. I mean, I wonder how the game gonna end. And we are seeing Spencer, even though he wasn't able to lose streak in the stage 2, it was enough to him to make a strong board.
Yeah, Spencer also with a board that he wants to ramp up. He wants to just obliterate the rest of the lobby. A lot of HP from the other side, but too much power there. And he's ramping up the Bakulo, the Archangels here for Twisted Fate. Should be enough, but once again, the Rennie doing the damage and holding up the front line.
I feel like this board actually can kill the Rennie, but they have to kill the Twitch. The Twitch has to die early, and then I think that the board can beat the Rennie over time. But yeah, they don't have enough time with the Twitch staying alive.
I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy how this Rennie is holding the game.
He will need to change something here. He knows he lost. He has only one life. So maybe trying to change side, trying to do something different here. Not getting the Lori 3. He knows he has good damage. Let's see if he can ramp up once again. And maybe he's moving to the left, and then he switched once again to the right.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe if he can get the Twitch, there's a world that this happens. But you have to get to the Twitch for this to even be a question as to whether you can win this.
Yeah, I did that so many times, man. Playing mentorship, you actually try to fake one single unit because moving everything is so hard.
He goes for weak side, but in the end, the rest of the units actually all clamp up around the Rennie, so no one goes to the backside. There's the Akali trying to hit the Twitch a little, not enough. She's just tickling him.
Yeah.
Nice, too good. This is a win for Papakasa.
That's awesome.
He goes for the seed. Great win for him. He taps the table. He knows it's great for him. And Dobz, you were saying this enabled him to get additional points and get that qualifier points possibility to go directly to Worlds, to the set championships as representative of Brazil.
The fun final note from that Rennie, I think towards the end of the game, production let us know 8,200 HP on the Rennie. That might not be the exact final number, but it was near the end that we were already there.
Yes, I mean, it's so much HP, and also he had Spirit Link that would like heal him from the amount that HP that he lost in the game. But he didn't even need the augments. I mean, to stack a lot because he won like without losing much HP. And then this game can actually lead him into a really good spot to secure his spot at Worlds. So let's see the standings later.
Yep, plenty to talk about, and we'll leave that for the analysts. We're going to go to a short break, but when we come back, we'll have Nekkra and Gangly to break it all down for you. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome into the Arcane. We're thrilled to announce the competitive circuit for the TFT Americas esports umbrella, uniting the top TFT players from Brazil, Latin America, and North America. There are some big changes to this circuit from Magic and Mayhem. There will only be 2 Tacticians Cups as a result of the Holidays and TFT Macau Open. For the first time ever, we'll be allowing players from BR and LATAM to qualify through the NA server. There will be adjusted ladder slots and
Hello everybody and welcome back to our coverage of day 1 of the America's Golden Spatula. I'm back with Gangly to break down that 5th game and get the stage set for our final game of the day. But Gangly, I feel like there are a couple of key takeaways from this one. Reroll is still absolutely on the menu when we take a look at some potentially consistent strategies for our players to go after.
Yeah, I mean, once again, we're seeing the quick striker line in the top two. We saw it from Soju earlier. We're seeing it from Spencer now, both of which I think it's important to know. Actually, I don't know if Soju did it, but we've seen it multiple times today. Players playing the open fort strategy into the quick striker reroll. Now, prior to this patch, open fort was not a popular strategy seen on the ladder or in scrims, and this patch in particular, we're starting to see people lean more into that, where if you don't have a strong opener, you feel like you have a spot for reroll, you're going to be open forting, taking things like shop glitch or what doesn't kill you in order to give yourself an advantage over the field. But Vapakaza takes a completely different strategy, playing tempo and just never lets his foot off the gas, taking the cooking pot, making bruiser spat on 2-1, and then streaking all the way through the entirety of the early game until we get this Rennie 3 that had what, 8.2 thousand damage, they said?
Yeah, when I mentioned reroll, I actually wasn't talking about the quick strikers or the Zeri. I was actually talking about Rennie reroll with a side of Twitch and snipers. Hello. I mean, Vapakaza got the memo, so the Bruiser reroll is actually where we got to go with this one.
It was interesting though, because when you look at a lot of the shape of multiple compositions, every comp has a certain way that they want the game to play out. Vapakaza has this huge front line and is playing front to back, and we saw players like Spencer, like Lucas, like JD all struggle to take down this Rennie. When you had the top four decided, it was JD Zelinsky and Vapakaza up against one another. JD's board was insane. You're talking about Zoe 2, Alawi 2, Jinx 2 with 3 items, and Jinx was able to clear out the entirety of the board except for the Mundo and the Rennie, and without the single target damage, killing 8,000 HP. That, mind you, is not just 6 Bruiser, it's also with Spirit Link and Bulky Buddies. So there is so much HP coming through that you don't have enough damage to break through it. The Rennie and the Mundo are able to 1v9 the entirety of any enemy board. I mean, really just, it speaks volumes to like the win conditions and what happens when you don't have ways to kill these like mega tanks in the end game.
I just don't think that there was anybody that was going to get through that, even though Spencer did have this amazing comeback. And to go back to that open fort strategy, we actually got a chance to see the graph, and Spencer had to stabilize at 33 HP. The reason why we also don't see open fort being super popular is because it leaves you open to so much risk, especially in a tournament environment where you have very little room for error, arguably a little bit more on day one because we're only cutting 8 out of the 32 players. But you still could just be victim to bad matchmaking, or let's say somebody hits like the Giga Nuts composition and you go into that, then all of a sudden that 33 HP actually isn't a whole lot to work with.
Well, mind you, Spencer was one of those players sitting at the bottom of the standings going into this game. And so for that reason, it actually feels like he's more incentivized to opt into this sort of strategy because he needs to get the big result in order to climb back up on the standings.
High risk sometimes comes high reward, but as we take a look at our standings, we get a chance to see the top 16, and so all of these players right now look fairly comfortable to be able to move forward to day 2 of our competition. And when we look at the next page, this is where things start to get really dicey, gangly, because as a reminder to everybody, that 24th place where Spencer is at 19 points and at a tiebreaker is going to be where we see that cutoff for day 2 of our competition. Anywhere below that, you don't want to be there right now.
Yeah, there are a lot of key players that we're seeing on the back end of these standings. Spencer, obviously, the qualifier point leader, already got his spot into the Tactician's Crown, sitting at 24th position, is not where you'd expect him to see him. JD Zelinsky, one of the only players to contend with Setsuko, Dishope, and Wajan Iverson for the ladder snapshots, also sitting 1 point behind. And the 3 Latin American representatives all surrounding that threshold. You do not want to see your entire region go out on day 1. And so France, Metzau, and Vicious all have one more chance to get themselves out of the bottom 8.
It's looking really tough for Vicious to be able to do that just based on where the points are, but certainly for France and Metzau, their hopes are still alive to be able to make it to that second day of competition. And those are the two players that we were looking at, Gangly, and thinking, wow, not only are they so good at being able to prove themselves in the sub-regional Latin American tournaments, now they get a chance to actually show themselves on this big stage, and let's see if they can keep that dream alive. We're going to be throwing things back over to our casters to take us through this 6th and final game, and we'll come back with standings after that. So please take it away.
All right, thank you, Nekkra and Gangly. I'm Casanova with Jupeson and Dobz, and we're going to the final game of day 1. We'll be losing 8 players after this in the tournament, which is always so sad to see, but on top of that, we've got our Lobby 2 coming through. We got a lot of really talented players in this one. And it's not just trying to make that top 24 and make it to the next day, but also set yourself up in the best possible position to make that top 8.
Yeah, and I think this is the moment where tournament meta start to take like form. In Less, Nekkra and Gangly were talking about multi-striker, quick striker being so used. So I think we will see at least 2 players force this comp right now.
Yes, exactly. The players are already aware on what things are kind of working. So we kind of know what we can expect. And this lobby might be like the key for some players to come back. So I expect 2 things go wild in here. Like players trying to go first away as the 8 doesn't matter anymore. So just the firsts. So let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, it's cool to look at the score spread that we have in this lobby, right? Rain Plosion at 26, Malala, Ego, right? Soju, Darth Nub. They're all actually probably safe to make the next day, but they need to try and buff up their scores to make it into that top 8. Rain Plosion has a really funny scoreline of going 1st, 7th, 2nd, 8th, 1st. So the pattern is not looking good for Rain in this one, but we'll see if she can turn that around and still get like a very high placement. But the 2 players we really need to look at are Pizza and Basso skills. They're both within striking distance to make it to day 2, but they need a huge game here to make it happen.
Yeah, maybe a 2nd place will ensure them to get 24 points. That could be the cutoff. Obviously, it will depend on the rest of the results. So when we're seeing those 2 players, we have to think about that. They need 1st place or 2nd place to ensure or have a good possibility to advance to day 2.
Yes, speaking about advancing, Kasparu actually cannot advance, I guess, because the player that has in the cutoff, that is Spencer, has like 8 points ahead of him, and if he makes first, Spencer will still in his front. So sadly, he went out, but you never play for losing, and so it happens. But let's see, you probably just play for like finishing
for pride. Yeah, Cookie's playing for some pride on the last one, just trying to get a good placement to leave. I believe this might be Cookie's first golden spatula. I'd have to double check that to make sure. But still, Cookies has not been one that's been on this big stage that frequently, and so just coming in and trying to have the best performance he can is still amazing to watch as we jump up for the first time today with Rainplosion, and she's had, as I was talking about, a pretty great day, but it's been up and down, right? So see if she can break the pattern here and get yet another top 2 in a row this time instead of mixing up those 7th and 8ths.
Hoping she managed to get it. She has a great mental. We always see her very calm, very strategical, very tactical, very methodical in the way she approached TFT. So I think these up and downs are highly in her comfort zone. So now possibilities here. Suspicious trench coach if she wants to commit to the family line. I like it here. I think she's thinking if she really wants to commit or not, depending on what else she gets dropped in here.
Yeah, I don't love her items immediately to just slam into that line, but it could be okay, and she does go for the trench coat.
I mean, this lobby is kind of tricky because as everybody has the artifacts due to the encounter, you kind of want to not trying to get contested. So sometimes players are leading to that long nocturne, and maybe 2 players trying to go family. So let's see how it ends up.
Okay, she decides to go here with the trench coat, so this will be the angle for her. Once again here, cooking a little, or Bosso skills, he decides to go for the Watcher emblem, already slammed here, and this will enable him to go directly to a line, normally Seri, something like this. He doesn't have actually some damage items here. He could slam maybe a guard breaker for some tempo. I believe this is not the greatest spot so far. And with a Visionary Watcher starting line, let's just see. Let's just see maybe he will cook something in the later game.
Pretty good. So because he will get a Tactician's Crown later after the Carousel. So he can play a lot of compositions, not just Zeri because of the Watchers, but he can play like 4 Emissary, 4 Watcher or something. You know, it's like, it's pretty open as you have like an Emblem and a Tactician fan, I would say. So
yeah,
he can play a lot of things. So he's playing AD, as we can see. He's limited that Shroud.
Yeah.
Even Shroud. So.
Oh, I like it actually. I like the spot. I think the Watchers are very flexible, and as you said, getting the Tactician's Crown as well later on, that's going to just open up so much flexibility, and you can always just play the 4 Watcher, right, with any other board. So I definitely like that spot. As Pizza waited to pop the Anvil, finally pops it. Deathfire Grasp has potential of just a static Shiv. We did see that static Shiv setup earlier on a Zoe.
Yes.
Could just be the potential option here to go alongside that DFG.
Yeah, he lost the first one, so he's not in a need to go for win streak here. I love the slam, as you just mentioned, Cass. Go for a static shift here, only for maybe just some tempo, trying to kill some units here and preserve AP. He decides not to go for it, so maybe he's just prioritizing losing to get priority in Carousel.
Okay, I got the information that his alternate adventure is Set, Akali, and Zeri. So kind of weird, but he can actually play quick strikers with the Set and maybe toss a bruiser at the composition. So let's see how he managed to play the composition.
I mean, Lucas already made us see something like that, right? Like he played the multi-strikers together with the Rebels SR3, so why not? You can put also the Set in. So obviously will depend on what he gets in the rest. Right now, Lucas, we were talking just about him. He already slammed here at Titans. Good frontline items here. This Titan is very weird if he goes for the Rebel line. So maybe once again, he's just cooking, going for some tempo here in the early game, and then we'll decide where those items can go.
Yes, I wonder how he is limited the Titans, because the combo that he has already with the Gargoyle Radiant and also the Light Shield, it's more than enough to him to secure his front line. So he could make like a Rage Blade, but let's see what he's cooking from out of the Titans.
Yeah, it's nice to see as we kind of get a check-in with everyone across the board. And of course, we do have a long Nocturne setup for Darth Nub over there. As you can see, the RFC just trying to take stock of each of our artifacts. We have a Trickster's Glass on Soju, just using that to play tempo. Right now, using it on a Renata, 2 Renata 2s on stage 2. Very, very powerful for Soju, and we can see why he's on that 3-win streak. And then alongside him, it's Ego, which we did just see that Light Shield, that very powerful frontline Aurelia.
Yeah, Cookies with the Anima Visage there on the Trundle. We're seeing it just now. Playing a birthday present, so actually going full tempo here. Level 5 for him. Not with a win streak, so not the perfect spot for him. She actually maybe lost to Setsuko, to Soyu or Ego. And now just trying to maintain tempo as much as possible without punishing a lot his economy.
Exactly. I mean, when you have like a birthday present, if you have like another sort of economy, like maybe a encounter or even an augment, it's really good. A good way to keep that augment online is actually making full streak. But as Soju, maybe if I face him with level 6, he wasn't able to win. So it might be the reason as he has like a loss around.
Oh, and Malala's actually making this really close as well. And it looks like Malala actually might take it. The Maddie barely doesn't get enough. So Cookie is instead going to have to go win-loss here, which is definitely not where you want to be with the birthday present.
Okay, so you wins, and now it's Bustle skills against Ego Illusion. And Ego wins. So both of them maintain the win streak. You have to stay with either one of them. So Soyu and Ego should be the priority here. and we'll see if each of them, maybe both, can maintain the win streak coming into neutrals.
Yeah, other side, Pizza and Rainplosion both on the 4 loss. Rain, of course, going for that family line using the suspicious trench coat. So definitely likes that early loss streak. And then we're going to see some hyper rolling, I think, from Rainplosion on these Krugs.
Yes, it's pretty interesting to see whoever is going to streaking here. Soju is pretty strong right now. Okay, he didn't face Eagle, so they can both streak. This is important because the lobby will be like really high tempo, as they both will be like so rich because of that streak. So we can actually pay attention on the mid game. Some players going to lose a lot of HP due to that.
Looks like Pizza ran into Rain, and Rain actually able to hold on to the loss. Barely saw them both tick at the exact same time, so I think that was the combat.
Okay, Ego still fighting. Looks good for him. Already accessing the backline there in the end. So this means I don't want to jinx it, so let's wait until the end.
No, he's got it, Hupe. It's okay.
He's got it. Okay.
I mean, he had the light shield at the end. It will be like, even though the Irelia goes down, it will still have the shield. So
okay, so lost streak.
Rain was able to lost streak, pretty good for her.
So you and Ego with a win streak, good position for both. Interesting Soju, he had 6 Renatas, so he's actually going for not the regular Renata reroll, because we didn't saw a slam of Archangels or something like that. It's just like very tempo-ish items. Maybe free Renata 3, then trying to go for a good frontline, and then fast tempo into Heimerdinger. Okay. It's Trickster, perfect.
Yes.
Yeah, makes more sense now. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah.
That's why they call it Trickster, Hupe. It gets us every time, you know. Somebody is always, you're gonna look at the UI, you're gonna see 2 of them, you're like, yeah, of course, they'll go through with 3-star.
Yeah, it tricks everyone.
Right, we'll see how big of a roll down from Rain. Could just hold on and just roll at 5 if she wants. She doesn't have to roll heavily here on level 4, but I think she probably will.
Yeah, I'm getting good thoughts here for the Violet. Already committed to playing this Violet with the Suspicious. Not hitting so much here. Trying to get a little closer here to the Violet. More Dravens.
It's not a wave.
Okay, there you go.
Maybe a wave.
There's a wave. If you have the wave, you have to keep going. He had the wave there, yeah.
Going, man. And the wave, it took her a little bit long to come, so that's why she stopped it.
Okay.
She didn't believe in the wave. She was like, I don't know about this one.
I mean, the wave thing is so funny, man.
Are you a believer? You guys believers in the wave?
I am a believer of the waves.
I believe in the wave, Hupe.
I think if you're a faith person, you have to believe in the wave. That's the best way to think about TFT. Okay, so second outlet now. Let's see if it gives a little more direction to the rest of the units. And once again, we lower the pace and go for silver.
See what Suju is getting in here.
Just some mentorship.
Pretty standard, yes.
Yeah.
Good bit of power on a silver.
Okay.
Works really well with this current board as well. Just at level 7, just instant upgrades.
Yeah, he's probably playing Academy, I would say, or maybe Rebels, as he has like Jula Gauntlet and also Infinity Edge.
Okay. He's maintaining he has played a lot of, well, it's very difficult to do it, but he's played a lot of Silk also. Obviously, the Infinity will be a little weird unless he gets maybe the Jace in the late game. I think he has his option open still, holding the emissaries in the.
I mean, he can hold everything because he has like no economy due to his augment. So you're not actually. It's kind of weird, but he is not losing anything because he cannot make the economy because the long. How is it called? This augment?
Is this going long?
Going long. Yes, going long. So he would just hold everything and see what he gets.
Okay.
Trying to push the levels to maintain the tempo.
And they both got it. So
yeah,
once
they're
again,
still staying with the wins.
7 wins for both Soju and Ego Illusions.
I wonder if Ego is playing actually TF.
Nice. This is still a pretty early hit for Rain to get the Violet on 3-3 here. It wasn't even a huge
not
roll
bad.
down in level 4. I mean, 50 gold, still like above 50 gold, 3-3 hit Violet. That's pretty nice.
And she has the Draven as well. So
Oh, wow, I didn't even notice. Yeah, that's
her
huge.
items is not that great for now, but if she can like get some balls, she can like make Ginsu's Rage Blades on the Draven. It can get a little better.
Yep.
Let's see.
Yeah, and she should be able to get a bow, right? First pick on the carousel.
Yeah,
I wonder
for
if she
sure.
actually starts winning or if she actually loses a couple more because the items are not that good. But the Violet is very, very strong at 3-star with the trench coat.
Yes. There is something about the trench coat on the anomaly that actually it doesn't work when you have an anomaly that gives you an effect. The time that the trench coat procs, you insta loses your effects.
Okay.
So the way it works is like you want to get something that gives the Violet something that's not an effect, like gain 1000 HP is something that you last, or maybe transform the Violet into 4 stars. That would be the best one.
Okay,
So
so,
let's see.
no something like invisibility, for example. That's what
Yes,
would be-
exactly.
okay.
I mean, if you get like something, okay, your Violet will do more damage, or will
Very.
up something, it loses. So
Okay, so
you have
something
to
we have to
go
watch
to
out for.
specific anomalies when you have the trench coat.
Nice.
Unless
We
you
should
want-
we should watch Reimplosions roll down on anomalies then in stage 4. I think we should try and see what she can grab.
I mean,
Yeah.
the best one is getting a Violet for a start, but sometimes you're not able to get it because due to the randomness of the anomaly. So let's see.
Oh, and so you get level 7 Ambessa. He already got the guiding, so he got the 4 emissaries in, and now pure tempo for him, trying to propose the best possible board here. But he's actually in a great spot to maintain this win streak. No one is even close to the level of strength he has right now.
Yeah, and Ego even lost the round, right? Of course, not able to keep up with the tempo that Soju can have, being level 8 with the going long. You know, they get this so much value using the tricksters for so long on this Renata too. It was such a big hit early on in the game.
Cool here, trying to go for maintain this win streak. On the other hand, Ego, he's decently strong, but obviously if you face this board about Soyu, you cannot be happy. So it's like 6-0 here. So huge chunk of FP here coming up for Ego Illusions. Soyu trying to maintain here an additional win streak and going to penalize a little more the lobby. Here's a roll down. Pixa trying to get the multi-striker in, the quick strikers. And for now, 5 rebels. So a little mix here. Trying to go for the Akali as the carry, or maybe try to pivot directly to the rebels.
Yeah, Bosoki's as well playing the line with the Watchers. I wonder if he's playing Twitch because he didn't roll.
Yeah.
He's holding the gold, so he's probably pushing levels into a sniper Watcher.
Yeah, it would make the most sense from here, I feel. Just 6 Watcher, that's very, very strong. The Light Shield is going to give so much value with the 6 Watcher, but everything's 1 star, so we need that big roll down from Basso. I think he's happy econing up for now on this 6th loss, hoping to just pick up a couple of kills with that 1 star Zeri plan.
Still with a 6 loss resource, he doesn't mind losing here, but he wants to kill units. He wants to preserve as much HP as possible. He's still hitting the tank.
Yeah, it's not
So
bad.
maybe not. Yeah, he got a few. Maybe the Scar there. Okay, 4-0. Losing, going down to 45 FP. Pixa also very in a dire position there for 37. And finally, Soyu. I believe he loses.
Finally lost.
Yeah, he loses.
Yeah, he
lost
lost.
the win streak.
We got to call out here, Jupe. Basso and Pizza, these were our 2 players who need the big games, right? They need
Oh,
that
man.
first second to be able to even have a chance to
Wow.
make that day 2. And they're both playing on the knife's edge, right? Taking a lot of damage to econ up to try and play for win out boards, which I think is the correct line to take. But they may run into each other because of that, right? Because they're both going to potentially get very strong at low HP. They might deny the other person from making that top 2.
Exactly. As you're low on points, you actually needs to be risky because losing it will lead you into to be off anyway. So he has nothing to lose anymore. So he needs to risk everything in order to win. So I'm curious about what Ego is playing here. Maybe Rebels. I mean, it could be like he has items for Zoe. He has even 2 Trojans, one for Jinx, one for Zoe as well. So it'll be an interesting roll though.
Yeah, we should stay with Bosso or Pixa in the next roll down, so we can have a chance to see if they ramp up or they continue losing here HP, going up against Ego Milala. Still carrying this Zaira, waiting to get to the next round, 4-2, and then do the deep roll down.
Yeah, Zaira's been doing good work for Milala so far. I'm looking forward to that roll down. We have a couple of players that are looking for huge roll downs in the next few rounds here, probably 4-2. Just going to be the big moment. I mean, it always is, right? It's the very classic roll down, 4-2 roll down. You get your augment, and then you send it. And it's looking like Bosso, Milala, maybe even Ego, all looking for big roll downs on 4-2.
Yes, it seems that everybody's trying to maximize their economy in this game.
Okay, Pixa gets Rebel here. He's thinking about it, maybe going for it. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah,
so there's Rebel, there's a commitment. Nothing else makes sense here.
It was actually pretty good if he manages to hit, because he can fit like 6-7 Rebel, Akali, and Set with the adventure, the Exalt Adventure.
Okay, there's the cash out.
Yeah, Radiant TG.
Makes
I
sense.
guess Lockhart, maybe?
Okay. No, Visage for frontline. He already had the set 3, makes sense also.
Yes, Lockhart will do like same thing, probably.
Yeah. Okay, so Rebel reroll here. Rebel quick stagger reroll for Pixa. Pretty strong. I think he will need something else to fight for that first or second place. But actually, at least for now, he will preserve a lot of SP and it's pretty strong.
Yeah, he's really strong. He didn't get anything for Akali though, so let's see if it's enough. But he has like a lot of value across the board.
Yeah, the Radiant TG is pretty tough, right? Because like you already have the 3 items of quality. You already had 2 items for the set. So now you get this Radiant TG and it just doesn't fit anywhere. You have 3 items on your Ezreal as well. So you just don't have another unit for this to go on. Maybe later, right, like you can get to level 8. Maybe you get like a Zoe 2 as part of going for the 7 Rebel, and then you can move the TG there. But yeah, it's kind of tough for now.
The bright side out of that is that he has like an infinity remover, so he can move the TG as much as he can.
That's true. That's a great point.
So he can actually, I got BIS Akali in here, so I can move items from Akali for TF, and then maybe put the TG on her, so it can work.
Yeah, now we go with the win streaker here, Darthnov, with 7 win streak, going for an interesting Nocturne here. A little rapid fire cannon for the range, and then Deathblade plus Hurricane. So actually just going for those auto attacks, hitting very heavily. I don't think it will be enough for the late game, but for now, he's preserving so much HP and winning a lot. Doesn't look good here against Ego. He already has a Ilaoi. He has good damage. So it should be a win.
Ilaoi is so strong.
Yeah, look at that.
I mean, if he manages to get her like 2-star, right, she will be a beast.
Yeah, and Darthnub also, going with the 4 Watcher and actually rerolling Vander alongside the Nocturne there. The Vander 3, kind of a surprising pickup for that board, especially because it is a contested unit in this lobby overall, with Rainplosion trying to go towards that family line. But if you look, Rainplosion's stuck on Vander 1, potentially due to Darthnub taking them all out of the pool.
Goes for the pen here for Rainplosion, trying to go deep into the synergy. Nothing else interesting.
Okay, the pen's pretty good for her because she can make it's an easier way to get into the 6-speed fighter. And if she has a Reforger, she can go to family. That's really strong.
Okay.
So spatulas and pens are really good on this composition.
I also caught that Rain has an item I really love with the trench coat, having the Edge of Night, because the trench coat procs first, and then the Edge of Night will proc on all of the different little copies. So you get a lot of extra value out of all of the little violets going off there. And I think it was with a Not Today augment as well. So getting even more value out of the Edge of Night.
Now we're with Cookie here, Dobz. He has a free Mordekaiser too, so why not? Already in the field.
Yeah, if he manage, he got a QSS on his bench. Okay, he can make it. If he manages to pass that for the Mord, he'll be good. Because the Mord without the QSS is really weird. Because as he got stunned, he misses his whole time of his ultimate.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't have enough time. It's more like a tanky here. Mordekaiser, not really the archetype you want for this unit. So he's just using it for now. And it's difficult because actually it doesn't give you anything for your actual composition, but it's a more tool you feel that you need to use it.
Yeah, I mean, he can use it. Let's see how he fits his board like during the late game. He also has the anomaly to take.
Yeah, so maybe here if we can change to Rainplosion, it will be cool.
Oh, this is good for Akali. Usually when you have like units,
You already picked,
okay.
Ultimate
He
hero.
didn't want. I want to see Rain's. Okay, Rain got the ultimate hero, so she'll have the Akali, the 4-star Vi.
Yeah, 4-star Vi, nice.
So she's in a really good spot.
Multiple comeback story pickups. Cookie picking up on the Vi, Silco for Malala. And then Bully from Pizza, gonna try and get the value out of being 3-star into all the non-rerollers in the lobby.
Yeah, he
does lose some value into the other rerolls though.
Yeah, 100%. Rainplosion will be the worst face-up.
Rough matchup, right?
Yeah, and he only has 1 life. He's 4 HP. So if he faces against Rainplosion, I think that's it for him.
I mean, she will be stronger when she gets the 4-star Vi online. So that's later, 3 rounds later for now. So
okay,
he might can win now, but later will be way difficult.
Ilala with the Silco, Manasane, very strong now on the Silco. Actually, the item feels better, and Silco is actually a unit right now after the buff. So he will be challenged here. Still Silco 1, not much damage, so take a huge chunk of HP. Pizza still alive, and we now get to neutrals. And it will be a difficult spot. Remember, we were saying Pizza and Bosso skills are the ones who need first and second place
So
to
the
be able
board
to advance to day 2.
Yeah,
He
it's gonna be
ignored the
really
board
tough.
because of the reunion. I wonder. I guess if he didn't have the reunion, probably he would play more carry.
Okay.
Yeah, I worry for Pizza. I feel like I look at this board and I just don't see a top 2 finish. Just holding on for a couple extra placements most likely. Over at Bosso though, 6 Watcher, 4 Sniper online, has the Twitch 2 with Infectious Anomaly. This is actually starting to come very much online. 30 gold in the bank, starting to be able to ramp up, and there's a Warwick in the shop. Maybe he can find room, or maybe just at level 9 he gets to play Warwick.
Yeah, I feel he cannot get it right now. Echo was the next unit that he wanted to challenge. Obviously will not be the priority, should be the Warwick here. And now, yeah, he's still far from level 9. He's trying to switch a little items here, ensure he has the burn to cut healing. And now once again, he depends on the Twitch most of all. Obviously he has good damage, but he needs to sustain and actually get the Twitch to ramp up the Ginso.
There we go. On the other side, it is the long Nocturne that he has to deal with this time. Doesn't have a lot of pen, so this Vander is actually a problem. And Vander actually runs at Twitch. This is really bad for Bosso. Vander takes out his damage dealer, and I think that Bosso would have won this. I think he had the damage and the front line to deal with this, but Vander assassinates his Twitch. And so Bosso's going to lose half of his HP, and now only has 1 life to try and turn this into a first.
This
so tough for him.
A positioning thing for sure. If that Twitch was on the other side, he probably would won. And I mean, that Vander looked like the hero for Vander, like almost one-shotting the Twitch.
Cookie with the combat story, as you were calling it, outcast, many with this anomaly, full value for it because of the low HP he has. And now we have the double screen, Rainplosion on the left, Cookie on the right. Cookie, possibility of being eliminated, and Rainplosion with the possibility of eliminating Pizza here.
Yeah, and Pizza didn't want to see somebody re-rolling.
The thing about Rain, she lost the time she picked the anomaly. She loses twice because she's down an anomaly. So she needs to survive until the 4-star Vi.
Looks like she
There's a
doesn't need it.
cast. Oh, the cast goes off, so she barely gets it. Oh, that's gonna knock Pizza out of contention from making it to our day 2. Tough run for Pizza. Started the day very strong, but couldn't keep the momentum up. But still a great showing overall for someone at their very first golden spatula.
And now she actually has the anomaly impact that you were talking about, Dobz. Now 4-star Violet is on place. So if Reimplosion was winning, well, she was losing but won the last round, now much stronger and should be able to clean out the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody can actually beat her. She's pretty strong right now, but let's see.
Yeah, 6 Pit Fighter, 3 Family, has the 4-star Violet with really incredible items to go alongside the trench coat. This might be best in slot, actually. This is very insane. It has to be, I think, with all the procs coming after the trench coat. So you're getting the Sterix Gauge, you're getting the Edge of Night proc on every single one of these. It is so powerful, and Rain being able to turn around the little pattern she'd been building of kind of like first last. She got first in her last game, and now having a chance to actually get another top placement as Bosso, our other player who was just on the edge of trying to make day 2, is going to fall in 6th. So neither Bosso or Pizza are going to be able to make our day 2, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, I guess the bottom 3 in this lobby didn't make to day 2, right?
Correct. Yeah, these were the 3 that weren't.
I guess he was like 11 points.
Yeah, it should be. So now, as we were saying, only one life here for Reimplosion, but probably right now the most powerful in the lobby. So she should be the one we should be looking out for, trying to look for something else here. Maybe trying to go deep here into the Echo, still with the pair. Echo Pit Fighter, so doing some damage here. Could be interesting. But obviously, the most important unit is the Violet. She's duplicating. You have 3 4-star Violets after the Suspicious Stranger activates. So much defense, so much damage. It's actually amazing for her. So should be a great spot going now against Milala.
Rain with really easy upgrade paths as well, right? Just one more Echo and then Savika too to really just make this board sing even further. It's already near the cap of what you can get out of this, and just a little bit more to go, and looking like Rain is absolutely dominating every single board that she runs into.
Yeah, this board for Silco is pretty difficult because he cannot like take down the Violets, and she can actually keep killing unit by unit. She's really strong. I mean, Rain's really strong right now, looking really good to win the lobby, depending on who she can face at the end. So let's see.
Yeah, Milala is in rotation with Soju. We saw it there in the swords. And Ego should be one of the who could be facing here Reimplosion. He wants to avoid both of them with only 1 life. So 1 loss here will means they will go 5th or 4th.
This fight is really important.
They're fighting each other. So this destiny is in their own hands as we see the Silco. First cast comes out, so now the Manazane going to start ramping up. But this front line is just so powerful. Dvarpara Stone Plate with that light shield. But still, the Silco is able to get through it, and the Zoe's going to fall pretty quickly as well. The 6 Dominator board actually being able to get the job done. Milala going to take out Ego.
Chu did the job in there, like pushed the Zoe through the middle of the fight, and then she got aggroed before some other units. So a little bit of trick positioning in here from Milala. Really well played by him. So the more Chu started in here, you got like, if you can get like another good item for him, it can be really scary for the lobby.
Yeah, it's a very great spot. The setup is great for Milala. He has the Randuin, so additional defense for all the comp, and that allows obviously the Silco to ramp. He also has the Manazane, so that Silco actually is popping off a lot in damage, and now with the Mordekaiser through that additional damage and mid shield in the front is actually helping so much. So good position for him. Obviously the rest of the lobby is also strong.
Now look, these final few fights here. Milala down to 6, just 1 life. Reimplosion on 1 life, but she seems to be the strongest in the lobby. Soju has saved so much HP throughout this game. He is at level 9. You see him spending a lot of gold, but he's even has the Jace as the upgraded unit with the anomaly. Soju might be able to build enough power to actually take this down, and we'll see as Darthnub has been on a free fall, 3-loss streak, facing off against Milala, trying to eliminate him.
I played in here, like, changed the items for more and put Silco with like full mana generator items. Let's see how it goes.
Mordekaiser doesn't manage
Close.
to hit almost anyone.
Nocturne.
Yeah. Oh, in the last moment, Milala gets it. Mordekaiser wasn't able to get a lot of damage in. Even though he's full crit, he's very slow. So he needs to give him a little more time. But in the end, it worked out for him. 6 life. Also Darno with 7. And the only one who's like, at least with 1 additional spot, is Soyu with a great spot. With Brutal Claws also on his Jace.
Darth barely not able to take that round down. And it might cost him the 4th versus a 3rd here. So 1 point potentially slipping away from Darth. And on the other side, Rain was able to take down Soju. I was curious if Soju would be able to fight back against that board, and we'll see if he can continue to make upgrades. As we've got our fights here, maybe a double elimination coming through.
Oh, he has 2 victors due to the Trickster.
Ooh, the Tricksters. Double Victor with Tricksters. Get the double stun through. They cast at the same time, which is a little unfortunate. Not getting as much overlap, but it's a lot of damage. As we look on the other side there, Rain takes out Malala. Darth goes down. Both similar sized losses, and they had similar HP, but it looks like Darth barely able to save that placement, as it's now the 1v1 for Rain and Soju.
Wow, she was already so strong, and now getting the Sevika 2-star on place. Actually, perfect spot. Going up against Soyu. Soyu still with 2 life at least. So this will be the final phase. So both of them already qualify for Day 2.
Yeah, so I mean, she lost 2 rounds due to the fact that she was without the Violet 4-star, but we can see here the power of this anomaly as she won 6 rounds in a row. Let's see how it's gonna end.
Yeah, it looks like unless Soju can find like Jace 2, Victor 2, that this should be just a walk in the park for Rain to take it down, and Soju only having kind of 2 rounds to do it. Not really enough gold to even find that. The stuns come out, but the damage is not there. Soju gonna take a big hit, and Rain having a really solid day. A lot of top 2 performances, yeah, a couple bottom 2s, but at the end of the day, Rain scoring so much and putting herself in a really great position for that Day 2.
No, still not Jace 2. Obviously, might not be the difference here against the hugely capped board of Rain, but it should be the biggest spike that is considerable here for Soyu. There's a Jace.
Oh, Jace 2?
Okay, so Jace 2, he has the anomaly, so actually will be a big ramp up. I think Rain is still stronger, but we should see a more decent fight.
Yeah, I think the only way maybe was like a Victor 2 on top, right? Because he had the pair going through. Actually, no, he didn't have the pair as the Trickster. See, it happened to me too, Hupe. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. So yeah, just the single Victor, not able to actually get that done. Trickster's move to Elise though, get some more stuns, maybe with the extra damage from Jace. We'll see what happens. This is probably the best board he can do.
Going up again, now the Draven also doing good damage on the back. Normally it's not what we are used to see, the crit Draven. Good control, crowd control, but once again going to the backside. Rain is just too strong, playing with the hair until the end. Soju goes down, doesn't like it, and Rain Plosion takes the win.
What
yeah, look at the energy of her. I mean, she was like talking a lot during the end of the game, and she like pretty happy with the result of this one. Really well played by her. Saved a lot of HP on the early game, and she was able to get the ultimate hero that is a little bit risky, but it pays off when you get the 4-star Violet with that items. Really well played by her. So it's going to be a good run for Rain on the second day, because she had a lot of points during today. So well played by her.
Yeah, I absolutely love just the early game, seeing the Suspicious Trenchcoat and deciding to go that direction, even though the rest of the items weren't totally looking there. Just knowing that, hey, I'm going to loss streak anyway. I can pick the items off the carousel that will fix all of this and just make it work. Ends up with that, like, super good best in slot. And it's just beautifully done. And continuing having, I think that's her first place of the day, which is just incredible.
Yeah, she has those up and down, but finishing it up is perfect, because you want to have that energy, that high for Day 2. So great to see her enjoying herself and actually making a pop-off, an amazing pop-off in the end.
All right, well, that's it for the 3 of us today. But I mean, Hupe, Dobz, incredible first day of competitions. What was something like your favorite stuff of the day?
I mean, I can't even say. I mean, maybe the game that had like 10 Rebel going 6th.
That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
I mean, 9 Scrap, 10 Rebel, 8 Pit Fighter. I mean, I'm down. It was great to watch.
I'm staying with that one too. 8-bit
Yeah.
fighter for sure.
We'll make it 3 for 3. All the cap outs there. That was actually such an amazing game. But with that, we're gonna send it to a quick break, and then when we come back, the analyst desk are gonna break down the rest of the day and show you the score, show you who made that day too. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Vamos.
Everybody, we're here to close out day number 1 of the TFT Golden Spatula for the Americas. Gangly and myself, honestly, I can't believe that we're already at the end of the day. I feel like we got delivered 6 incredible games of TFT on the main broadcast. And I know there was a lot of other action we didn't get a chance to cover, but shout out to our co-streamers for doing that. But this final game definitely lived up to the hype and expectations, especially for our top half of our points earners in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we went into it highlighting the bottom end, right? Pizza and Bosso Skill saying that this is their, their last chance to try and get into that upper echelon to get out of the bottom 8. Unfortunately, the 2 players falling in 6th and 7th respectively. And like you're calling out, Nekkra, Rainplosion, Soju, Darthnub, Malala, all performing in the top half leading up into this game, find themselves in the top 4. And Rainplosion doing it off the back of this family reroll, which we know historically is enabled by the artifacts, in particular when you have things like the suspicious trench coat alongside Sterix, and she finds the ultimate cap, right? The ultimate hero. She has enough HP to sacrifice a handful of rounds, and then once she hits, there's just nobody capable of catching her.
And this was off the back of the first unexpectedness roll being a 2-star Kog'Maw.
Yep.
Oh,
a little bit of gold though, right? Which maybe could have actually been a part of that.
it's very possible. I think that's a very charitable approach to that game. Like, we've seen some bad rolls today and some unfortunate RNG moments. But it's so interesting to watch her story throughout this game, because you take a look at how many rerolls she actually had to send on stage 3, which is a lot, and that was already being at about 50 HP. But then to be able to slingshot all the way up to that first place position. And after K3 Soju put up a fantastic fight as well. I think for both of these players, you know, K3 Soju, maybe a player that we think is absolutely, when he's at the top of his game, but also somebody I think that has struggled to sort of live up to those expectations in a tournament setting over the past couple of sets. And likewise for Rain, I think this is also a phenomenal moment for her. She got so close to being able to make it to the Tactician's Crown in Remix Rumble. That was 3 sets ago, and now has worked so hard to come back to a point where she's towards the top of the standings at the end of day number 1. And so for both of them, I just want to give a moment to congratulate them on finding that success today, and I really hope that that's something that they can continue forward to tomorrow.
I mean, it's poetic, right? You think of the Dragonlance regional finals. Who were 2 of the players that qualified into the Dragonlance championship? It was K3 Soju and Rainplosion. Soju making the run of his life, and Rainplosion putting North America on her back with a 3rd place finish. Since then, the 2 of them equally have struggled to return to the Tactician's Crown. Soju even more so than Rainplosion. But the one thing I will say about both of these players is that when they are in form, they are not just capable of performing amongst the most elite, they're expected. And K3 Soju, the last time we saw him at the regional finals was also set 10, Remix Rumble, where he brought this high tempo play, that classic Soju style to the tournament. And we saw it in this game. To me, this game feels like it explains so much TFT history in just a little 35-minute stretch, because Soju is one of those players that plays high tempo. He plays strong boards that are difficult to cap out, but he plays for points. He is one of the players that historically has the fewest number of 8th place finishes in tournament and is very good at getting points. And we're seeing that take place here in the first day of this weekend.
What about Malala as well? Also finds himself in a top 4, but in a very similar boat. The highest of highs in Remix Rumble, and struggling to get back to that peak. Now, that's also a peak that I don't think many people are going to be able to accomplish again, if at all, as you were bringing up at the beginning. Like, how do you top that? Winning the Open and then winning the Tactician's Crown in the exact same set.
You don't top it. The only way you top it is if Malala does it again.
You do it
right?
again, yeah.
That's the only way. But no, you're right. And to see Malala make it back to the regional finals for the first time, the Golden Spatula for the first time since set 10, and now to find himself in the top half after day 1, it is great. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure he's very excited. But all of these players in the top half, they're past the point of just surviving. Now, they have their eyes on making the top 8. In order to do that, you cannot just play for points. You have to be able to squeeze out your high rolls for every possible point. And so I want to see him do it. To me, if Soju, Malala, Rainplosion all make top 8, it would make a beautiful story in TFT.
And that's such a great point that you bring up, not just because of the storylines, but because day number 1, it doesn't stop here. These points carry forward to the second day of competition and beyond that. So you want to make sure that every single point that you gain today is going to matter. But as we take a look at our standings, we are looking at the top 16 for now.
Wow.
And it is Dish Soap that ends the day head and shoulders above the rest. Lucas not too far behind, but that's a pretty big point gap between 1st and 3rd even.
It is. I mean, Dish Soap setting himself up essentially with what would be a 6-point buffer for making top 8 after tomorrow. So I think Dish Soap's got to be feeling good. And at this point, you really are just trying to play damage control on those low roll games.
As we take a look at the second page of results, though, this is where we unfortunately say goodbye to our bottom 8.
Oh, man.
Oh, and it's going to be a 22-point cutoff for today.
Yeah, so with that, JD Zlinski, Vicious, Metzau, Bosso Skills, Weird Pizza, Casper, and Cookies. I mean, the 2 that stand out the most to me, quite frankly, JD Zlinski, having an absolutely transformative career since the merging of the Americas, has a fantastic season on ladder, rivaling Dish Soap, Wajan Iverson and Tetsuko for those latter spots. Gets in through qualifier points anyway, and unfortunately just doesn't have the games to get through. And Vicious, despite qualifying already for the Tactician's crown, this was the player from Latin America that if someone were to make it into the final lobby, people had their eyes on him.
It's so tough. I think I'm super happy for Latin America that Khroen was able to make it out of that 19-point threshold and actually make it forward to day number 2. But the job is not done yet. You have to take a look at your competition tomorrow and get a good night's rest tonight. It's the work isn't done. Like, even taking a look at the top 8 of the standings, or even just players that have those 34 points, which is actually quite a few, you still need to be able to carry it through to tomorrow. And so it's gonna be tough.
The way you have to look at it is that there may be a huge gap between me and the person in first, but if they built that gap in one day, I can catch that gap in one day. So all of the players in the field have to believe that they have full agency over their game, whether they're in 24th or first. They're the ones in the driver's seat. So it's not over yet. We've got 6 more games tomorrow, and lots of things can change in 6 games. Someone goes 1-1-1, lag 1-1, and suddenly they slingshot themselves straight into the top 8.
Nice callback to Robin Song's performance in the Set 5 regional final.
Missing him this weekend.
I know, but that just speaks volumes to how far the competition has come in the Americas. Since the merging the regions, it feels like the competition is tighter and tighter every single set that we have. So missing out on some of the favorites from Latin America. Michael Altanawe missing out on some of the favorites from North America, like Robin Song.
Khroen.
Yes, exactly. So
a lot of
it's really
staples.
tough. But you know, we get a chance to celebrate a lot of the mainstays of our TFT competition in the region still, and I'm so excited to be welcoming one of those players to the broadcast right now. Dish Soap, congratulations on your performance today. 40 points to the day. You're coming off the back of a hot streak as well, not just from your performances on the ladder, but winning TAC Cup too. So what did your prep look like for this weekend, knowing that you had just had an amazing performance in the most recent tournament?
I don't even know. I'm just doing the same thing I've been doing the past couple sets, with like less scrims than I used to do in the past. I'd say like, I don't know, probably like 6 or 7 scrims a day, which like sounds like a lot, but I promise you there's people with like double and like Loki even triple of that. And then more just like watching stuff. I like in both the scrim discords, they like have results of all the games because they like the track scores, and I've just been like staring at those sheets and figuring out like what comps like win over other comps and like what comps do well in general and stuff like that, and just been watching. So yeah, I don't know, just a lot of watching, a decent amount of playing.
I kind of want to dig into that a little bit, Dish, because that sounds really interesting to me, especially considering the fact that we don't have like augment data in those result sheets that you're seeing, or even anomaly data. Why is it that you feel like you're getting so much value out of like this time outside of scrims versus other players who are just spamming games over and over?
I mean, at least for me, after a certain point of playing TFT, my brain just kind of shuts off and I get no value out of it. So for me, like, I mean, maybe other people can do it, but like I feel like I'm learning nothing 8 hours in, and I might as well just chill instead.
Sure.
I think that's something that a lot of people can learn from, though. If you play the game for so many hours, at what point are you kind of going over that tipping point of, I'm actually not getting the benefit anymore of playing the game? Like, you have to be able to think really critically in a lot of your high stakes TFT games. And if you can't do that, then, you know, it can be tough. So is there anything that you like to do to relax or try to, you know, reset the mental if you're just like, it's 8 hours in, I've had enough and I got to go do something else?
I don't know. I just like, I don't know. I still have my moments where I get tilted, but I feel like it's a lot less than it used to be. And I kind of just keep telling myself it's like not that serious when I start getting tilted. And then like, hopefully I listen to myself. But I don't know. It's a bit of that.
In the last calendar year, I mean, almost like to the date, you went from a promising North American talent who everyone believes was really good, but you didn't have a domestic title. And now, 1 year later, you have won a regional finals, you won a world championship, and another domestic title actually just a couple weeks ago, and you're pushing another final lobby even after day one. Can you just, I guess, give me like a gut check? Like, what has it felt like to you to see everything change so much in the last year?
I mean, it's definitely feel really good. Most of it is just getting that first tournament win, because it's mostly just that, like, I would always like second guess myself because like I never actually won anything, and like I've always like had like some level of confidence that like what I was doing was better than most other players, but like just the fact that I hadn't like won anything ever meant like that like air of like doubt was still existed. And then after I won that first tournament, it's been like so much easier just to play and chill and just do my best.
Do you feel like almost a weight was lifted off of your shoulders, being able to finally get that win? You're like, okay, it's a proof not only to the testament of the hard work that I've put in, but also, can you just enjoy the game a little bit while you also play?
Yeah, 100%. The weight lifted, all that stuff, 100%.
I remember just hope that after I believe it was after EWC, the beginning of set 12, you would kind of come out and said like, hey, listen, like the last 6 months have been really hard. I'm feeling a little burnt out. You kind of took a break. Set 12, you still had a good set, but like it didn't feel like the same fire that we saw from you in set 10 and set 11. It feels like this set you're like back. Can I just kind of hear from you, like, how are you feeling now compared to where you were at the beginning or after EWC during set 12?
I mean, definitely feel way more motivated. I mean, I went on like a vacation at the start of the set to Macau in Japan. So I feel like the fact that I'm not burnt out is probably a little bit due to that, because like I got like a pretty big break like right after the start. I mean, that's usually the most hectic time. And so like after that, I was able to just come in, clear mind, and then just like fully put myself into the game.
But you're also a grinder, Dish Soap, and I think there's so much to be said about your work ethic for the game. You talk about maybe doing fewer scrims, but you're reviewing your VODs, and something I've always kind of envied about you, or also just praised you for, is after tournament day, you don't just go to bed. Like, I've seen you actually go back and VOD review your games. So is that on the cards for you tonight? Or is this I'm really proud of the work that I've done and I can just go rest and relax for day number 2?
Oh, I'm certainly going to be VOD reviewing. Because, I mean, I know I've scored well, and like it's, like we all like to be confident after that, but I think I landed on like the high end of variance in a lot of my games. I think what I did well today was like picking my lines, but I need to go see if I could have like gained some placement somewhere, because I'm pretty sure I could have.
I love that about you. This is why you're one of the best players in North America, and I'm looking forward to watching those reviews with you if you end up streaming that. But just
I probably won't stream. Sorry.
Okay, never mind. But we'll have to come back and ask you about it later. But before we let you go to finish up your day, are there any shout outs that you'd like to make before you go VOD review?
Shout out Preston for inviting me to all the scrims and doing all the coordination on the NA side for that. And then also shout out Franz V. I drafted him first pick in the group draft, and he made it, and then he was also saying some nice things in my chat earlier. So yeah.
Nice.
That's awesome. Well, Dish Soap, congratulations again on your performance today, and best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Truly admirable, though, because I think Dish Soap is one of those players that he always speaks so heartfelt to his performance, his grind, his mentality. And it almost feels like it comes full circle, Gangly, when we take a look at just today. I know we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit because it's only one day of competition and there is a full 6 games to play out tomorrow. But the proof is in the pudding. Like, he's shown us every single set that the hard work pays off.
Yeah, I mean, just so we mentioned it a little bit in the interview, but the transformation that's happened since the beginning of last year to now, I mean, Dish Soap has been has gone from being someone that people knew would eventually break out into someone that feels like a true champion of our region, right? And even just to hear him say that and talk about the pressure being lifted and his belief in himself, his confidence coming in, it gives me chills, to be honest, because it was so long that we knew he had it in him and it just wasn't manifesting. And now to see the repeated success coming into this weekend with the best AVP in the entire field, wants to be able to be to have a chance at his 4th consecutive Tactician's crown. I mean, Dishop he has the cards in his hand, and I really want to see him play well. I really want to see him in that top 8. I would love to see him make that deep run. And keep in mind, he is the qualifier point leader among players who have not already locked in a spot at the Tactician's Crown. So he has a very good chance of getting an automatic qualification into the Tactician's Crown already.
He's a triple threat. He came in based on the ladder snapshot performance. He also won a TAC Cup, and now he also has some of the highest qualification points out of every one of our competitors. Hopefully it continues into tomorrow. We still have a second day of competition, and 24 out of our 32 players that walked in today get a chance to do that. So we're gonna go ahead and say goodnight to everybody for now, but make sure that you check out all of our action tomorrow, because the second day of the EMEA Golden Spatula is going to happen, as well as, of course, the second day of the Americas. So from everybody here on production, from Gangly, Dobz, Jupeson, and Casanova, thank you so much for watching us today. And we will be back tomorrow for the second day of competition for the Americas Golden Spatula. Good night.